Seong Shihan had once saved this entire world with his own hands, protecting every last person in it, including the woman he loved more than anyone, the woman he truly believed loved him just as deeply in return. But when everything finally came to an end, the people standing closest to him were the very ones who turned their backs on him. Every one of them betrayed him, and that included Lavina. What shattered him was not betrayal from enemies or strangers hiding in the dark. It came from the companions he had trusted completely, the people he had once called his family. Years earlier, everything had started from one terrible mistake. Seong Shihan had never been meant to set foot in Terranor at all. The Tyrant King had been trying to summon a god-level monster, something powerful enough to bend the world to his will, but instead, the spell dragged in an ordinary human from another world. The king. That failure meant almost nothing. The human standing before him had no value in his eyes. Just another useless thing pulled through the summoning by accident. So without a moment of guilt or hesitation, the king threw him away and sold him into slavery, as if his life meant nothing at all. But that so-called worthless human refused to break. He endured the cruelty, trained his body, survived every hardship thrown at him, and slowly climbed higher than anyone in that world could have imagined. And eventually, the man who had once been discarded stood before that same world as its hero. A warrior strong enough to face the Tyrant King himself and challenge his rule head-on. Driven into a corner, the king unleashed forbidden summoning magic on the battlefield, tearing open a path to drag a demon into the fight. But even that desperate move could not save him. Seong Shihan needed only one clean strike. The demon collapsed first, cut down in an instant, and right after that, the Tyrant King himself followed it into defeat. Seong Shihan had not won that battle entirely on his own. At his side stood 6 other warriors, each of them fighting alongside him through blood, chaos, and victory. Together, the 7 of them became known across the land as the 7 heroes, the saviors who had freed the kingdom from tyranny. For years, they fought shoulder to shoulder, shared laughter around the same fires, bled on the same battlefields, and somewhere through all of that pain and triumph, Seong Shihan truly began to believe in them. He believed they were not just comrades, but family. He believed Lavina would one day stand beside him not only as the woman he loved, but as the mother of the children he imagined they might have together. By then, returning to Earth was no longer part of his dream. Terranor had become the place he belonged, the home he had chosen with his own heart. And because he had given that world so much of himself, the betrayal struck far deeper than any blade ever could. Using the dead king's heart, the 6 of them opened another summoning portal. This time, they were not trying to bring in a monster. They were trying to cast one out. And that monster, in their eyes, was Seong Shihan. They claimed the people loved him too much, admired him too deeply, and that one day the entire continent might crown him as king. That future, even as a possibility, was something they could not allow. In that final moment, Seong Shihan looked toward Lavina, still hoping that just once, she would step forward and stand beside him. But Lavina did not defend him. Instead, she admitted she felt the same way as the others. She did not want to stand beside a king. She wanted to become one herself. And with that final wound carved into him, they threw him away, forcing him back to Earth, as though all the years they had spent together had meant nothing. When the 6 heroes returned to the people, they twisted the truth without hesitation. They announced that the hero, Seong Shihan, had fulfilled his journey and willingly gone back to his own world. Then, as if they had planned it all along, they placed crowns on their own heads and divided Terranor into 6 kingdoms, reshaping history as though Seong Shihan had never truly existed. 10 long years passed after that betrayal. Far away from royal courts, wars, and the schemes of kingdoms, a young girl was quietly working in a forest field when the peaceful silence around her was suddenly broken by something completely bizarre. Out of nowhere, a fish dropped straight down from the sky. She stared at it in confusion, trying to make sense of what she had just seen. But the strange incident was only beginning. A moment later, a pig came crashing down after it, slamming into the ground as if the sky itself had started throwing things at her. Before she could even gather her thoughts or understand what was happening, a third figure appeared above her. This time, it was not an animal at all, but a naked man falling helplessly from the sky. The sight was so absurd it almost felt impossible, but instead of freezing in place, the girl rushed toward him and tried to help. When the man finally woke up, she offered him food and tried to ask who he was. But the words coming out of his mouth were completely unfamiliar to her. She could not understand his language at all, and she explained that in the Lilstein kingdom, nobody spoke in the strange way he did. The man's lips slowly curled into a sharp, knowing smile, and that single reaction seemed to tell him everything he needed to know. One of the 6 had become a king before that realization could fully settle over him. The girl casually told him he should put on some clothes first, snapping him right back into the awkward reality in front of him. After that, he ate like someone who had been starving for days, tearing through everything placed before him. Then, without any tact at all, he complained that the food lacked seasoning, blunt, rude, and strangely honest, yet even through that rough attitude, he still made sure to show gratitude. His confident posture, sharp looks, and oddly arrogant way of speaking, the girl began to wonder if he might be some kind of noble. When he asked for her name, She answered him plainly and without ceremony. Her name was Alita. But the calm between them vanished the instant he asked his next question. He asked what connection she had to the Mad King Lustanad. In the blink of an eye, the table flipped up and flew straight toward his face. Alita moved without the slightest hesitation. With a dagger already drawn, she sprang over the overturned table and lunged to strike him. But her blade found nothing. By the time she attacked, he was already standing behind her. She came at him again and again. Each movement trained, precise and relentless. But every slash and thrust cut through nothing but empty air. Her attacks were sharp and disciplined, the kind of movements shaped by serious training, yet he slipped past them so effortlessly that it felt as if he had never been standing there in the first place. Even when Alita pushed herself to her limit, she still could not land a single touch on him. At last, she brought down one final strike with everything she had, only for it to be stopped by something so ridiculous it almost broke the tension completely. He blocked her attack with a wooden spoon. With that single ridiculous block, Seong Shihan brought the entire fight to an effortless end. Then, still calm enough to sound almost teasing, he finally gave her his name. He was Seong Shihan and he had come from Earth. The moment those words reached Alita, her body went still, as if the air around her had suddenly frozen. Could the strange man standing in front of her really be that legendary hero? The one said to have saved the world 10 years earlier? After a tense pause, she revealed her own true name as well. Alitir's Bella Lustanad Lusclan, the daughter of the fallen king. After her father was defeated, the entire kingdom began hunting down anyone who carried royal blood, terrified that another heir might someday rise and reclaim power. Her mother, desperate to protect her, entrusted the child to a loyal knight before disappearing completely, making sure the world would never discover that she had left behind a daughter. That knight raised Alita deep in hiding, teaching her how to survive, how to fight, and how to stay unseen until one day, he left to gather supplies and never came back. From that day forward, Alita had been left to survive on her own in the forest, cut off from the world and carrying her secret alone. Then came the truth that changed the weight of the room completely. Seong Shihan admitted without hiding from it that he was the one who had killed her father. So the question hung between them. Did Alita see Seong Shihan as her enemy? But she answered without even a moment of hesitation. To Alita, that man had never truly been her father, and because of that, she felt no hatred toward Seong Shihan for killing him. Seong Shihan clicked his tongue in irritation, far more bothered by the fact that one of his former companions had apparently taken a throne and now ruled as king. Then, as if the heavy conversation had never happened, Alita suddenly shifted the mood with the bluntest question imaginable. Why exactly had Seong Shihan fallen out of the sky completely naked? The mug slipped right out of his hand, and irritation flashed across his face almost instantly. That part at least was not his fault. When he had been thrown back to Earth years ago, he had arrived the exact same way, because the portal only transported a person's body and left everything else, including clothing, behind. But then, in the middle of that explanation, something suddenly clicked in his mind. His expression changed at once, sharpening with a cold, serious focus. Seong Shihan realized the situation was far more dangerous than it first appeared. He had not been summoned by another person at all. He had triggered the return himself, and a portal formed that way could leave traces strong enough for mages to detect. If Alita had managed to stay hidden all these years, then Seong Shihan may have just destroyed that secrecy without meaning to. Alita turned her gaze toward the outside of the cabin. The answer was already waiting there. The cabin had been completely surrounded. Outside, soldiers from the kingdom shouted through the trees, declaring that they had confirmed traces of summoning magic coming from that location. An old mage calmly reported to his superior, Zenon Stride, telling him that the traces were unmistakable. Powerful conjuration magic had originated from that very house. Zenon Stride gave only a short, firm nod, then ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Inside the cabin, Seong Shihan watched Alita put on her equipment, her hands moving smoothly and precisely, far too composed for someone who was about to face a deadly siege. A heavy guilt began pressing down on him, tight and suffocating, because he knew this danger had come to her because of his arrival. He told Alita not to hold back against them, expecting her to snap at him, blame him, or show even a flicker of anger. Instead, Alita simply gave him a faint smile and thanked him for the warning. That quiet, gentle response caught Seong Shihan completely off guard. Outside, the fragile tension finally broke. The soldiers shouted for Alita to surrender, threatening to destroy the cabin if she refused. Zenon Stride, already losing patience, ordered the mage to begin with a minor attack. The mage laughed under his breath, gathering blazing crimson energy between his hands before hurling a massive spear of fire straight toward the cabin. The blast slammed into the structure, and a roaring explosion tore through the wooden walls. Even Zenon Stride frowned at the force of it, wondering if that could really be called a minor attack. The mage brushed off the concern, claiming that it would not kill Alita unless she was careless enough to let it. But before the flames could even settle, Alita burst out from the wreckage like a flash of light, her blade sweeping through multiple soldiers in an instant. The guards rushed in all at once, surrounding her with clashing steel and overwhelming numbers, but their advantage meant nothing against her speed. Alita moved faster than they could follow, cleaner than they could defend, and sharper than any of them expected. Her sword moved as naturally as an extension of her own body, cutting through the soldiers with terrifying precision, until the ones still standing began to hesitate. A simple farm girl? No. After seeing her fight, none of them could believe that anymore. Alita was clearly a trained swordswoman. But just as Alita searched for a way to break through and escape, someone far stronger stepped forward to block her path. A towering knight emerged before her, his presence heavy enough to crush the momentum around him. With rage burning in his voice, he condemned her bloodline and declared himself Xenon Stride, executioner of the Lilstein kingdom. The instant Xenon Stride moved, Alita felt it clearly. The difference in power between them was impossible to deny. His attack came fast, heavy, and overwhelming, forcing Alita to dodge by the narrowest margin. Then he came at her again, and this time, as she slipped past another strike, a tiny spark of hope flickered in her chest. There was still a chance. Alita lunged forward with everything she had left, driving her attack straight at Xenon Stride, but her blade struck nothing visible, only an invisible barrier that refused to crack, bend, or even tremble. Xenon Stride let out a low chuckle, completely unimpressed by her effort, as if her strength had never been a threat in the first place. Against his defense, her desperate attack meant absolutely nothing. Then Xenon Stride answered with a counterattack, and it came in the form of one single brutal strike. The impact tore through Alita's body like a shockwave, and pain exploded through her all at once. Blood sprayed into the air, scattering across the battlefield in a harsh red arc. Xenon Stride wiped the blood away with clear disgust, then coldly told Alita to surrender, because in his eyes, she had no chance of winning. Alita's arm hung limp and useless at her side, broken from the force of the blow. And in that moment, she understood with painful clarity that this fight had reached its end. With one quiet breath, Alita released the last of her resistance and let herself stop fighting. Xenon Stride smiled, satisfied, as if she had finally made the right choice. But before that moment could settle, a calm and completely unshaken voice came from behind him. Xenon Stride turned around, and there stood Seong Shihan asking almost casually why all that rage of his had vanished so quickly and turned into pity. Xenon Stride could not understand it at all. There had been no presence, no warning, no sound of footsteps. Seong Shihan was simply there. "Who are you?" Xenon Stride roared, his voice sharp with confusion and anger. But Seong Shihan did not so much as flinch. Seong Shihan only gave a quiet apology, saying he had nothing personal against Xenon Stride, but this situation was still his responsibility. And before Xenon Stride could even process the meaning behind those words, Seong Shihan drove in a single devastating punch. Xenon Stride's body was launched violently across the battlefield. He crashed into the ground with such force that the earth caved in around him, burying him deep inside the impact. For a heartbeat, everything went silent. Then panic ripped through the soldiers. The guards froze where they stood, unable to believe their commander had been crushed in an instant. Alita, barely able to keep herself standing, stared at Seong Shihan in disbelief. Why would he fight the kingdom's soldiers? Why would a former hero suddenly strike them down for her sake? The old mage trembled between terror and fury before letting out a desperate shriek, calling Seong Shihan a remnant of the demon army and ordering the soldiers to kill him immediately. As the frightened guards forced themselves to charge, Seong Shihan let out a weary sigh, almost disappointed that even after seeing Xenon Stride crushed, they still refused to back down. With a tired look on his face, Seong Shihan admitted that there was no other choice, then stepped forward to meet them. What followed was not a fight, but a one-sided disaster. Seong Shihan's fists blurred through the air, knocking soldiers away like they weighed nothing, while anyone outside his reach was dropped by precise, brutal stomps that stole the strength from their bodies. He tore through the entire unit with overwhelming force, all while quietly muttering apologies under his breath, as though he truly regretted having to hurt them at all. Xenon Stride, who had only just managed to drag himself out of the crater in the ground, froze the moment he saw the battlefield. His elite guards were scattered everywhere, unconscious across broken earth and ruined formation, some half-buried where they had fallen. Xenon Stride could barely make sense of what he was seeing. This man had no weapon, had used only one hand, and still managed to wipe out Xenon Stride's entire force as if it had taken no effort at all. Then the truth struck Xenon Stride with chilling force. That overwhelming impact, that impossible strength, it was the exact same power that had sent him flying moments earlier. And with that realization, an old memory flashed sharply through his mind. Years ago, inside the royal castle, Xenon Stride had seen this man with his own eyes, the savior of humanity, the legendary hero. Seong Shihan turned his gaze toward Xenon Stride, and the contempt in his eyes was so cold it felt sharper than any blade. He remarked that Xenon Stride had finally woken up, then added dryly that it looked like he needed just a little more sleep. Zenon Stride tried to beg for even a second more, but he was not given that chance. Xiang Shihan moved before Zenon Stride could finish. Another devastating blow landed before the knight could react, and Zenon Stride was hurled straight back into the ground once again. Dust and broken debris rolled through the air as Xiang Shihan calmly said there was no reason to continue this fight, though if the old mage truly wanted to challenge him, he was ready for that too. After watching elite knights and trained wizards get crushed like helpless amateurs, the old mage felt dread crawl up his spine. He could not even begin to understand where a monster like Xiang Shihan had come from, with the soldiers frozen in fear all around them. Xiang Shihan turned back to Alita and simply asked what she planned to do next. Not long after that, Xiang Shihan and Alita began to leave the ruined battlefield behind. The old mage, bitter and humiliated by just how powerless he had been, finally declared that the mission had failed. He ordered the surviving men to gather the fallen soldiers, recover whoever they could, and prepare to report everything that had happened. But one of the guards, still stammering in disbelief, pointed out something even stranger about the aftermath. Despite the overwhelming beating they had taken, not a single soldier had died, and none of the injured men had even suffered a broken bone. The old mage stared in growing panic, because that should not have been possible. What in the world had truly happened here today? By nightfall, darkness covered Xiang Shihan and Alita's escape, and Xiang Shihan noted that the soldiers would not be able to track them through terrain like this. That alone was a relief, because dealing with a pursuit right now would have been unbelievably annoying. Returning to Terranor had taken an enormous toll on Xiang Shihan's body, and at that moment, he was moving with barely 10% of his true strength. Then Xiang Shihan noticed Alita flinch beside him. Concern entered his voice as he asked how she was holding up, reminding her that her right arm had looked badly broken. But instead of complaining about the pain, Alita quietly said she was simply relieved that the situation had not turned out even worse. Alita's quiet answer struck Xiang Shihan as strangely calm, almost too accepting, and for a moment he found himself watching her with a faint sense of unease. Not long after, Xiang Shihan carefully wrapped bandages around Alita's injured arm, keeping his hands steady as he secured the wound, then told her he hoped the treatment would at least help with the pain. As always, Alita thanked him in a soft voice. But then, almost too abruptly, she forced brightness into her tone and announced that it was about time for her to leave. Alita said she would be going on her own. That sudden statement caught Xiang Shihan completely off guard. Xiang Shihan immediately snapped back at her, asking where she thought she was going in that condition. With her arm broken and danger still close behind, he scolded Alita for making such a reckless decision out of nowhere and insisted that they should move together instead. After forcing himself to calm down, Xiang Shihan made his point more firmly. He was going to help her. Part of what had happened that day was his fault, and there was no way he could leave an injured woman alone after bringing danger straight to her doorstep. Alita stood there in silence for a moment, visibly stunned by his words, before she finally gave a small nod and accepted his protection, at least for the day. In return, Xiang Shihan asked only one thing from her: stop calling him sir and simply call him by his name. Alita agreed without hesitation. Once that was settled, Xiang Shihan asked what Alita intended to do now that her hidden identity had been exposed. Alita's first instinct was to head for the nearest village, but that idea was far too dangerous. If the kingdom sent a search party after her, the nearby settlements would almost certainly be the first places they checked. So instead, the two decided to cross the mountains and make their way toward Kagon City, the great commercial city where crowds and trade routes could help them disappear. Meanwhile, inside the palace of the Lilstein Kingdom, a man sat alone in a towering library, quietly reading beneath the weight of endless shelves and heavy silence. That silence was soon broken when a subordinate entered and brought news from the search team that had been dispatched to Defilan Mountain. The man receiving the report was King Rilstein. He listened as the subordinate explained everything. Traces of powerful conjuration magic had been discovered, and near that disturbance, someone matching the description of the former hero had apparently been seen. Hidden behind one of the palace's many bookshelves was a concealed door, a secret entrance leading down into a place far darker than any royal chamber should ever be. A figure descended the winding stairs into a grim underground room, then began preparing a ritual in the shadows below the palace. That figure was Rilstein himself. Rilstein passed through what looked like a shimmering barrier and stepped into a chilling chamber filled with arcane tools, strange artifacts, and a private library that also served as a crude laboratory. From deep within the shadows, a hateful voice called out. The prisoner mocked Rilstein, sneering at the irony of a man, praised as a hero keeping someone chained in secret. The prisoner stood trapped inside a glowing green magic circle, his arms bound tightly by heavy chains that kept him locked in place. Rilstein answered with a cold irony of his own, noting that the captive had improved quite a bit over the past month and a half. Then his next words revealed the truth clearly. This young man was a direct descendant of Lusklan. Rilstein then asked whether the young man understood why the magic circle beneath him had changed from a furious red to a vivid green. Without waiting for an answer, Rilstein explained it himself. That green light meant the prisoner's mana transformation had finally been completed. The captive erupted in anger, shouting that anyone who worshipped Rilstein as a king was nothing but pathetic. But Rilstein remained perfectly calm, answering that there was only one person in that room who truly deserved pity. Then he revealed the real horror waiting for the prisoner. The young man's heart was about to be taken. Shock twisted into terror the moment the prisoner understood what Rilstein meant. But Rilstein had already begun to move without the slightest hesitation. In one chilling motion, Rilstein reached in and extracted a pulsing ethereal essence, the very core of the young man's life force, lifting it into the air in his hand. Rilstein examined the essence closely, narrowed his eyes, and concluded with clear dissatisfaction that it still was not enough. Even after compressing and refining the mana drawn from that extracted essence, Rilstein determined that it still lacked the power needed to break through the dimensional walls. That meant only one thing. Rilstein needed more pure Lusclan blood. And at that exact moment, his expression shifted when a subordinate entered with urgent news. The man reported that the research group sent to hunt down another Lusclan descendant had failed. Not only had they failed to capture the target, they had not even managed to identify which person was the descendant. Instead, they had encountered an unknown man with dark hair and dark eyes, someone whose appearance strongly resembled the Galena race. Rilstein's mind instantly began connecting the pieces. Recognition flickered across his face, followed by suspicion, and then disbelief. Could that unknown man truly be important? No, that should have been impossible. Even if by some absurd miracle, he was the same man who had vanished years ago, crossing dimensions without Rilstein's knowledge should never have been possible. And yet, no matter how impossible it seemed, the doubt refused to leave Rilstein's mind. Far away from the palace, Seong Shihan and Alita finally reached Kagon City, and the moment they entered, the lively streets and vibrant atmosphere immediately drew Alita's attention. Seong Shihan explained that Kagon City had once served as the main base of the Southern Clan. Hearing that, Alita looked around the bustling city with fresh wonder, impressed by the deep history hidden beneath all the noise and movement. Seong Shihan added that a place like this was perfect for hiding because with so many different races passing through, anyone could vanish into the crowd. As they walked, Seong Shihan's thoughts drifted toward the Galena, a people whose appearance was similar to Northern Asians. That detail made Alita react suddenly, as if an old rumor she had once heard had finally clicked into place. She asked whether the Galena were the same people connected to Lavina, the Thief Queen, and her thousand-change energy. Then Alita recalled what that technique actually was. A special use of battle energy that manipulated the surrounding air to alter a person's appearance. It was the signature skill of Lavina, the Thief Queen. Seong Shihan confirmed it, then admitted that he was the one who had created the technique and taught it to her in the first place. After saying that, he casually offered to teach Alita as well. Alita refused immediately. Her blunt answer left Seong Shihan staring at her in brief confusion, and the awkward silence lingered between them for a moment before he changed the subject and suggested they find somewhere to stay, to lighten the mood, or maybe just to amuse himself. Seong Shihan used the faintest hint of the thousand-change energy and briefly altered the way Alita saw him as they continued searching for a place to sleep. Seong Shihan wondered aloud whether it would really be that easy to get into just any inn. Then Seong Shihan suddenly stopped in place, his eyes fixed on a grand mansion standing before them. Alita noticed his sudden silence and asked if he recognized the inn. But disbelief hit her the moment Seong Shihan told her the truth. That place had never been an inn in Seong Shihan's memory. Back then, it had been an execution ground, nothing more than a grim field lined with gallows. And yet now, the city he recognized as part of Terranor had changed so completely that it almost felt like he had stepped into another world. But instead of looking unsettled by the transformation, Seong Shihan seemed strangely excited. Since they had already come all this way, he casually suggested they go inside, leaving Alita staring at him as if he had completely lost his mind. Then, with that same dry edge in his voice, Seong Shihan joked about whether the place might have ghosts, adding that if it did, maybe he would run into a few spirits he actually missed. Once inside, a stern-faced employee greeted the two newcomers and guided them toward the front desk so they could collect their room keys. As Seong Shihan turned away from the desk, he overheard the receptionist grumbling under his breath about how painfully boring the job was. That reaction left Seong Shihan confused enough to ask Alita why the man sounded so irritated with him. Alita's explanation made the answer strike him all at once without realizing it. Seong Shihan had been speaking to everyone around him far too casually. Alita gently pointed out that talking to complete strangers in that kind of tone was at the very least unusual in this world. Once Seong Shihan understood the problem, he quickly apologized, finally realizing that he had come across as rude without ever meaning to. Seeing the discomfort on his face, Alita reassured him with a small smile, telling him it was fine and that he could keep acting the way he normally did. Even so, Seong Shihan apologized again for causing her trouble. Then Alita reminded him that they were now in Kagon City and asked what Seong Shihan planned to do from here. Seong Shihan answered honestly, saying that first, he needed time to adjust to how much this world had changed around him, Then he asked whether he could stay with Alita for a while longer. Her answer came so quickly and bluntly that it almost hit him like a slap. Alita told him to leave. Seong Shihan was even more stunned when Alita explained why. She was not the only person staying there, and with people already searching for her, keeping him close would only drag him into even more danger. Irritation rose in Seong Shihan. But he also knew Alita was not completely wrong. Still, she had missed the most important danger, so he said it plainly. Without him nearby, she would be caught almost immediately. The blunt certainty in Seong Shihan's words sent a cold chill through Alita. Seong Shihan explained that since no one had used summoning magic to bring him back, his return should have remained hidden from ordinary detection. But there was one serious problem. Whenever Seong Shihan and Alita moved, faint dimensional ripples spread outward from them. As a Lus clan descendant, Alita immediately understood what that meant. No matter how far they ran, those ripples could still be traced, and despair slowly began creeping across her face. Seong Shihan quickly calmed her down, explaining that he had been unconscious the day before. But now that he was awake, he was using magic to block those vibrations. Even then, the block would not last forever. It needed to be renewed every 2 or 3 days, which made the truth painfully clear. Alita had no choice but to stay close to Seong Shihan, though another doubt rose in her mind almost immediately. Why did Seong Shihan need Alita at all, when staying near her would only pull him deeper into danger? Meanwhile, in the capital of the Lilstein Kingdom, inside a palace office, Knight Xenon Stride knelt before his superior and begged for mercy, not for his own safety. What Xenon Stride wanted was a chance to reclaim his honor by capturing the fugitives himself. The man seated behind the great desk looked at Xenon Stride with surprise and told him there would be no punishment for this failure. After all, not even King Rilstein had chosen to punish the men who returned without completing the mission. Xenon Stride refused to back down. He insisted that the responsibility was his to bear, and that he would settle the matter with his own hands. His superior studied him with quiet admiration, almost bewildered by the depth of his devotion to the kingdom. In the end, he admitted that Xenon Stride embodied exactly what a knight should be, and granted him permission to restore his name. With those words still burning in his mind, Xenon Stride left at once and threw himself into the investigation. He examined every detail surrounding the fugitives, carefully weighing possible hideouts and even considering whether they might be skilled mercenaries. To find Seong Shihan and Alita, Xenon Stride decided to begin in Kagon City, the only major place where mercenary work could be found openly and without drawing too much suspicion. But by then, the search was no longer only about recapturing the fugitives. Xenon Stride had become fixated on the young man traveling beside the Lus clan descendant. The more he thought about him, the more the stranger reminded him of a legendary savior from another world. That growing suspicion only made Xenon Stride more determined to find the man and confirm the truth with his own eyes. Back at the inn where the fugitives were staying, the butler politely greeted the newly arrived Lord Ted. When Lord Ted asked whether the pair in question were Seong Shihan and Alita, the butler, Levward, acknowledged that they were. In this world, swordsmen who wield battle energy are divided into 6 separate stages, each one marking a different level of mastery. The path begins at the seed stage, where a person first learns how to draw battle energy into the body and use it to strengthen physical ability. The second stage is warrior, where that gathered energy can be poured into metal weapons, creating a blade of force through steel. From there, those who rise to knight and master can push that power even further, infusing it into armor and even into weapons that are not made of metal. Beyond that lies the transcendental stage, where a swordsman can use the energy in the very air itself to form a deadly blade. Across all of Terranor's long history, only a tiny handful of warriors had ever climbed through every stage and reached the final, nearly mythical realm known as divinity. Seong Shihan remembered clearly that he had once stood at that very peak, but after returning to Terranor with so little power left, he had fallen all the way back to the fighter stage. Even so, Lord Ted was visibly impressed to see someone as young as Seong Shihan already standing at that level. Pleased to have both Seong Shihan and Alita present, Lord Ted told them that the subjugation team would depart at dawn and advised them to get some rest before then. The moment Lord Ted left, Seong Shihan dropped onto the bed and complained about how exhausting it was to earn travel money this way, grumbling that it felt no different from the old mercenary work he used to do. He even reminisced about how much easier things had been in the past, when he could simply pick a noble house at random, rob it, and walk away with enough money to last for a while. Alita answered with dry sarcasm, remarking that the so-called legendary hero sounded less like a savior and more like a petty thief. Seong Shihan shot back that the woman he had once loved had been a thief too. To him, what they did back then had never been ordinary theft anyway. It was a form of justice aimed only at the nobles of the empire who fattened themselves by robbing common people. He admitted that pulling off something like that would be much harder now, then added with a disturbingly casual edge that there was nothing quite as satisfying as getting rid of people like that. Alita was clearly shaken by what Seong Shihan had just said, her expression tightening as the weight of his words settled over her. But while she was still trying to process it, another realization suddenly crossed Shihan's mind, as if a missing piece had just clicked into place. This mission might actually work in his favor. If the enemies waiting ahead were strong enough, then fighting them could help him recover the battle energy he had lost, and at the very least, they seemed like opponents worth moving for. Alita, however, did not look convinced at all. No matter how calmly he said it, she found the whole idea incredibly hard to accept. She quickly pushed back, pointing out that he had defeated her while using nothing more than a spoon, and then crushed those armored knights as if they were nothing. After seeing all that with her own eyes, she could not understand why he kept insisting that he was still weak. Seong Shihan answered her with a completely straight face, as if this was the most obvious thing in the world. In his mind, the fact that he had needed a spoon to fight her at all was proof enough that he had been in a weakened state. That only made Alita even more annoyed, and the look on her face said she was nowhere close to accepting that explanation. Trying to make it easier for her to understand, Shihan compared it to a professional player in a PvP match, saying that someone with much more experience would not suddenly lose just because their opponent was only one level behind. Alita stared at him blankly, completely lost, then asked what level and PvP match were even supposed to mean, reminding him once again that she had no idea how things from Earth worked. The next day, Lord Ted gathered everyone together with a bold, almost theatrical confidence, standing before his men. He declared that any monsters foolish enough to set foot on his land would pay for it with their lives. He lifted his sword high for everyone to see, and proudly announced that, as a knight personally recognized by King Jacksonguard, he would cut down the beasts himself and wipe them from his territory. A little distance away, Seong Shihan quietly watched Ted's speech unfold. He had to admit the man's confidence was impressive in its own way, but his eyes immediately went to that massive sword, and he judged at once that a weapon that heavy would be more of a burden than an advantage in a real fight. But what caught Shihan's attention even more was not Ted himself. It was the larger situation surrounding this entire region. Even after all these years, the knights here seemed almost frozen in time. Their equipment, their habits, and even their way of thinking had barely changed, as if they had made no progress at all. His gaze then moved back to Alita's injured arm, and he asked whether it had recovered. Alita flexed it lightly and told him she was fine now, explaining that the energy he had given her had already healed the wound. Shihan then told her to start preparing, which made Alita pause in confusion, unsure what exactly he meant. He explained in a low, serious voice that they needed to stay alert because there was a strong scent in the air, something sharp and hot, almost like something burning. Only a moment later, the source of that smell finally revealed itself. A terrifying beast suddenly lunged near the group, its sudden appearance throwing everyone into chaos and sending panic rippling through the soldiers. Lord Ted reacted at once, shouting for everyone to stop where they were and prepare for battle before fear could completely take over. From the darkened surroundings, a pack of flame wolves burst forward, their burning bodies rushing straight toward the group like living fire. Ted, still overflowing with confidence, raised his weapon and challenged them head-on. He shouted for the monsters to come at him, boasting that no flame could ever stop the sword of a true knight. But reality struck him almost immediately. One of the wolves broke away from the pack, slipped past his guard, and tore into him with a vicious attack, leaving him badly wounded before he could properly react. Seong Shihan watched it happen and coolly remarked that this was exactly why Ted should have taken off that armor. Ted caught the comment and turned his attention toward him for a split second, but the battlefield gave him no time to argue back. The rest of the wolves quickly spread out around them, moving with frightening coordination until every escape route was blocked and the entire group was trapped inside the pack's circle. One soldier desperately tried to keep everyone from falling apart, shouting for the others to hold their formation and insisting that they could still win as long as they stayed together. That fragile confidence collapsed the instant something much worse stepped out from among the flames. The Alpha appeared, huge, blazing, and unmistakably more powerful than the rest. The giant fiery wolf emerged with the overwhelming presence of a true pack leader, and the courage of everyone nearby seemed to drain away at the sight of it. Seong Shihan, however, reacted differently from everyone else. Instead of fear, his face showed a faint spark of excitement, as if this was exactly the kind of enemy he had been hoping would appear. As the monstrous Alpha lowered itself and prepared to move, the savior from another world stepped forward, calmly placing himself in front of the beast. While the others flinched and recoiled from the heat and pressure of the pack, Seong Shihan stood firm. He did not step back, did not waver, and faced the giant beast as if the danger before him was only beginning to interest him. Lord Ted forced himself back into command, despite his injury, shouting for the soldiers not to panic. He insisted that this was their chance to kill the pack leader and turn the battle around. Ted promised that he would defend the others and leave the Alpha to Seong Shihan and Alita. Hearing that, Shihan dryly muttered that somehow all the dangerous work had fallen onto them, then joked under his breath that being treated like a part-timer was seriously rough. Alita stiffened the moment Shihan laid out what came next, her body going tense as she realized exactly what role he was giving her. She would be the one to face the Alpha directly, while Seong Shihan held back the rest of the flame wolves and kept the pack from overwhelming her. With his eyes fixed straight ahead, Shihan made it clear that running was never an option. His stance did not shift, and the will burning in him was far too fierce to allow retreat. Then Shihan's voice cut sharply through the chaos as he called out to Alita and ordered her to take down the Alpha. Alita did not hesitate for even a second. She launched herself forward in a fearless leap, her sword flashing through the air as she drove straight toward the giant wolf. But the beast twisted the instant she closed the distance. Instead of lunging in for a bite, it opened its jaws wide and released a burst of crackling blue power, sending a spell-like flame straight toward her. Even with that attack rushing at her, Alita did not lose her nerve or break her stride. She trusted Shihan's plan completely, held her ground, and drove her blade into the Alpha with every ounce of strength she could gather. But something was wrong. Her first strike failed to leave the kind of wound she expected, and instead of weakening the beast or slowing it down, the blow only made the monster even more furious. Even so, Alita refused to back away. She pressed in close, denying the wolf any space to recover, and followed with an even sharper, more lethal strike aimed directly at the Alpha's head. Watching from the side, Xiang Shihan grinned with confidence, convinced that the battle was already tilting in their favor. Alita was moving so well that for a brief moment, he honestly thought he might not have to step in at all. Then the fight suddenly took a brutal turn. Even with Alita's sword buried in its forehead, the Alpha did not collapse. Instead, the monster became even more violent, its body surging forward with terrifying force as if the wound had only awakened something worse inside it. The sight shattered Alita's confidence in an instant. Her attack had been clean. Her aim had been perfect, and yet it had done almost nothing. A violent burst of blue lightning exploded from the wolf and slammed into her body, the impact hitting so hard that she dropped where she stood. Alita collapsed to the ground, unconscious and completely unable to defend herself. The Alpha immediately clamped its jaws around her limp body and lifted her from the ground like prey it had already claimed. That was the moment Xiang Shihan's expression changed completely. The calm confidence vanished from his face, replaced first by shock, then by raw horror as the truth struck him all at once. Alita had fallen, and if the beast took her from him here, everything would end in this place. His voice tore out of him as he screamed her name in desperation. In that instant, his mind flashed back to the story he had told her at the inn. The painful truth about his first time in Terranor before he disappeared from this world. He had explained that King Lustenad once summoned him through a ritual fueled by the sacrificed hearts of royalty, binding him to this world even against the Emperor's will. But his return this time was different. What had brought him back now was not the same as before. This time, it was far closer to a true summoning, and that meant Xiang Shihan's existence in Terranor was now tied directly to Alita. Whether he wanted to admit it or not, she was the one anchoring him here, his summoner, and the living connection keeping him from being forced away. If the Alpha carried Alita off and that bond was severed, Xiang Shihan would have no way to resist it. The moment that connection disappeared, he would be dragged straight back to Earth against his will. He saw Alita dangling there unconscious in the beast's jaws, her body limp and helpless, already feeling impossibly far out of reach. Panic slammed into him all at once, made even worse by the truth that his body was in no condition to handle this fight properly. His battle energy was almost completely drained, and even his Thousand Faces energy had been worn down to a dangerously thin level. He could not move faster, could not properly chase after the beast, and could not afford even a single moment of hesitation. A cold, suffocating dread wrapped around him, tightening in his chest like ice. He had waited 10 long years to return to Terranor. After everything he had endured, there was no way he would let himself be thrown back to Earth again in such a miserable way. So Xiang Shihan made his decision. Even with barely any strength left in his body, he would force out whatever power remained, and use magic against the monstrous wolf. The Alpha stood there with Alita still hanging from its jaws, while her sword remained lodged in its forehead like a twisted trophy from the fight it had just survived. Then in the next instant, a beam of light exploded forward. With sudden speed and brutal force, Xiang Shihan launched his attack straight at the beast. The massive wolf collapsed far more easily than he had expected, and the moment it hit the ground, Xiang Shihan finally exhaled. Relief washed over him so intensely that it nearly made his whole body tremble. After pulling Alita back to safety, he allowed himself a brief moment to feel the fact that they had survived. Then he swallowed down the lingering fear of almost being forced back to Earth and made himself calm down. Later, in a quiet clearing deep within the forest, the crackling light of a campfire flickered beside them. Xiang Shihan looked over at Alita and asked how she felt after being bitten by the Alpha, now awake again. Alita answered honestly, her voice carrying the exhaustion in her body. She told him that everything hurt. She also reasoned that the Alpha probably had not meant to kill her from the beginning. Flame wolves were known for capturing humans alive and offering them up to their leader, and what happened to her seemed to match that habit. Then Alita's thoughts shifted elsewhere. The fact that the Alpha had used lightning, not just flame, stirred a new suspicion in her mind. Maybe that creature had been some kind of mutation. Her eyes narrowed as she looked straight at Xiang Shihan, while he stayed silent, already sensing the question she was about to throw at him. At last, Alita asked when exactly the two of them had become allies, and why he was still going so far to hide who he really was. She had already connected enough pieces to understand how serious the situation was. The 6 kingdoms now ruling Terranor had all been founded by his former companions, which meant someone like Seong Shihan should have been welcomed anywhere as an honored royal guest. That idea made Seong Shihan laugh, but there was no warmth in the sound at all. He told her that being treated as a guest would be the most optimistic outcome, because execution was far more likely. Then he finally said the truth plainly. After he defeated the Emperor, his own allies betrayed him and forcibly exiled him back to Earth. Even now, after all those years, Seong Shihan admitted that he still could not fully understand why they had done it. None of them had hesitated, not even for a second. Their betrayal had not been some sudden emotional outburst. It had been cold, calculated, and planned from the start. The bitterness of that truth still clung to his voice as he spoke. But while the old memory weighed on him, he noticed something strange about Alita. Alita, who was usually so composed, had gone completely stiff. Her face had turned pale as the meaning of his words sank in. This was not just one man's grudge, but a conflict that reached across every kingdom in Terranor. Then Alita looked at him sharply and said what now seemed obvious to her. Seong Shihan had returned for revenge, and that was exactly why he had been hiding his identity. Seong Shihan simply stared at her, his expression going oddly blank. For a moment he almost looked offended by how quickly she had understood him. He asked if she had truly grasped what he had just told her. Alita answered yes without the slightest hesitation, and somehow that only made Seong Shihan look even more confused. He pointed out that he had basically declared war on all 6 kingdoms of Terranor, so he could not understand why she was still so calm. Alita gave him a faint, almost disarming smile, and answered that she had already been an enemy of those 6 kingdoms for the past 10 years. That left him genuinely stunned, and he muttered that her optimism was honestly absurd. Alita simply replied that she had inherited it from her father. The moment Seong Shihan heard that, he asked if she meant the Emperor. That innocent question instantly lit a spark of anger in Alita's eyes, and she snapped back that her real father was a man named Karan. Then the air around them shifted. A faint disturbance rustled through the trees, and Seong Shihan's expression sharpened as he warned Alita to stay alert, because something was moving toward them. Still recovering from the Alpha's attack, Alita visibly tensed. Her eyes turned toward the darkness between the trees as she whispered that someone really was approaching. She asked if it might be an enemy, but Seong Shihan shook his head. From what he could tell, it did not feel like a full hostile group, but more like a single soldier moving alone. Even so, neither of them relaxed. Both prepared themselves quietly, ready to react the moment whoever was coming stepped into view. A few moments later, a young man pushed his way out from the bushes, moving carefully as he approached their camp. His voice sounded hesitant and polite as he asked whether they could spare a moment to give him directions. The harmless question somehow made the situation feel even more suspicious. But the next realization struck far harder than the way he had appeared. Both Seong Shihan and Alita recognized him at the same time. This was the captain of King Rilstein's investigation team, the very same man who had confronted them only a few days earlier, and from the look on his face he recognized them too. The instant that realization settled in, the surprise on his face twisted into clear fear. Alita moved first. Her hatred boiled over in an instant as she lunged forward with her sword, giving him no chance to ready himself or even draw a proper breath. Her strike came dangerously close to killing him, and the young captain recoiled in pure terror, shaken by the sheer hostility being thrown at him. And yet, against all logic, he shouted for them to stop attacking, insisting desperately that he had not come here to fight. Seong Shihan remained wary. Rather than believe him right away, he decided the safest option was to knock the man unconscious first and question him afterward. He moved with casual precision, launching an attack meant only to disable the intruder without killing him. But the moment Seong Shihan's strike came at him, something in the young captain's face changed. Recognitions flashed through his eyes, as if a suspicion he had been holding onto had suddenly been confirmed. Then, unbelievably, he deflected Seong Shihan's magic. That single action was enough to leave Shihan stunned. The young man not only escaped the attack, but landed cleanly on his feet right in front of both of them. For a rare moment, Seong Shihan was genuinely baffled. Even the companions who had once fought beside Seong Shihan had never properly understood that skill, yet this stranger had somehow broken free from it. Curiosity began to cut through Seong Shihan's hostility almost immediately. His eyes sharpened as he stared at the young man in front of him, and instead of attacking again right away, he demanded to know who this stranger truly was. At that very moment, the captain's expression shifted once again, as if his own thoughts had finally caught up with what had just happened. Surprise on his face twisted into outrage the instant he realized who had attacked him. Seong Shihan watched him carefully as the man reached into his backpack, and his voice turned cold with suspicion as he asked what exactly the captain was trying to pull. For one tense heartbeat, it looked as if the young man might be reaching for a hidden blade or some other weapon tucked away in his bag. Instead of a weapon, he pulled out a worn pair of underwear. Then, with a completely serious face, he held it up in front of Xiang Shihan and asked if it truly belonged to him. Xiang Shihan and Alita both froze, staring in stunned silence. The entire situation was so bizarre that the captain no longer looked like a trained soldier, but more like some deranged lunatic waving stolen laundry around in the middle of the forest. Xiang Shihan instantly decided there was no point trying to understand him. Convinced he was dealing with a full-blown pervert, he turned to Alita and told her to finish the man off immediately. That command threw the captain into a panic. He hurriedly lifted both hands and insisted he had only worded things badly, begging them to calm down. With Xiang Shihan's murderous stare bearing down on him, he quickly declared that he surrendered. Then, somehow making the whole thing even more ridiculous, Xenon raised the underwear even higher, holding it up as if it were a white flag on a battlefield. Xiang Shihan was just about to completely lose his temper when his eyes caught something written on the fabric. His own name was marked there, and that single detail made him freeze. Staring at it in disbelief, he asked if that thing was actually his. Relief spread across the young man's face almost instantly. Then, with sudden excitement lighting up his eyes, he declared that this proved it. Xiang Shihan really was the savior from another world. Xiang Shihan's eyes narrowed at once. His thousand faces aura was not active right now, which meant this man had recognized him without relying on the disguise-breaking effect. The young captain leaned forward, barely able to hold back his excitement, and asked whether his face looked familiar now. Then he finally introduced himself as Xenon, explaining that 12 years earlier, in a village called Ban, Xiang Shihan had saved his life. Xiang Shihan's blank stare said everything. No matter how emotional Xenon sounded, Shihan clearly did not remember him at all. Even so, Xenon did not slow down for a second. He hurried to fill in the gaps, reminding Xiang Shihan that back then, he had crushed the royal soldiers using the exact same skill he had just used only moments ago. Later, after turning that memory over in his mind again and again, Xenon had finally connected the truth. The man who had saved him that day was none other than the legendary savior from another world. And that was not the only truth Xenon uncovered. After learning to wield aura himself and walking the path of a swordsman, he came to understand something even deeper back then. Xiang Shihan had never truly fought with the intent to kill. That realization stayed with Xenon for all those years. Over time, the truth of what he had witnessed became even more powerful to him than the childhood dream that had first driven him forward. Xiang Shihan could only stare at him, thrown off by the thoughts slowly forming in his head. Could this really be that same child from 12 years ago? When Xenon mentioned that he was only 22 now, Xiang Shihan could not stop himself from commenting that he looked far more worn down than someone his age should. Xenon did not seem bothered in the slightest. Instead, he answered with a strangely solemn line about appearance being nothing more than the outer shell, while a person's true essence lived within. That made Xiang Shihan pause. He asked where Xenon had even learned a phrase like that, and Xenon answered immediately, his eyes shining with pride. He had learned it from Xiang Shihan himself. Apparently, those were words Xiang Shihan had said when he saved him, and Xenon had carried them in his heart ever since. For once, Shihan actually looked embarrassed, a faint flush creeping across his face in a way almost no one ever got to see. As the conversation continued, Xiang Shihan finally pointed out the one thing he still could not ignore. Admiration was one thing, but carrying around another man's underwear was on an entirely different level of disturbing. Xenon only grinned even wider, and somehow the situation became even worse. Xenon proudly revealed that the underwear was only one piece of a larger collection, then began listing the rest like a devoted curator presenting priceless treasures, miniature statues, books about his hero's achievements, and rare memorabilia he had gathered over the years. There were even drawings where Xiang Shihan stood proudly at the center, portrayed as the unmistakable hero of every scene. During the entire decade that Xiang Shihan had been gone from Terranor, Xenon had apparently spent his time gathering every trace of him he could possibly find. Xiang Shihan could only stare in silence. The whole thing was so absurd that even he, of all people, had no idea how to respond. In Xenon's eyes, the underwear was the crown jewel of the entire collection. He said this with total sincerity, explaining that it was the very pair Xiang Shihan had worn when he defeated the mad tyrant and that obtaining it had cost him a small fortune. At that point, Xiang Shihan gave up trying to make sense of the madness. He admitted he had heard more than enough and told Xenon to put it away immediately. Xenon then revealed something far more serious. His loyalty to King Rilstein was not truly rooted in politics. The real reason he served that king so faithfully was because Rilstein himself had always been a devoted admirer of the savior from another world. Then, with absolute conviction, Xenon offered himself as Xiang Shihan's blade. Xiang Shihan answered with a quiet test. His gaze settled on Xenon as he asked what the captain would do if the hero he worshipped became the enemy of the very king he served. Xenon did not hesitate for even a breath. He said that if such a day came, he would accept Xiang Shihan's sword without resisting and treat that death as his final repayment. There was no doubt in his answer, no act, and no trace of fear. The young captain was practically overflowing with excitement just from standing before the man he had admired his entire life. And he swore that he would not disappoint him. To prove his devotion, Zenon declared that he would take down the fiery wolves himself. Seong Shihan, much calmer than the overexcited captain, casually told him that he and his ally had already handled that problem. Then he asked if Zenon had somehow failed to notice the Alpha's corpse lying nearby. But Zenon's expression changed the moment he heard that. He knew something they had not realized yet. Zenon explained that fiery wolves usually moved in pairs, male and female. Then he asked whether they had killed the male on purpose to lure out its mate. That was the exact instant the mistake struck them. Seong Shihan had missed one crucial detail, and now the weight of that oversight slammed into him all at once. They were not safe yet. A moment later, the answer came stalking out from the forest. A massive wolf appeared near the fallen Alpha, its presence so violent and heavy that the air around them seemed to sink under the pressure. Before any of them could properly react, the enraged female wolf hurled herself forward, driven by fury and pure vengeance. Seong Shihan's thoughts raced, irritation turning inward, as he cursed himself. A veteran like him should never have overlooked something this basic. Of course, Alita did not miss the chance to poke at him. She teased him for forgetting something so obvious. And her comments slipped under his skin, exactly the way her sharp little remarks always did. Seong Shihan fired back with one of his usual references from Earth, and just as expected, Alita was left completely confused by what he meant. Then Zenon stepped forward, his voice cut cleanly through the tension as he asked for permission to handle the beast himself. He wanted a chance to show his hero what he was capable of. Seong Shihan studied him for a moment, then gave a faint smirk and nodded, telling Zenon to go ahead. That was all Zenon needed. The chance to prove himself before the man he had idolized for years sent a rush of excitement through him, but the furious wolf had no intention of making that trial easy. The female wolf wanted revenge, and nothing else mattered to it now. Zenon's stride instantly released his aura and threw himself into the fight with everything he had. His speed climbed sharply as he closed in on the giant beast, hammering it with blow after blow in a relentless rush that carried real power, practiced technique, and a level of confidence that made it obvious he had been holding back earlier. Even Alita had to acknowledge it as she watched him move. During their earlier clash, Zenon had not shown her anything close to his true strength. Seong Shihan found himself impressed as well. Zenon's movements were clean and natural, the kind of battle instinct that could not be faked. When Seong Shihan praised the young captain's talent, Alita glanced toward him and asked what exactly counted as a genius in his eyes. Seong Shihan answered without much hesitation. He said he had seen plenty of geniuses before, but then calmly separated himself from that group. He explained that he was not truly a genius. The only reason he seemed unusual in this world was because he had come from Earth. The real genius, according to Seong Shihan, had been Lavina, the woman he once loved. That answer made Alita freeze for a moment, the words landing heavier than she expected. And while that brief silence settled between them, the enraged wolf prepared its next attack. With a furious roar, the beast unleashed a torrent of flames straight at Zenon. Zenon believed he could endure that much. So instead of retreating, he pushed directly through the fire with his sword aimed at the beast. He charged head-on, recklessly determined to prove his worth in front of the man he admired. Alita could only watch with growing alarm, but Seong Shihan noticed the danger first. The wolf's posture looked far too familiar, and that single detail was enough for him to realize Zenon was charging straight into the same trap Alita had fallen for. A split second later, lightning erupted from the beast. The strike slammed into Zenon, sending raw electricity tearing violently through his body. Zenon dropped hard to the ground. Watching it happen, Seong Shihan muttered a dry comment about déjà vu. Alita's eyes widened at once, because that was exactly how she had been taken down earlier. Zenon, shaken and furious, looked almost personally offended by the fact that a fiery wolf could use lightning on top of everything else. Alita could not stand by any longer, and declared that she would take the beast herself. Seong Shihan stopped her immediately, making it clear that this time he would handle the wolf personally. The beast's magic should not have worked on him. The moment Seong Shihan said that, Alita understood what he was thinking. Because Seong Shihan came from another world, just like the creatures summoned by the mad tyrant in the past, he should have had a natural resistance to magic. That was exactly what had made the tyrant's monster army so terrifying. Their otherworldly nature made ordinary spells almost useless against them. No matter how skilled or powerful a mage was, magic itself simply failed against beings like that. The same rule should have protected Seong Shihan as well. So when the female wolf turned on him and hurled a wave of flames toward him, Shihan walked straight through it without concern, a smug grin spreading across his face. He told the beast its magic was useless against him, then added that earlier he had only pretended to dodge for the sake of appearances because too many people were watching. But now, with only his companions there to see it, he had no reason to hold back. Then the lightning struck him. The blast hit him at full force, ripping through his body and making him convulse violently on the spot. Alita watched with the exhausted recognition of someone seeing the same mistake happen again. Xenon, meanwhile, looked horrified that his hero had just been dropped by the same attack that had taken him down. Alita dryly threw Seong Shihan's own words back at him, asking if this counted as déjà vu too. That snapped his nerves at once. Shihan barked at her not to copy him. Clearly shaken as disbelief and humiliation crashed together inside him. The flames had done nothing, exactly as expected, but the lightning had gone straight through and actually hit him. That should not have been possible. He had never been struck by something like that before, and the sheer embarrassment of it sent anger flashing across his face. And once Seong Shihan got angry, the fight ended quickly. Humiliated in front of both Alita and Xenon, he lunged at the beast and struck it with overwhelming force, the kind of blow that felt powerful enough to split mountains apart. The giant wolf buckled under that power and finally collapsed for good. Even then, Seong Shihan did not look satisfied. As the massive body hit the ground, his mind remained fixed on the same impossible question. The flames had failed just like they were supposed to. So why had the lightning worked? What exactly had happened to him? After the beast died, Alita addressed him with exaggerated politeness, calling him sir. Seong Shihan immediately bristled and told her once again to just use his name. She answered with sharp sarcasm, saying she would never dare. But Seong Shihan barely seemed to hear her, his eyes still locked on the fallen wolf as he struggled to understand how that lightning had reached him. Even in death, the creature continued to give off a powerful aura, and that only made the situation feel even more unsettling. Seong Shihan, the savior from another world, stood there openly confused, because what had just happened went against everything he believed he understood. When they eventually returned to the stronghold, Lord Ted greeted them with unmistakable relief on his face. He thanked them for surviving the battle and for driving the entire wolf pack out of his territory, true to his promise. Lord Ted handed Seong Shihan and Alita their reward, a pouch filled with 600 silver coins. Seong Shihan weighed the money in his palm and admitted that it was nowhere near enough for the goal he had in mind. Still, for a single mission, the payment was not bad. Then, with renewed energy, he told Alita the plan. From now on, they would take on 5 or 6 missions a day. Alita, of course, answered with her usual dry realism, pointing out that jobs were not exactly overflowing and that they had already been lucky just to get this one. Then Xenon stepped forward, carrying a pouch so heavy that its contents gave themselves away before he even opened it. The unmistakable sound of gold rang out, and when he revealed the amount, 100 gold coins, both Seong Shihan and Alita were left staring. The sum was absurdly large. Seong Shihan immediately demanded to know where Xenon had gotten that kind of money. Xenon answered with the awkward look of someone who knew he had done something questionable, but still believed it had been for a noble cause. He admitted that he had sold one item from his collection of Seong Shihan-related treasures. The moment those words landed, regret hit Seong Shihan instantly. He wished he had never asked. Xenon, meanwhile, looked genuinely proud, pleased that he had finally managed to help his hero in a meaningful way. Alita turned towards Seong Shihan with a smirk, and noted that his underwear seemed to be worth quite a lot. That only deepened his embarrassment, and all he could mutter in his own defense was that it had been a limited edition. Xenon, thrilled by the idea that he had been useful, eagerly asked what Seong Shihan planned to do next. With this much gold, he pointed out, there was no reason for them to keep grinding through mercenary work anymore. Seong Shihan thought it over. From Kagon City, there were 3 neighboring countries they could head toward, though he had not fully decided which one to target yet. Even so, one thing became clear in his mind. The most likely direction would be wherever the weakest enemy stood. And as that thought settled, an old memory began to surface. He quietly admitted that he had never expected to run into the faces of his old companions under circumstances like these. Looking down at the gold coin resting in his hand, Seong Shihan's thoughts hardened into certainty. North. After weighing the options in silence, Seong Shihan decided that would be their first destination. Elsewhere, deep within Rilstein's laboratory, the still surface of a water-filled barrel began to tremble. Ripples spread across it, twisting the reflection, until the ghostly image of Mage Trandon slowly appeared in the water. Trandon's voice came through strained and urgent, carrying the tension of someone who knew the message could not wait as he addressed the king. Rilstein was clearly caught off guard by the sudden contact. His expression hardened at once, and he demanded to know why Trandon was interrupting him when no report had been scheduled for that day. Trandon delivered the first piece of news quickly. There was no longer any need to hire hunters for subjects 11 and 12, because the Barcelian territory had apparently already dealt with them. Rilstein dismissed that report with open contempt, saying it made sense. In his eyes, those subjects had been weak from the start, so their loss meant very little. But then Trandon revealed the real problem. Subject 1 had vanished. That single sentence shattered Rilstein's composure. Rage twisted across his face as he roared at Trandon, calling him incompetent and demanding how someone so useless could dare call himself the head of the Blue Ivory Tower. His fury only climbed higher as he brought up the ancient history of the 4 magical towers, the red, white, blue, and black ivory towers, institutions that had stood across Terranor for thousands of years. Rilstein reminded Trandon that the first king of Lusclan, the greatest mage ever recorded in history, had gathered every scattered fragment of magical knowledge across Terranor. He had divided that knowledge into separate disciplines and assigned each branch to one of the towers, so future generations could train according to their natural talents. Within that system, a mage's floor inside a tower was not just a place to stand, it was a direct measure of their ability and status. The focus then shifted to the 9th floor of Rilstein's own red ivory tower, where even the room around him reflected his rank. Through the magical projection, his glare burned with the same scorching intensity. Rilstein coldly told Trandon that the only reason he sat at the top of the blue ivory tower was because the people who had held that position before him had already been executed. And as Rilstein reminded him with chilling calm, countless mages were still waiting below on the 8th floor, eager for the chance to watch him fall next. Then came the ultimatum. Trandon would have one final chance to eliminate Subject 1. Trandon's ghostly image visibly trembled. The threat hidden beneath those words was impossible to miss, and it frightened him to his core. With a dismissive gesture, Rilstein ended the communication and severed the connection at once. Back in his own laboratory, Trandon sagged in relief and released a long, shaky breath. Even after that terrifying exchange, the head of the blue ivory tower felt a strange sense of reassurance. In Trandon's mind, the fact that Rilstein had granted him one last opportunity meant his position had not been completely lost, and his value had not yet been thrown away. Far away from those schemes, the story moved to Rattensel, the capital of the Jexengard kingdom, a city surrounded by rugged mountains and thick stretches of forest. Inside the royal palace, a subordinate walked anxiously toward a certain chamber. After steeling himself, he entered and announced his presence before the king. King Rodenberg greeted him with a broad, carefree smile, inviting him in as if there could not possibly be anything serious enough to spoil the mood. He even offered a toast, eager to enjoy yet another moment of leisure. But the magistrate entering the room was met with a sight that made his stomach tighten. Wine flowing freely, women laughing around the king, and another noisy celebration filling the palace walls. The magistrate could barely hide his frustration. Keeping his voice as steady as he could, he reminded the king that urgent political matters still required his attention. Rodenberg did not seem bothered in the slightest. He answered that now that the days of being hunted by the Empire were over, he finally intended to enjoy the life he had won. The magistrate pressed him harder, warning that these endless feasts and celebrations were pulling him further and further away from actually ruling the kingdom. The king waved the concern away as if it were nothing, claiming that the expenses came from his own coffers, so no one had any right to complain. That answer nearly broke the magistrate's restraint. He pointed out that the king's wealth was still built on the labor and suffering of the people. Rodenberg countered without shame, saying the previous ruler had taken 60% from the population, while he only demanded 50%. To him, that 10% difference apparently counted as generosity. To the magistrate, it was nowhere close to mercy. Rodenberg defended himself even further, saying he had not burned hundreds of villages or enslaved tens of thousands the way the old regime had. The magistrate answered that the king had still committed cruelties of his own. Rodenberg only laughed, brushing all of it aside as the rightful reward of war, the spoils taken after toppling the tyrant who had ruled before him. Then, with open contempt, he added that a beggar had no right to complain. The magistrate tried to continue arguing, but Rodenberg's patience finally snapped. With the cold authority of a man drunk on his own power, Rodenberg ordered him to leave at once. The servant could do nothing but bow and withdraw, swallowing his outrage because he had no power to challenge the king directly. Left alone with his thoughts, the magistrate reflected bitterly on just how far Rodenberg had fallen. On the battlefield, Rodenberg had once seemed like a lion, unstoppable, fearless, and worthy of admiration. But ruling a kingdom was an entirely different burden. Perhaps it had never been a role he was truly meant to carry. Even so, the magistrate quietly wondered whether the right person might still be able to guide him back. At that very same time, Rodenberg was thinking about something completely different. How pleasant it might be to retire that troublesome magistrate permanently. Then another visitor entered the room. This time, the king's reaction changed. A genuine smile appeared on Rodenberg's face when he recognized Lord Kelteron, an old friend clearly close enough to interrupt his leisure without being punished for it. Kelteron quickly apologized for intruding, but his expression remained serious as he explained that the matter was important enough to require the king's immediate attention. He handed over a stack of documents explaining that every one of them fell directly under the king's authority and could not simply be pushed aside. Rodenberg's face soured the moment he took the papers. He did not even bother reading a single line. Instead, he told Kelteron to handle the matter himself, then tossed the documents into the air as if they were nothing more than scraps. With a careless smile, Rodenberg declared that his true duty was to protect the weak, not waste his precious time on trivial affairs like paperwork. From there, the story shifted again, this time to the western outskirts of Rattensel. Standing before an old crumbling mansion, Alita could only stare in surprise when Seong Shihan announced that this ruined building would become their new base of operations. Xenon Stride's reaction was immediate, loud, and explosive. He declared that the house was practically cursed, and flatly refused to let Seong Shihan and Alita stay in such a filthy, neglected place. Before either of them could properly respond, Xenon threw himself into a full cleansing and purification frenzy, insisting that the mansion had to be made proper before anyone dared step inside. For a long while, the only sounds coming from the old mansion were Xenon's frantic shouting and the relentless noise of vigorous scrubbing echoing through the halls. Alita, listening from outside with a baffled expression, quietly asked Seong Shihan whether this level of intensity was normal for someone who was supposedly just cleaning. Eventually, Xenon Stride finally stepped back into view. His face looked completely exhausted, like every last bit of strength had been wrung out of him, but there was also a clear, almost glowing pride in his eyes. With his chest lifted, he told them they could come inside now. The mansion was still in terrible shape, he admitted honestly, but at the very least every corner had been cleaned until not a speck of filth remained. The moment they stepped inside, the change was so dramatic that even Seong Shihan froze for a second. The old worn-down mansion was still damaged, but the dirt, dust, and grime had been scrubbed away so thoroughly that the entire place almost seemed to shine. As Seong Shihan looked around the sparkling interior with genuine confusion on his face, he couldn't help asking why Xenon Stride was so strangely devoted to keeping everything spotless. Off to the side, Alita quietly came to a very serious conclusion of her own. If she ever ended up fighting Xenon Stride for real, the fastest way to defeat him might not be through strength at all. She might only need to spit on the floor and watch him mentally collapse on the spot. Seong Shihan, however, didn't bother teasing him too much. He simply reached out, clapped Xenon Stride firmly on the shoulder, and praised the young knight's work with clear approval. This was an excellent beginning, he said. Now that they finally had a proper base to operate from, it was time to start preparing for their true goal, confronting King Jacksonguard. Xenon Stride's expression changed at once, shifting from tired satisfaction into the sharp focus of a strategist. He began laying out the political situation across the 6 kingdoms, explaining that their strength could roughly be separated into 3 tiers: the powerful, the ordinary, and the weak. At the top of that hierarchy stood Rilstein and the Anasius Empire, both of them powerful enough to be considered the strongest forces among the 6 kingdoms. Below them were Saffron and Theoronte, positioned somewhere in the middle as the more average powers, strong enough to matter, but not overwhelming enough to dominate the others completely. At the bottom were Jacksonguard and the Kingdom of Ante, both considered the weakest. For the past 10 years, their rule had remained stable enough to avoid collapse, but stability alone had not made them impressive or influential. That uneven balance of power, Xenon Stride explained, had already caused conflict to break out again and again across the continent, and among all those clashes, the largest and most memorable in recent years had been the Kagon War. Rilstein and the Anasius Empire had both gone to war over control of Kagon, and the fighting grew so intense that the other kingdoms eventually had no choice but to interfere. If they had stood back any longer, the conflict could have spread far beyond the city and dragged the entire continent into chaos. Jacksonguard had already thrown his own strength behind the faction resisting those who wanted to seize complete control of the city for themselves. Only after Rodenberg made his move did the fighting finally begin to calm down. In the end, the 2 sides were forced into an agreement, dividing authority over Kagon rather than allowing either kingdom to claim it entirely. The instant Seong Shihan heard that Rilstein and Anasius were trapped in that kind of mutual hostility, his eyes sharpened. To him, their hatred was not just a political problem. Hidden inside that conflict was an opening he could use. As he stepped out of the mansion, Seong Shihan told Xenon Stride that conflicts like this were inevitable. When kingdoms kept clawing for more land, influence, and control, sooner or later, their greed would always collide. Xenon Stride, however, looked deeply disturbed. His face tightened with guilt, as he blamed himself for once swearing loyalty to people he now feared might truly be villains. All that time, he had never known the full truth behind the disappearance of the hero he had admired. Before long, Seong Shihan stumbled onto something he had not expected to see. He found Alita in the middle of training, focused hard on her movements, and calmly asked her how her practice was coming along. The result was not exactly reassuring. Alita was trying to imitate the Thousand Faces technique, but whatever she had managed to produce was warped and unstable. Her face had shifted into something so strangely distorted that even Seong Shihan stopped and stared in disbelief. Annoyed and clearly frustrated, Alita admitted that she just could not keep the technique steady no matter how hard she tried. Then, the moment she noticed Seong Shihan laughing, her eyes narrowed, and she immediately demanded to know what he found so funny. Trying to help, Seong Shihan told her to calm down first. Then he explained that she should imagine an invisible hand gently touching her face, as if something unseen were carefully adjusting her features. He tried to make the idea clearer by adding that she needed to picture herself catching aura and spreading it across her face like makeup. shaping it little by little until it settled into the form she wanted. Even with that explanation, Alita still looked completely lost. The more he tried to describe it, the less sense it seemed to make to her. She reminded him, with growing irritation, that he had already explained it that exact same way 3 times. Not one of those explanations had helped, so this time, she asked him to give her something simpler and easier to understand. Seong Shihan tried to think of another way to explain it. But even he had to admit the truth. He did not fully understand how he performed the technique himself. He had simply learned it from Lavina and absorbed it through experience. So Alita pressed him to teach her exactly the way he had been taught back then. But the moment she said that, the real problem became impossible to avoid. Seong Shihan told her that would not work, because he came from Earth. He explained that although people from Earth and people from Terranor looked nearly the same on the outside, there was one enormous difference between them. Their bodies did not handle magical energy and battle energy in the same way. The foundation itself was different, even if their appearances were almost identical, because Seong Shihan had not been born in Terranor. He had never been restricted by the normal rules that bound the people of this world. For those born in Terranor, controlling combat energy required an incredibly sharp internal sense, something refined through intense training and instinctive awareness. But for Seong Shihan, the process had been far easier. Thanks to his unusual constitution as someone from another world, he had been able to grasp both combat energy and magical energy naturally, climbing all the way to the highest level in only 3 years. Alita listened carefully, then stared straight at him and bluntly accused him of relying on something that sounded suspiciously like cheating. Seong Shihan simply reminded her that he had already said he was not some natural-born genius. According to Rilstein's own research, the source of Seong Shihan's strange ability was not that he had come from Earth specifically. It was simply the fact that he had crossed over from another world at all. That explanation only made Alita more irritated. The idea that someone could cross dimensions, return, and suddenly gain such absurd talent sounded outrageously unfair, as if the world itself had handed him a special advantage. Since none of his explanations were helping her understand the technique, Seong Shihan finally gave up trying to teach it directly. In the end, he told Alita she would have to find her own way to grasp it. Then Alita asked a question that immediately made Seong Shihan's expression change. She wondered out loud whether someone born in Terranor would gain the same kind of abilities if they were sent outside this world, and then brought back again. That question struck Seong Shihan harder than he expected. He fell silent for a moment, thinking it through seriously, and the longer he considered it, the more possible it began to sound. Then, without warning, the ground beneath them began to shake. The tremor came so suddenly that all 3 of them were caught completely off guard. The entire area rumbled violently, throwing off their focus. And for a brief moment, none of them could understand what was happening. Zenon Stride wondered if it might be an earthquake, but Seong Shihan quickly shook his head. He could already sense that something deeper was moving beneath the surface, something far more unnatural than an ordinary tremor. With a grim look, he said he probably knew what was really causing it. A second later, the ground split open. Long cracks tore through the streets, widening into collapsing craters, as the surrounding area began caving in on itself. Civilians were thrown out from the broken rubble, injured, terrified, and scrambling in every direction. Then, from the chaos, the true source of the disaster finally revealed itself. Monsters had invaded the city. In an instant, panic erupted through the streets like wildfire. People screamed and ran for their lives as enormous beasts emerged from the destruction. Their bodies resembled massive lion-like predators, and their mouths were packed with huge, jagged teeth. They were Lichen, and their sudden attack plunged the capital of King Rodenburg into absolute chaos. One voice after another cried out the monster's name, warning everyone nearby to run before the creatures could tear them apart. Then one of the Lichens suddenly lunged toward a little girl. She had fallen to the ground and could not get away in time. The monster loomed over her, lifting its claws as if it were about to rip her apart, but Seong Shihan moved instantly, without even a flicker of hesitation. He stepped between the child and the beast, pulled her out of danger, and brought her safely away from the monster's reach. The moment she was clear, he looked her over at once and asked if she was all right. Zenon Stride quickly swept his gaze across the ruined street, counting the beasts as they moved between the shattered buildings. His face tightened as he estimated that there were at least 30 of them roaming through the area. Seong Shihan, meanwhile, was focused on a completely different problem. These monsters were supposed to live far away in the deep mountain ranges, nowhere near a crowded capital. So how had creatures like that managed to break through all the way into the heart of the city? He had wanted to keep a low profile in this place and avoid drawing any unnecessary attention, but that concern vanished. The moment civilians started screaming, the situation had changed completely. Seong Shihan looked to his companions and made it clear that no matter what happened next, saving the people came first. Zenon Stride accepted the order without hesitation. His expression sharpened, and he immediately threw himself forward, charging straight into the chaos where the monsters were attacking. Alita moved right after him. closing the distance with fierce determination as she rushed into the fight and struck back against the invading beasts. For a moment it seemed like the city's defenses were finally starting to move properly. But just as hope began to appear, something far stranger unfolded in front of them. The capital's army arrived on the scene, but their first command was not to kill the monsters. Instead, they shouted for Seong Shihan's group to stop attacking the beasts. Alita recoiled the moment she heard that order, her eyes widening in disbelief as if she could not understand what kind of madness she had just heard. Then she recognized the armor and banners at once. These were not random soldiers, they were Jacksonguard's knights. At first, Seong Shihan assumed the kingdom's forces had finally arrived to reduce the damage and protect the civilians, which meant his group could focus on helping the city from another angle. But that assumption collapsed almost immediately. Without warning, the soldiers moved to surround them, raising their weapons not toward the monsters, but toward Seong Shihan and his companions. One of the knights spoke in a cold, commanding voice and ordered them to stop attacking at once. This district, he declared, was under the authority of the Black Lion Knight Order, and outsiders were to leave immediately. Alita's anger flared instantly. She demanded to know how they could stand there worrying about pushing them away while civilians were being slaughtered right in front of their eyes. The knight snapped back at her, telling her to be silent. He repeated that the order came directly from the crown, and if they refused to obey, then their actions would be treated as open defiance against the king. Zenon Stride looked visibly shaken, struggling to understand what kind of twisted situation he had been thrown into. Seong Shihan, however, stayed quiet. The argument itself mattered less to him now, because something in the air had shifted, and that change had already caught his attention. Then he felt it clearly. A powerful presence rippled through the area, pressing against the air with such a distinct weight that Seong Shihan's senses locked onto it immediately. Behind the line of soldiers, that aura began to take form. A shadow moved forward from beyond their ranks, approaching with the kind of pressure that made the whole plaza feel heavier. With every step the figure took, Seong Shihan became more certain of who it was. He knew that energy, he had felt that presence before, and there was no mistaking it. Then the figure finally stepped fully into view. It was King Jacksonguard. His voice thundered across the plaza as he declared that no beast had the right to harm his people. With that familiar smile fixed on his face, Jacksonguard stood before the crowd radiating absolute confidence. He told the terrified citizens that they had nothing to fear, because he himself had come to save them. Then, with dramatic certainty, he ordered the Black Lion Knight Order to protect the civilians while he personally destroyed every monster in sight. The soldiers moved at once, obeying without delay, as they formed a firm defensive wall between the panicked civilians and the battlefield. Seong Shihan watched Jacksonguard's grand entrance in silence. But the longer he looked, the stronger the uncomfortable feeling in his chest became. Jacksonguard casually remarked that his body had felt especially sturdy over the past few days. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he surged forward with a massive axe gripped in each hand. With a booming roar, Jacksonguard declared that he would wipe out every last one of the beasts. The crowd could do nothing but stare, frozen by the sheer force of his entrance. Jacksonguard swung those enormous axes as if they weighed nothing at all. Each strike carried terrifying power, and the monsters fell one after another beneath his attacks, torn apart with such ease that they barely seemed capable of standing against him. Then, with a smug expression spreading across his face, Jacksonguard openly mocked the creatures, sneering that it was laughable for beasts like them to think they could ever oppose him. But the battlefield changed again almost immediately after that. The monsters no longer tried to fight to the death. Faced with Jacksonguard's overwhelming strength, the beasts began to break formation, scattering in different directions as they tried to flee. Jacksonguard's smile disappeared in an instant. In its place came open fury, his face twisting as the escaping monsters turned their backs on him. He had no intention of letting even a single one of them get away. Planting his feet firmly against the ground, Jacksonguard prepared to unleash his full strength. A bright magical circle flared to life beneath his axes, spreading out beneath him like a glowing seal. Zenon Stride's eyes widened in awe the moment he saw it. This was the first time he had ever witnessed a battle seal with his own eyes. Alita, just as curious, asked what kind of technique it was. Zenon Stride explained that only swordsmen who had reached the transcendent stage could use something like that, a special magic seal created entirely from concentrated battle energy. Then Jacksonguard released the technique. His signature art, the giant hand battle seal, erupted across the battlefield in a devastating blast. The fleeing monsters were swallowed in its power and annihilated almost instantly. The crowd exploded into cheers. With one overwhelming display of strength, Jacksonguard had erased every monster threatening the city and turned the terror of the plaza into roaring praise. Alita watched with clear admiration, unable to ignore the sheer force he had just displayed. Beside her, Zenon Stride quietly wondered if this was what the peak of a transcendent swordsman truly looked like. But Seong Shihan was focused on something completely different. The raw power itself did not impress him. What held his attention was the performance hidden inside that power. There was a trick woven into the spectacle. and that was what truly made Seong Shihan's eyes narrow. Then it struck him, all at once. Jackson Guard had not arranged this battle simply to protect the people. He had used it as a stage to capture their hearts completely. This was a performance built to create trust, worship, and applause. The moment Seong Shihan saw through the design behind it, anger rose sharply inside him. He never would have imagined Jackson Guard sinking this low just to feed his own popularity. What made it even worse was how natural and effortless the whole act looked. That face, that smile, that perfectly controlled expression, Seong Shihan had seen it before. It was the exact same mask Jackson Guard had worn on the day of the betrayal. Now the king stood there bathing in the cheers of the people, praised as a revolutionary hero who had saved countless lives. But Seong Shihan no longer saw anything great in him. What he saw was a fool being managed from behind the curtain. The more Seong Shihan watched, the more certain he became that this scheme was too polished, too calculated, and far too convenient to be the king's work alone. Jackson Guard might have been the star standing in the center of the stage, but the play itself had likely been written by someone beneath him. Someone sharp enough to keep the king distracted and satisfied, while the real control remained elsewhere. Then Jackson Guard's smile shifted. It was only a slight change, almost too small to notice, but Seong Shihan caught it. The king tilted his head just a little, as if he had sensed something hidden somewhere in the crowd. A cold spike of alarm shot through Seong Shihan. For one tense second, he thought his cover had been exposed. Jackson Guard's eyes moved slowly across the crowd, no longer drunk on their praise. That relaxed, heroic smile remained on his face. But his gaze had sharpened, sweeping from person to person as if he were searching for something hidden among them. He was certain he had never met Seong Shihan before, at least not in this form. Even so, some instinct deep inside him seemed to whisper that someone unusual was standing there among the civilians, blending quietly into the crowd. Still, Jackson Guard did not say a word. He only continued studying the faces in silence, letting his eyes drift over the people one by one. Then a soldier near him finally spoke up, asking if it was time for them to return to the castle. That single question broke the strange tension. Jackson Guard snapped back into his role almost instantly, answering that they would return, and chose to push aside the uncomfortable feeling tugging at his senses. People were still roaring his name, still praising him as a magnificent king, and for Jackson Guard that seemed to be enough. Seong Shihan watched him leave with a deeper interest than before. Jackson Guard may have become a fool in many ways, but even after 10 long years, that body of his was still absurdly powerful, a walking fortress that had not weakened in the slightest. That much, Seong Shihan had to acknowledge. But whether he respected that strength or not, this was not the right time to reveal himself. Not yet. Every move had to be arranged carefully, because if he acted too early, the entire plan he had built could fall apart in an instant. 10 days passed after that. During those quiet days, Seong Shihan and his companions settled themselves deeper into the capital of Rapunzel, keeping their presence low while continuing their preparations in silence. Alita threw herself into practicing the Thousand Faces technique. Her control was still far from perfect, but after steady effort, she finally reached the point where she could at least change her appearance in small, subtle ways. Xenon Stride spent that same time absorbing everything he could from Seong Shihan's Mountain Destroyer art. For him, it was a rare chance to train directly under the very person who had created the technique. As for Seong Shihan, he pushed himself just as hard. He refined both his magic and battle energy until his power had grown to nearly 3 times the level he possessed when he first returned to Terranor. Each of them sharpened themselves in their own way, building strength, skill, and control, while quietly waiting for the moment when the right opening would finally appear. That opening seemed to come through disturbing news from the Bercel region. Reports began spreading that a group of pagans had appeared there, causing chaos and using demons to terrorize innocent civilians. In response, the kingdom issued an official decree, promising swift punishment for those responsible. A public call was sent out for anyone willing to join the expedition, inviting heroes, mercenaries, and ambitious opportunists alike, with the promise of fame and reward. From a short distance away, Seong Shihan narrowed his eyes as he studied the public notice and asked whether those people were truly pagans. Xenon Stride, standing close enough to read the details properly, answered that they were tied to the Dimension clan. The name immediately stirred an old memory. Seong Shihan remembered hearing about a cult from the era of the Mad King, a group of believers scattered across Terranor who worshipped something dark and unnatural. Back then, the Empire had supposedly wiped them out completely, but according to the notice, they had returned with a new doctrine and were gathering followers once again. Then Xenon Stride said the part that made Seong Shihan stare. These former pagans were now calling themselves the Second Coming of Sihan cult. The sheer absurdity of that name hit Seong Shihan like a slap across the face. Xenon Stride explained that these cultists believed the savior from another world was the son of a god, sent down to punish the people of Terranor. In their twisted version of history, Seong Shihan had once tried to carry the people of this world over to Earth, only for 6 evil revolutionary heroes to stop him. And just like that, Seong Shihan saw an opportunity appear in front of him. This expedition gave him the perfect excuse to move against the cult while also using the situation for his own hidden purpose. He was convinced that Jacksonguard would personally lead the campaign. And if the king left the capital, even for a short time, the defenses around the royal palace would inevitably grow thinner. That would create the exact gap Seong Shihan needed to draw closer to Jacksonguard. Once he saw that possibility, the choice was simple. They would join the hunt, and someone suddenly shouted for everyone to line up. Seong Shihan turned his gaze toward the front, only to see Keltaron step forward and announce that by the king's command, he would be the one leading the expedition. Keltaron then declared that rewards would be distributed according to each participant's merit and accomplishments. From behind, Alita asked the obvious question, who would be leading the expedition in person? But Keltaron simply repeated the same answer. He was the commander. The king would not be coming. With that one statement, Seong Shihan's expectation was shattered. He had been certain Jacksonguard would take the field himself. Without the king's presence, dealing with the cult no longer served the same purpose, and the whole situation suddenly became far more troublesome. Seong Shihan's thoughts turned sharply, as he wondered what could possibly have kept Jacksonguard from joining such a public campaign himself. At that same time, Keltaron had thoughts of his own. He quietly reflected on how much effort it had taken to convince Jacksonguard not to involve himself, and there was a certain satisfaction in knowing that command had fallen into his hands instead. Still, beneath that satisfaction, Keltaron understood one important truth. His place in this expedition had not come about by simple chance. Keltaron's involvement was tied to a secret mission that had been arranged through one of Rilstein's agents. Jacksonguard's servant had accepted the request easily enough, especially since it came supported by long-standing sponsors such as Trainum and Azul. To make sure the mission succeeded, the mage promised additional support, 10 6th-level mages and 5 members of the Black Lion Knight Order. Even with those forces already secured, Keltaron had also been ordered to gather more capable fighters for the expedition. It would take effort, of course, but Keltaron judged it worthwhile. If this mission cleared his debt to the Blue Ivory Tower, then the trouble would be a small price to pay. Once all preparations were complete, Keltaron gave the order to move out, and the expedition to hunt down the so-called pagans finally began. Far away from the capital, inside a hidden refuge, those very pagans had already gathered together in secrecy. Their leader, a charismatic young man named Elrin, stood before them with blazing conviction, delivering a feverish sermon to the followers assembled around him. He called them the sons and daughters of Harris, declaring that the faithful had finally taken up the swords of sin with their own hands. Elrin warned them that the kingdoms intended to steal the believers away through military force. Then his voice rose higher, burning with fanatic certainty, as he preached that death itself was liberation and the only true road to freedom. His followers listened as if they were already half entranced, their eyes fixed on him and their minds hanging on every word. Elrin smiled as he watched their devotion deepen, then continued by saying that according to Harris's teachings, only death could free them from this false world, and not merely their own deaths. The deaths of others, Elrin declared, were also a sacred joy offered up to their God. Then he called for those chosen for tribulation to step forward. 3 figures obeyed his command, moving out from among the followers. Among them was a young girl. Elrin turned his attention to the girl and told her not to be afraid. In his eyes, she had been specially blessed by Harris's love. The girl answered that she was not afraid at all. She looked up at Elron and spoke his name directly, her voice steady despite what awaited her. Her confidence seemed to please Elron, and a satisfied look spread across his face. Then Elron summoned what he called Harris's dragon. From the depths of the cave, something began to stir. A sinister presence rose from the darkness below, growing heavier and more oppressive with every passing second. The little girl who had claimed she felt no fear began to tremble anyway. Whatever was climbing up from beneath them carried an aura of hunger and death so intense that even her faith could not completely steady her body. Then the creature fully emerged. A massive black dragon dragged itself into view, looming before the chosen offerings with terrifying weight. Its aura was monstrous, and its very presence seemed to crush the air around it. Even so, the girl cried out with desperate devotion, calling the beast a sacred messenger and offering herself faithfully before it. The dragon responded without even a moment's delay. In one horrifying motion, its massive jaws opened wide, and before the girl could take another breath, the creature swallowed her whole. The 2 remaining offerings instantly stumbled back in terror, their earlier courage collapsing in a single heartbeat. Meanwhile, the black dragon simply turned away and dragged itself back toward the depths, as if it had done nothing more than accept an ordinary meal. Elrin, however, looked deeply satisfied. With reverence in his voice, he proclaimed that the messenger of God had accepted their offering, then begged it to grant them the fire of truth to use against the unbelievers. Relief briefly washed across his face, because this time the ritual had truly succeeded, but that relief faded almost as quickly as it appeared. His gaze dropped to the small pouch clutched in his hand, and concern immediately tightened his expression. The powder inside was disappearing far faster than he had expected, as long as Elren still possessed the ashes made from Lusclan family hearts. And as long as he continued feeding offerings to the dragon, he could maintain some control over the creature. But that control was temporary. Elrond already understood that the grip he had on the dragon would not last much longer. If anyone uncovered the truth, Elrond planned to deny everything without hesitation. Until that day came, he intended to exploit the dragon as much as possible, squeezing every bit of use from the lie before it finally collapsed. Back in the forest, the expedition eventually came to a stop when one of the Black Lion Knights ordered everyone to set up camp. The command rang out sharply, and the group began settling in for the night. But even as people moved around with supplies and tents, the whole camp felt loose, careless, and poorly organized. Zenonstride hated the sight immediately. He looked across the messy crowd with visible irritation and snapped that if they could not even manage their own supplies properly, there was no chance they would ever move as a united fighting force. Alida, calm as ever, barely seemed bothered by the disorder. She simply pointed out that this kind of chaos was normal for an expedition made mostly of mercenaries, then added a dry jab by wondering what an all-powerful knight like Zenonstride would know about that kind of rough travel. That little remark struck Zenonstride exactly where she intended. He immediately fired back, saying it was rather amusing to hear something like that from someone with noble blood. Their eyes locked, and the air between them grew sharp as irritation rose on both sides. Before the argument could flare any further, Xiang Shihan cut straight through it, warning Zenonstride with a sarcastic edge to choose his words carefully. Because if that argument spread beyond their group, Xiang Shihan made it clear that Zenonstride would be the one dealing with the consequences. The younger man immediately shrank back, muttered an apology, and let the tension die down almost as quickly as it had started. Then Xiang Shihan, as if the entire exchange had already stopped mattering, simply admitted that he was hungry and asked if anyone could make something to eat. Zenonstride's face lit up at once. The chance to cook for the hero he admired seemed to breathe new life into him on the spot. He declared with almost alarming enthusiasm that he would prepare something delicious right away. That eager confidence was enough to earn even Xiang Shihan's quiet approval. Still, when Xiang Shihan asked if it was going to be stew again, his voice carried the tired resignation of someone who already knew the answer. Zenonstride nodded without shame. Alida immediately stepped in to defend the meal with pure practicality. Stew was efficient, quick to prepare, and full of the nutrition they needed on a journey like this. Xiang Shihan admitted that she had a point and that he understood exactly why stew was useful, but after eating it 5 times in a row, knowing its benefits did not make it any less painful. Alida answered with the cold logic of someone who had no patience for complaints, saying food existed for survival, not entertainment. Right then, Zenonstride proudly announced that dinner was ready. Xiang Shihan and Alida both looked over with the same weary disappointment, already expecting another bowl of the same bland, repetitive meal. But this time, Zenonstride had actually done something different. The stew he served released a rich, savory aroma into the damp forest air, and the moment they tasted it, the mood around the fire changed completely. It was genuinely delicious, far better than either of them had expected. Xiang Shihan praised it almost immediately, unable to hide his surprise. Zenonstride blushed slightly and tried to brush off the praise, saying it was nothing special. Just a simple vegetable stew. Cooking, he claimed, was only a hobby. That answer left Xiang Shihan staring at him in disbelief. The kid was ridiculous at this point. Xiang Shihan half-jokingly admitted he would not even be shocked if Zenonstride turned out to be a former palace chef, and then he asked him directly if that was the case. Meanwhile, Alida had already emptied her first bowl. Without making a big deal out of it, she quietly pushed the bowl forward for another serving, and Zenonstride looked delighted as he told her to eat as much as she wanted. Xiang Shihan watched the exchange in silence. Somewhere in that small, strangely peaceful moment, his respect for his overly devoted follower rose another level. Then the sky suddenly opened up. A cold raindrop landed on Xiang Shihan's head, followed by another, and within moments, rain began pouring down hard through the forest canopy in heavy sheets. Several tents were still unfinished, and Count Kelteron exploded in frustration. He shouted in disbelief that they were still exposed to the weather, and somehow, the situation had managed to become even worse. As the storm grew louder, Xiang Shihan quietly told Zenonstride that sensing anything in weather like this would be difficult. Zenonstride agreed right away, saying the roar of the rain made it almost impossible to distinguish movements or sounds clearly. Alida, however, remembered something important. Since the main strength of the so-called Second Coming of Sihan cult came from demons, she reasoned that they probably did not need to worry about an attack in weather like this. Zenonstride disagreed. Even if demons hated rain, someone was still controlling them, and if the creatures were being forced to move, their natural instincts might not matter. Xiang Shihan still brushed the concern aside. With complete certainty, he said that not even the strongest controller could fully erase a demon's most basic instincts. He gave them a calm, confident smile, absolutely convinced of his own judgment. Then, before the moment could settle, screams tore through the camp. A sharp cry cut through the pounding rain, warning that they were under attack. Seconds later, enormous shadows descended over the camp from above. The mercenaries scattered in panic, as massive demons dropped out of the storm itself. their grotesque bodies sliced through the night sky as if the downpour meant absolutely nothing to them. Xiang Shihan looked up at the creatures and could only mutter, half horrified and half offended, that Terranor had apparently changed a great deal over the past 10 years. From inside the partial shelter of a tent, Alita stared out in disbelief. Even in heavy rain, demons had still appeared, and that raised an even worse question. Who in the world had enough power to command creatures like these? One of the leaders nearby stopped wasting time and shouted for everyone to form up. He said it did not matter who was controlling the demons right now. The only thing that mattered was surviving the attack. He ordered the fighters into attack formation and told them to prepare for battle. An eye-patch-wearing mercenary charged straight at a lizard-shaped demon with reckless confidence, shouting that they had already lived through hell and had nothing left to fear. Another mercenary rushed in beside him. Their blades struck cleanly, and for one brief second the young man grinned, convinced they had brought the monster down without much trouble. Then the demon moved again. Despite the wounds carved into its body, it lashed out violently and slammed the young mercenary straight in the face. Shock rippled through the surrounding fighters. The demons were not retreating. They were not breaking. They were not acting like living beasts that understood pain or fear. They simply kept advancing, pressing forward no matter how badly they were struck. Xiang Shihan understood the situation at once. With a grim expression, he announced that the demons were being controlled, and because of that, they would not stop moving until they were completely destroyed. Then he quickly shifted everyone's focus, telling them not to scatter their attacks across every target at once. They had to bring the demons down one at a time. That single adjustment changed the flow of the fight. The mercenaries rallied around Xiang Shihan's strategy and attacked with much better coordination than before. From a distance, the Black Lion Knights watched the change with clear interest. One of them quietly admitted that Xiang Shihan was unexpectedly useful when it came to taking control of a chaotic battlefield. Another knight went even further, suggesting that if Xiang Shihan had leadership ability like this, he might actually be worth keeping around. Xiang Shihan himself did not waste even a second. The moment he began moving seriously, the balance of the battlefield shifted sharply in their favor. He cut through the demons with terrifying efficiency, his movements clean and ruthless. One after another, the monsters fell beneath his attacks. By the time Xiang Shihan brought down the last demon, the mercenaries could only stare at him with a mixture of disbelief, relief, and shaken admiration. Then the camp erupted into celebration. Voices rose over the pounding rain as everyone shouted, cheered, and tried to drown out the terror they had just survived with sheer noise. But Xiang Shihan didn't let himself celebrate for even a second. 44 demons had appeared in the middle of that chaos, and not a single one of them had shown the slightest instinct to run, even with the storm tearing through the camp. Those creatures had still marched in together and attacked without hesitation, moving less like living monsters and more like puppets being dragged by invisible strings. That detail sat heavily in Xiang Shihan's mind. The longer Xiang Shihan replayed the battle in his head, the more certain he became that something powerful had been placed behind the scenes. This was not ordinary monster behavior. Some kind of serious enchantment had to be involved. Then his eyes caught on a tent not far from him. The cloth at the entrance trembled faintly, and behind the swaying fabric, several silhouettes shifted as if locked in a tense, urgent discussion. Even from outside, it was clear that the people inside were unsettled. Their movements were stiff, their voices low, and the atmosphere around that tent carried the unease of people who had just realized something had gone wrong. That was all Xiang Shihan needed to see. A cold certainty pressed into his chest. This expedition had another purpose hidden beneath the surface, and it was definitely not as simple as hunting down cultists. For long, Kelteron's voice cut sharply across the camp again. He barked out orders to tighten the watch, warning that anyone who neglected their duty from this point on would face severe punishment. The order immediately stirred bitter resentment among the mercenaries. Many of them had already started muttering under their breath, furious that the Count had hidden away during the battle while everyone else had been forced to risk their lives. Xenon's stride clearly shared that frustration, his expression darkening as he listened. Alita was even more direct, openly calling Kelteron a selfish man without bothering to hide her disgust. Before that irritation could spread any further, Xiang Shihan calmly stepped in. He told them to hold back, saying Kelteron had always been that kind of person, but the way he said it carried just a little too much familiarity to be ignored. Xenon immediately turned toward him, his eyes narrowing with curiosity, and asked whether Xiang Shihan actually knew the Count personally. Xiang Shihan answered that he did not know Kelteron directly, but stories about Kelteron and Terranor were common enough that anyone could have heard them. According to Xiang Shihan, Kelteron was famous for having the body of a hardened warrior while possessing the mind of a wild, savage beast. Xenon's expression shifted at that. First came confusion, then a reluctant flicker of admiration, as though he had begun to wonder whether the Count might actually have some hidden greatness after all. Xiang Shihan cut off that misunderstanding almost immediately with a dry smile. He made it clear that Xenon had taken the words completely the wrong way. What he meant was much simpler. Keltaron was an absolute idiot. Xiang Xian went on to explain that Keltaron had no true martial brilliance to speak of, yet somehow managed to survive every deadly situation he stumbled into. It was not talent keeping him alive, it was the kind of ridiculous dumb luck that seemed determined never to let him die. Alita quietly considered that explanation while Xenon let out a thoughtful remark, saying that the world really was full of strange and interesting people. After thinking it over, Alita reasoned that anyone who had managed to cling to the title of Count of Zard for that long probably could not be completely useless, no matter how foolish or irritating he appeared on the surface. When the first battle finally came to an end, the Count at last stepped out before the worn-down mercenaries. With a grand air, he praised their efforts and told them to rest while they could, because the true hunt would begin at dawn. To Xiang Shihan's disbelief, the very same mercenaries who had been cursing Keltaron's cowardice only moments earlier suddenly began praising his generosity as if their anger had vanished into thin air. Watching their attitude change so quickly, Xiang Shihan could only make a dry observation to himself. Apparently, human adaptability was not something found only on Earth. With the chaos of the day finally behind them, Xiang Shihan, Alita, and Xenon Stride decided to get some rest and preserve their strength for whatever would come with the next morning's hunt. But that brief peace did not last for long. A voice sounded from outside the tent, calling for someone named Mr. Sean Stein, and the moment Xiang Shihan heard the alias, his attention sharpened. A young woman pushed the tent flap open and looked across the tired mercenaries inside. Her gaze moved from face to face before she asked whether Sean Stein was present. Using the false name he had prepared, Xiang Shihan answered in a slightly altered voice, keeping his tone calm as he said that he was the one she was looking for. The woman introduced herself as Dina Crumble, an apprentice of the Black Lion Knight Order. Then she informed the three of them that they had been summoned to meet Mage Haybark and Gelderin. That sudden message made Xiang Shihan, Alita, and Xenon Stride exchange a quiet glance. The invitation was strange, far too abrupt, and definitely not something they could simply ignore. Not long after that, the three of them followed the summons and arrived at the meeting place that had been prepared for them. Dina Crumble explained that whatever would be discussed inside was confidential. Then she stepped aside, indicating the entrance, and told them that the Black Lion Knights and the mages were already waiting within. As Dina turned to leave, however, she suddenly stopped. Something seemed to catch her attention, and her eyes drifted back toward Alita, before widening in clear surprise. Seeing someone as young as Alita already standing among the fighter ranks had caught Dina completely off guard. For a moment she simply stared, unable to hide how unexpected the sight was. Dina's reaction lingered in Alita's thoughts even after the girl stepped away. She had looked at Alita as though she were seeing something rare, maybe even a true prodigy, and that unexpected appraisal left Alita herself a little curious. Once inside the chamber, Xiang Shihan continued to move under the name Sean Stein. His true presence remained carefully concealed beneath the energy of Thousand Change energy, and he had no intention of letting anyone recognize him before the right moment. Inside, a serious gathering of knights and mages was already waiting for them. Gelderin introduced himself first, followed by Haybark, and then their hosts guided the trio toward a detailed map spread across the center table. Gelderin pointed to one of the marked locations on the map and revealed that it indicated the exact stronghold of the cultists. According to him, the place was only about half a day away from their current camp. Then Mage Haybark turned his attention to Xiang Shihan and asked the real question. The second coming of Sihan cult was rumored to possess a powerful beast control spell, and he wanted to know whether Sean Stein had noticed anything like that during the recent battle. Xenon Stride answered before Xiang Shihan could. He pointed out that none of them had ever seen demons attack with that level of coordination before, especially not while a storm that violent was raging around them. That response made Haybark's gaze sharpen. These mercenaries had noticed more than he expected, and the look in his eyes made it clear that their answer had confirmed something for him. After a short pause, Haybark asked them something far more direct. He wanted to know whether the three of them could be trusted with a secret. Xiang Shihan answered in the most practical way possible, his tone dry and unbothered. Whether they could be trusted, he said, depended entirely on how much they were being paid. Haybark seemed to enjoy that blunt reply. He said he liked their attitude, then pulled out a heavy pouch and spilled a small fortune in gold across the table with a solid, glittering clatter. The amount was large enough to make Xenon Stride's eyes widen on the spot. Xiang Shihan, meanwhile, couldn't help remembering that his own underwear had once sold for only 100 gold compared to this pile of money. That memory suddenly felt almost insulting, so he calmly stated that the offer was more than enough. Haybark's expression then turned serious again. He warned them to keep that practical mindset, because what he was about to reveal was not something they should take lightly. The second coming of Sihan cult, Haybark explained, did not actually possess any natural beast-controlling magic. What they used instead was dark sorcery, a twisted power created through the grotesque sacrifice of human lives. He made the difference clear. Magic was structured, studied, and formalized through knowledge and discipline. Sorcery, on the other hand, was unstable, unregulated, and soaked in blood, sacrifice, and dangerous obsession. Seong Shihan immediately pressed him on that point, asking whether that meant sorcery was what had been used to control the beasts during the attack. Habark denied it right away. The cult, he said, had no sorcerer powerful enough to control beasts on such a massive scale. Then, with visible reluctance, he admitted that the truth was even more embarrassing. The answer involved a secret spell belonging to the Blue Ivory Tower. Those words instantly drew Seong Shihan's full attention. Habark saw the change in him and began laying out the explanation. There had once been a talented mage on the 6th floor named Rakran Proud, a highly regarded figure who had been allowed to participate in restricted experiments. But Rakran Proud's ambition had grown faster than his caution. Through his negligence, several experimental beasts broke free from containment and escaped. The punishment for that failure had been absolute. Rakran Proud was stripped of his rank, stripped of every right he had held, and sentenced to the punishment of the 4 elements. Zenon Stride could not hold back his confusion and cut in to ask what that punishment actually meant. Habark answered grimly, explaining that it was an execution ritual carried out with earth, water, fire, and wind, a final sentence. The Blue Ivory Tower reserved only for the most unforgivable crimes. Seong Shihan's brow tightened at that. Even for him, it was difficult to accept that losing control of a few experimental creatures would be enough to justify such a brutal and extreme punishment. But before anyone could question it any further, Habark's expression sharpened like a blade. He cut Zenon Stride off coldly, asking whether a mere mercenary truly understood the weight of the matter he was so casually stepping into. That warning struck Zenon Stride hard. His face immediately lost color, and he lowered his head in apology, realizing too late that he had spoken far beyond his place. Habark continued from there, making it clear that the most important part was what happened next. Rakran Proud had escaped from confinement, and when he fled, he had taken one of the subjugation test beasts with him. That theft had changed the entire situation into something far more dangerous. The creature Rakran Proud stole was not just some ordinary monster locked away for research. That beast possessed the rare ability to command other nearby beasts. The moment Habark said it, the unnatural coordination from the earlier battle suddenly made perfect sense. Seong Shihan finally understood why those demons had ignored their own instincts and charged through the storm without fear. They had not chosen to fight that way. They had been forced. Habark then added another detail that made the situation even uglier. Rakran Proud's father had been a high-ranking member of the very cult they were pursuing, and the stolen beast had become a weapon that allowed the cult to magnify its threat. Gelderin brought the explanation to its real point. Their objective was never just to hunt cultists. They were here to hunt down the beast itself, and with Seong Shihan's help, they intended to erase any trace connecting the disaster back to the Blue Ivory Tower. Seong Shihan played the role expected of him and forced out a respectful response, saying it was an honor. Then, half flattering and half testing them, he remarked that with mages and knights of this caliber gathered together, they could probably even bring down a dragon. Habark answered. Without the slightest hesitation, his gaze remained steady as he said that Seong Shihan's assumption was exactly right. Their true target was the Great Earth Dragon. And for the first time in that conversation, Seong Shihan was genuinely shaken. Later, beside the stream, Seong Shihan slowly pieced the situation together out loud. Now he understood why they had been offered such an enormous payment. This mission was not going to be easy, especially not with their current strength and condition. Zenon Stride still sounded lost, saying he did not understand why so many swordsmen and mages were necessary just to wipe out a handful of crazed heretics. Seong Shihan looked at him grimly and turned the question around, asking whether Zenon truly believed refusing had ever been an option. To Seong Shihan, turning down the offer would have been the same as asking to die. They had already heard too many secrets about the Blue Ivory Tower. And once people like that started revealing confidential truths, it usually meant they had already begun thinking about how to dispose of the witnesses. Zenon Stride and Alita both looked completely lost at his words, as if the thought had never even crossed their minds. Seong Shihan could see it clearly from their faces. The idea that their supposed allies might quietly erase them did not come naturally to either of them. In certain ways, this peaceful age had left them far too innocent. Then, unexpectedly, Alita challenged his conclusion. She said she did not believe the mages intended to harm them, and that calm disagreement immediately caught Seong Shihan's attention. Her reasoning was simple. If the Blue Ivory Tower had truly wanted silence, then they would never have needed to reveal any of their secrets in the first place. They could have simply handed down orders and sent the mercenaries into battle without explaining anything. Instead, they had chosen to tell them about the incident beforehand. The logic was so direct that it almost irritated Seong Shihan. It reminded him once again just how deeply Alita's innocence still remained, even after everything she had been through. Zenon Stride then asked the question that mattered most. Was Seong Shihan actually planning to carry out the mission they had been given? Seong Shihan admitted that he still had not made a decision. The information could be real, or it could be bait for a trap large enough to swallow all three of them. Even as he said that, Seong Shihan's mind was already turning the situation over from another angle, searching for any way to use it to move closer to Jacksonguard. Zen on stride, mistaking the silence on his face for something else, gently offered to wash his clothes for him. None of them noticed the hidden figure watching from a distance. A little later, something else began to pull their attention away from the stream. A group of village women approached with bright smiles and overly friendly voices, greeting the young men warmly and calling them handsome as if they had known them for years. Their hospitality arrived too quickly, too strongly, and with far too much enthusiasm. They invited the trio to rest, asking where they had come from and whether they had traveled all the way from the capital. Xenon's stride visibly flustered under the sudden attention. Seong Shihan shifted with quiet unease, and Alita's posture tightened at once with suspicion. Seong Shihan lowered his voice and remarked that something about the entire situation felt wrong. The women's energy was too intense, too deliberate, as though their cheerful smiles had been pasted over something rotten underneath. Alita kept her guard raised, and in the next instant that false mask finally slipped. The warmth vanished from their faces all at once. Their eyes turned strange, and their expressions twisted into something ugly, distorted, and horribly unnatural. Hidden blades flashed into view, and the smiling villagers lunged forward like rabid predators that had been waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Possession. There was no better word for what had happened to them, because Alita had distrusted them from the very beginning. She was the first to react. Before either Seong Shihan or Xenon's stride had fully processed the ambush, Alita was already moving. Her blade cut through the first possessed woman with clean, frightening speed. Seong Shihan and Xenon's stride both froze for a split second, stunned not only by the sudden attack, but by how instantly and decisively Alita had answered it. The remaining possessed women snarled in rage, their faces twisting further as they realized their ambush had failed before it could even begin, still half stunned by how quickly Alita had seen through them. Seong Shihan demanded to know how she had realized they were about to attack. Alita answered with complete calm, saying she had not known for certain. She had simply learned to be suspicious whenever strangers approached too easily. That answer made Seong Shihan imagine how she must have been quietly measuring every smile, every word, and every step, while the others were still playing along. With a mix of awe and exhaustion, he told her that she lived an unbelievably tiring life. Alita answered without the slightest apology. In her eyes, staying on guard was far better than being cut down, because she had trusted too easily. Then one of the cultists hissed out a fanatical declaration, insisting that death alone was salvation. The possessed women threw themselves forward in a frenzy, screaming that only true believers would reach heaven while condemning Seong Shihan, Alita, and Xenon's stride as filthy heretics. That was when Alita noticed something even more disturbing. Their eyes were wrong in a way that went deeper than ordinary possession, and she immediately warned the others to be careful. 10 seconds later, it was already over. Every possessed woman lay collapsed on the ground, cut down by Seong Shihan's impossible speed before the danger could spread any further. Alita could only stare at the bodies and quietly point out that the eyes had been the only visible difference setting them apart. Seong Shihan, however, was already thinking beyond the fight. Why had these people targeted them? None of the three were key figures in the expedition, and that part made no sense. Then Xenon's stride suddenly pointed into the distance. All three of them followed his gaze, and the moment they saw what lay ahead, a heavy dread settled over them. Smoke was rising into the sky, flames were flashing in the distance, and all of it was coming from the exact village where the expedition force had been stationed. A cold realization settled over Seong Shihan. Those possessed women had never been sent, only after the three of them. They had been part of a much larger attack aimed at the entire expedition. Seong Shihan's irritation sharpened in an instant. His gaze turned cold as he muttered that if the situation had already become this messy, then it was time to clean it up properly. A single glance around the village was enough to confirm the ugly truth. Heretics were everywhere, crawling through the streets and alleys as if the entire settlement had already been swallowed by the cult. More villagers poured out one after another, their faces lit with a disturbing fanatical joy. They chanted that the second coming of Shihan cult would rise to heaven while unbelievers would be cast down into hell, crying that death itself was the only true salvation. Before the mob could surge any closer, Gelderin of the Black Lion Night Order burst into the chaos. His blade flashed once, and one of the cultists was cut down before he could even finish his chant. But the fallen cultist did not die with fear in his eyes. Instead, he gasped in strange relief, as if Gelderin's sword had granted him the blessing he had been waiting for. That reaction threw Gelderin off for a brief moment. He stared down in disbelief, his expression twisting with disgust, and muttered that the man had to be completely insane. Then the ground suddenly trembled beneath him. The brief distraction ended at once as a massive beast came charging straight toward Gelderin, shaking the street with every step. Gelderin understood immediately that the order of priorities had changed. Whatever madness the cultists were caught in, The beast in front of him had to be dealt with first. With a powerful roar, Gelderin raised a huge shield of crackling energy in front of him and braced his body against the monster's incoming attack. At that same moment, Ravel joined the clash as well, rushing in from the side and slamming the creature with a fierce strike of his own. Gelderin was still trying to take in the scale of the disaster around them, as he demanded to know how there could possibly be so many beasts gathered in one place. For an instant, the sight almost reminded him of some twisted version of the Demon King's castle. Habark answered in a grim voice. The heretics had captured the beasts from the mountains. That alone was bad enough, but the explanation that followed made the situation feel even more horrifying. As Gelderin scanned the swelling horde, he and the others could not help wondering just how old the Earth Dragon controlling all of them truly was. Habark revealed that the experiments performed on the dragon had strengthened its ability to dominate minds. Gelderin was horrified by that answer. Fighting against its control already felt like facing a monster that had lived for 500 years. Not a beast that was supposedly only around a century old. But Habark admitted that the reality was even worse. The confusion on Gelderin's face deepened as he began to grasp just how far the dragon had been warped and pushed into madness. Then another shock struck them all at once. Habark and the Black Lion Knights froze as the same terrifying thought landed in their minds at the same time. The beasts were stampeding straight toward the tavern. A second later, the wall of the tavern exploded inward. One of the monsters crashed straight through it, confirming their worst fear. The tavern had been targeted because Kelteron was hiding inside. Face to face with the giant beast, Kelteron completely lost what little composure he had left. He screamed desperately for help, whining that he had been told this place was safe. In the same breath, he babbled that this was exactly why he had demanded more escorts be left behind to guard him. Nearby, the trainee knight Dina Crumble found herself forced to stand against one of the beasts alone. But before the monster could reach her, Xiang Shihan flashed into its path and intercepted the attack, saving Dina at the very last possible second. Relief washed over Dina's face immediately, her tense body loosening for just a moment as she realized she had survived. Then Alita and Xenon Stride arrived as well, throwing themselves into the chaos and helping contain the beasts that were surging through the village. Gelderin gave Xiang Shihan a quick nod of thanks for saving the people inside the tavern, but there was no time to linger on gratitude. He immediately asked where the rest of the mercenaries had gone. Without wasting another second, Gelderin ordered Xiang Shihan, Alita, and Xenon Stride to protect Kelteron, while the Black Lion Knights focused on putting down the rampaging beasts. Kelteron, still trapped in panic, turned his fear directly on Xiang Shihan and screamed at him to protect him. But Xiang Shihan's attention had already shifted elsewhere. He sensed it before it came fully into view. Something enormous was approaching, something far worse than the beasts already tearing the village apart. And a gigantic paw descended from above, so massive that the ground itself seemed to buckle beneath its weight. The true master of the battlefield had arrived. It was the great Earth Dragon itself, the creature commanding every other monster in the area. By then, the entire village had been swallowed by flames, with smoke twisting into the sky and firelight flickering across the ruined streets. Gelderin hurled himself back into the fight and cut down another beast, shouting for everyone to hold on because they were close to finishing off the horde. Watching the battle begin to tilt back in their favor, Kelteron suddenly found enough confidence to shout again. From behind the protection of others, he loudly praised the Black Lion Knights and ordered them to wipe out every last monster. That was when something on the battlefield began to bother Xiang Shihan. Plenty of beasts had been defeated, yet there were not nearly enough bodies left behind. That could only mean one thing: the monsters were retreating. Then the sky darkened once more, and a fresh wave of dread rolled through the ranks as a massive new shadow blotted out the light above them. A dragon had appeared, and even the seasoned knights visibly flinched at the sight of it. Gelderin barked that this was the worst possible timing. Compared to the demonic beasts they had been fighting, the dragon was on a completely different level of danger. The dragon coiled its enormous body, its posture making it clear that it was preparing to strike. Gelderin roared at his soldiers not to panic and immediately ordered the mages to raise a defensive spell. The dragon attacked first, but just in time. A shimmering barrier of water rose before them and absorbed the crushing force of the strike. For one brief second, hope returned to the battlefield. One of the Black Lion Knights declared that the barrier had held and that the subjugation squad could still bring the dragon down. But those words sounded painfully hollow against the exhaustion carved into every face. They had already spent far too much strength fighting through the horde of controlled beasts. Gelderin snapped at them, demanding to know what they were supposed to do about the monsters, still under the dragon's control. Then Habark added an even heavier warning, saying the dragon's domination ability might grow stronger still. The Black Lion Knight captain was visibly shaken, but only for a moment. Gelderin shoved aside his confusion and fear, then barked that there was no time left for complaints. His resolve hardened as he faced the dragon head-on. Even if they were exhausted, he declared, they would make that monster hear the roar of the Black Lion. The dragon charged again, its massive body surging forward with enough force to shake the battlefield. Gelderin met the attack head-on, raising another shimmering magical shield to protect his comrades from being crushed. Then, with his strength gathered into a single decisive blow, Gelderin unleashed a technique called Annihilation. Around them, an enormous defensive barrier began to take shape, spreading wide like a fortress wall made of pure force. It was a monumental protection spell, strengthened by the Black Lion Knight Order's mastery of defensive combat arts. As Xenon Stride watched the barrier rise, his eyes widened with open admiration. The technique reminded him of Iron Wall, and the moment Seong Shihan saw it for himself, an old memory of Jacksonguard from the past surfaced sharply in his mind. That memory struck Seong Shihan harder than he expected, cutting through the chaos of the battlefield for one brief, painful instant. He remembered the reckless way his old friend used to fight against monsters, throwing himself into danger with that same unyielding defensive style. In that moment, the answer became painfully obvious. Jacksonguard had not truly changed after all. Jacksonguard's fighting style had survived the last 10 years almost completely intact, and if the Black Lion Knights had inherited that style, then they had likely inherited both its strengths and its weaknesses. So Seong Shihan quietly made his decision. Seong Shihan told Alita and Xenon Stride that they were going to help the Knights bring the dragon down. But the moment Keltaron heard those words, he exploded into another wave of terror. Keltaron shrieked at them to stay where they were, insisting that their job was to protect him and nothing else. Seong Shihan answered bluntly that if the Knights fell, everyone else would be next to die. That harsh truth finally broke through Keltaron's panic, but instead of showing even a trace of courage, the Count only screamed louder, begging them to get him out of there. Xenon Stride and Alita stared at him in disbelief. People were risking their lives against a dragon right in front of him, and even now, Keltaron could think only about his own escape. Keltaron kept shouting, ordering them to move him immediately and yelling that they had no right to ignore his command. But Seong Shihan's mind had already moved past Keltaron's panic. A plan was taking shape, and a silent glance passed between him, Alita, and Xenon Stride. Keltaron needed to be dealt with first, but just as that thought settled between them, the Count suddenly shocked all three of them. As if he had somehow read their intentions, Keltaron whipped around and demanded to know whether they were planning to knock him unconscious so they could run off and help the Knights. His desperation climbed to an even higher pitch as he begged them to stop thinking like fools and get him away from the battlefield before disaster swallowed them all. Then disaster struck Keltaron before anyone could answer him. Keltaron's eyes rolled back and his body crumpled unconscious right in front of them. Seong Shihan turned in surprise, only to hear Dina Crumble calling out nearby. Dina Crumble had already acted before any of them could make a move. She was the one who had knocked Keltaron out. Seong Shihan could not help feeling a spark of admiration. Dina Crumble had taken the exact step he had only just been about to take himself. Out on the battlefield, the situation was growing uglier by the second. The Black Lion Knights were still holding their ground, but every movement showed they were being pushed to the edge. Revel admitted through gritted teeth that everyone had reached their limit. Their strength was almost gone, and they were fighting on nothing but fumes. Then Gelderin watched in horror as Revel ended up directly in the dragon's path. Gelderin shouted for Revel to dodge, but exhaustion had already stolen the speed from his body. Revel took the hit head-on, and the impact blasted him through the air as if he weighed nothing at all. Gelderin's chest tightened as he watched his comrade get thrown aside. For one terrible second, it felt as though the battle had already been decided. Revel hit the ground hard. Barely conscious, his body pushed far beyond its limits. Then, just as despair began to settle over the battlefield, three figures cut through the chaos. Seong Shihan, Alita, and Xenon Stride arrived like a sudden shift in the tide, moving into position without hesitation as they shielded Revel first, then turned their focus to the dragon in perfect sync. That single moment brought something back to Gelderin: hope. The Otherworld savior had stepped onto the battlefield, and the entire atmosphere changed the instant he appeared. Seong Shihan reached the captain's side and gave him a quick update saying they had come to help, that Keltaron had already been dealt with, and that Revel would survive. But even while Seong Shihan spoke, his attention flicked toward Alita. During their advance, she had taken a hit. Alita brushed it off immediately, refusing to show weakness despite the pain. She insisted she was fine, explaining that the dragon's hide was much tougher than expected, and that her strike had simply bounced back. That answer made the problem painfully clear. Ordinary attacks were useless against the dragon. Seong Shihan said it outright. Unless they could break through those scales, nothing they did would truly matter. But before they could form a proper plan, something strange happened. The dragon suddenly pulled back. Without any warning, the massive creature recoiled as if it had sensed something far worse than the enemies in front of it. Then it turned and fled, abandoning the battlefield just like that. Seong Shihan and Alita both stood frozen in stunned silence, watching a monster of that size run away, as if it had suddenly realized it no longer belonged there. Alita blinked, and her confusion slowly twisted into disbelief, For a moment she even wondered whether the dragon had truly retreated over something as absurd as blood touching its body, like some bizarre creature terrified of contamination. As ridiculous as it seemed, the fight ended there. The captured cultists continued shouting nonsense, clinging desperately to their warped beliefs, and screaming that they would follow their so-called lord no matter what happened. One mercenary silenced a cultist with a sharp kick, muttering that Seong Shihan himself would probably be disgusted if he saw what these fanatics had turned his name into. Seong Shihan assumed the battle had finally reached its end. But Alita did not share that sense of comfort. Her thoughts were colder and sharper. There had been too many losses, too many people gone, and only about 600 soldiers remained. Somewhere nearby, Dina Crumble made a sarcastic remark about Kelteron, pointing out that the Count was still completely unaware of just how close everything had come to total collapse. Alita noted that 3 days had already passed since they left the village. That alone was enough to make her question whether this so-called subjugation was truly over. Seong Shihan understood that something deeper was hidden beneath the surface. This had never been just about wiping out a cult. The entire expedition had been a smokescreen for something larger, and even the leaders of the operation began to question what had happened. Had the dragon truly fled, or had it simply vanished, waiting for another chance to strike? Far away, inside a hidden lair, Rockran Proud was asking himself that exact same question. He stood there furious and confused, completely unable to understand why the dragon had suddenly stopped obeying him. Rockran Proud shouted at the dragon, demanding that it wake up and return to his control, trying with all his strength to force the creature back under his command. His frustration only grew as he replayed the events from the village again and again in his mind. Something had gone wrong. Something had broken. And without the dragon, Rockran Proud's entire plan would collapse. He needed that power. With the dragon under his control, he could have crushed the forces hunting him without the slightest effort. Without it, everything he had built would fall apart. Rockran Proud's thoughts turned desperate. He imagined escaping with the wealth he had gathered and living like a king somewhere far away instead of being hunted down like a fugitive. Still clinging to the hope of regaining control, Rockran Proud poured more powdered heart into his palm and tried once again, offering it to the dragon while commanding it to obey. Then the powder suddenly ignited in his palm. It flared up on its own, bursting into flame without warning, and that was the exact moment fear finally sank into Rockran Proud's face. Rockran Proud's voice began to tremble as he stared at the creature before him, unable to hide the panic rising in his throat as he asked what the dragon was doing. Then the dragon moved. At first it shifted slowly, almost lazily, but the meaning was unmistakable as its enormous body rose before Rockran Proud, no longer acting like a servant and no longer held back by his command. The truth struck Rockran Proud all at once, cold and merciless. His control over the dragon had completely vanished. Alita's blood had broken the spell that bound it. Now the dragon was finally free. Rockran Proud panicked at once, begging desperately and trying to force his authority back over the creature. He shouted commands, clinging to one last attempt to make the dragon obey him again. But it was already over. In a single, merciless motion, the dragon ended Rockran Proud's life without hesitation. There was no struggle, no drawn-out resistance, and no time left for him to beg. Just like that, the man who had been controlling everything was gone. The dragon stepped out from the cave, no longer bound by anyone's will, no longer guided by another's command, and moved back into the world as a free and terrifying force. At almost the same time, the leaders of the expedition finally reached the hidden lair. They had expected resistance waiting for them, maybe more beasts, more cultists, or another wave of chaos. But Gelderin immediately noticed something strange and pointed out that there were likely no beasts left in the area. After all, they had already wiped out more than 100 of them during the earlier fighting. Then Kelteron appeared. He stepped out from the forest as if nothing serious had happened, and the moment the others saw him, their reaction was immediate. Bark demanded to know what Kelteron was doing there, lowering his voice as he reminded him that the existence of the dragon and Rockran Proud was supposed to remain an absolute secret. Kelteron did not seem to care in the slightest. He looked over the escort assigned to him, saw only 1 knight and 2 mages, and immediately began complaining. According to Kelteron, that protection was nowhere near enough. In his mind, there should have been at least 2 knights and 4 mages assigned to guard him properly. Gelderin simply stared at him, barely able to process the sheer audacity of the complaint. But instead of wasting time arguing, he gave the Count a clear choice: stay behind or follow them. There was no third option. Kelteron made his decision quickly. He decided that staying close to the strongest fighters was safer than hiding among ordinary soldiers. Even as Kelteron agreed, his tone stayed condescending, as if he were the one doing everyone else a favor by coming along. That attitude only made Gelderin feel even more uncomfortable. Then Kelteron turned toward Habark and asked directly whether the dragon and Rockran Proud were truly inside the cave. Habark confirmed it, explaining that he had used confession magic on the captured cultists to uncover the location. That answer lingered in Seong Shihan's mind. Something about the method felt wrong to him, almost too convenient, too clean, and far too easy. His thoughts flashed back to the interrogation and to the strange black powder that had been used during it. Whatever that substance was, it had forced answers out of people without resistance, as if their will had simply been crushed before they could fight back. Then Alita appeared beside Seong Shihan, her gaze fixed firmly on the dark mouth of the cave. Something inside was watching them. From the depths of the darkness, two burning eyes opened, glowing with a presence so heavy that the air itself seemed to freeze. Gelderin reacted immediately, shouting for everyone to prepare for battle. The Earth Dragon was there. But then something even stranger happened. Gelderin recognized it. It was the same dragon from before, the one that had already attacked the village. But now it looked different. Its body seemed larger, its presence heavier, and the pressure coming from it had grown far beyond what they had faced before. Even so, Gelderin did not hesitate, trusting in his own strength and the pride of the Black Lion Knight Order. Gelderin charged first, shouting that he would show the dragon the true power of the Black Lion Knights. Habark followed close behind, declaring that the beast would be taught a lesson for standing against them. Mages moved together as one, launching a combined assault. Their magic intertwined in the air, weaving elemental force into a massive vortex of ice and earth. The attack struck the dragon, and then vanished as if it had never existed. There was no impact, no resistance, and no sign that the spell had done anything at all. The entire spell simply disappeared. For a moment, no one moved. Everyone stared in stunned silence, unable to understand what they had just witnessed. Then the realization struck them all at once. This was not merely a powerful creature. This was something else entirely. Something closer to an otherworldly existence than an ordinary dragon. Before anyone could properly react, the dragon attacked. A tremendous wave of fire erupted from the dragon, surging forward with enough force to swallow everything in front of it. The flames crackled with streaks of lightning, tearing across the battlefield and crushing anyone unlucky enough to be caught in their path. Soldiers were wiped out instantly, disappearing beneath the overwhelming blast before they could even defend themselves. Gelderin staggered forward through the burning aftermath, shouting names into the chaos as he tried to find his comrades through the smoke and flames. Around him, the same questions seemed to echo from every terrified face. How had the dragon become this strong in such a short time? Meanwhile, Seong Shihan found himself dealing with another kind of exhaustion entirely. Kelteron, terrified beyond reason, had already fallen into panic again and was clinging to him as if his survival depended on Seong Shihan alone. The heat struck Seong Shihan like a warning, and in that instant, he understood something he did not want to understand. This dragon was resisting the same abnormal magic that should have worked against it, just like the flame wolves from earlier. There was no room left for hesitation anymore. Seong Shihan's gaze swept across the ruined battlefield in a single sharp glance, taking in the bodies of 2 fallen knights, the loss of 4 mages, and the ugly truth that every ordinary spell they had thrown at the monster had been completely useless. Only 3 Black Lion Knights were still on their feet now, and even those survivors looked as if they were standing through sheer stubborn will. If things continued like this, every last person on that battlefield would be crushed before long. With every safer option gone, Seong Shihan finally made the choice he had been trying to avoid. There was no way around it now. He had to reveal a portion of his real power. At that point, protecting his secret no longer mattered as much as keeping the living alive. Seong Shihan fixed his eyes on the dragon, pushed aside every hesitation, and moved. Force that erupted from Seong Shihan's body struck everyone silent. Alita's eyes widened as she drew in a stunned breath, unable to make sense of the overwhelming power suddenly surging from the man she thought she knew. Zenon Stride understood it the moment he felt that pressure crash over the field. That fierce energy, that impossible presence, and that overwhelming stance belonged to the legendary combat art of the savior from another world. Seong Shihan did not waste even a heartbeat. The instant his power flared, he launched himself straight toward the dragon. For the first time since the battle began, the beast reacted as though it had finally sensed a real threat. Seong Shihan crossed the distance in a blur, and drove a direct blow into it with a force that made the air itself seem to tremble. Jordan and Ravel could only stare, frozen in disbelief, as they saw just how much destructive power had been packed into that single strike. Alita stood rooted in place, completely captivated by the sight of Seong Shihan fighting with serious intent. Beside her, Zenon Stride, already certain of what he was witnessing, declared that he knew this technique well. It was the sky-breaking art, the very same power once used to destroy the Emperor's monstrous creations. To Zenon, there was no longer any doubt. Seong Shihan's strength existed on a level far beyond ordinary combat arts, though Seong Shihan himself knew the bitter truth better than anyone. His battle energy still had not returned to the level it should have reached. No matter how hard he pushed, Seong Shihan still could not draw out the full might he had once commanded. Even so, among everything he could use right now, this was the only power capable of breaking through the dragon's scales at all. Ravel, still shaken from the brutal exchange, looked over in confusion and asked Jordan who that terrifying young fighter truly was. Jordan had no grand answer to give. All he could say honestly was that he did not know Seong Shihan's real identity. But he was certain of one thing. That man was stronger than any knight standing on this battlefield. Those words alone were enough to spark life back into the battered survivors. Encouraged by Seong Shihan's sudden breakthrough, Xenon Stride and Alita rushed forward as well, refusing to simply stand back and watch. But nearby, Count Kelteron watched the battle with narrowed eyes, his expression growing sharper by the second. There was something about Seong Shihan's combat technique that tugged at Count Kelteron's memory. And the more he watched, the more a dangerous suspicion began to take shape in his mind. The dragon, however, was far from a simple oversized monster. It already looked terrifyingly powerful from the outside, but the truth was even worse. Xenon Stride and Alita tried to push closer. The dragon's tail ripped across the battlefield, like a sweeping wall of destruction, forcing them back before they could even reach Seong Shihan's side. Even while Seong Shihan hammered the beast with one heavy strike after another, he had to accept the obvious. This monster's body was absurdly, almost unfairly tough. Then the dragon stopped, merely reacting, and decided to unleash its full wrath. It threw back its head, let out a thunderous roar, and released a raging flood of scorching flames straight towards Seong Shihan. Jordan shouted a warning the instant he saw it, yelling that this blast was nothing like the attacks from before. The Earth Dragon was pouring everything it had into that one terrifying breath. Seong Shihan understood the danger immediately. A simple attempt to cancel it with ordinary magic would never be enough, so he raised his own power even higher. He chose to fuse the sky-breaking art with the thundering mountain technique, forcing the two powers together into one devastating attack. Alita watched in open awe as that terrifying energy gathered around Seong Shihan's body, while Xenon Stride could barely contain his excitement, recognizing one legendary move after another. Seong Shihan continued compressing the power, pushing nearly everything he had left into the forming draconic sword until its presence felt sharp enough to split the battlefield apart. Then, with one final explosive surge, Seong Shihan drove the full force of the attack straight into the dragon's forehead. In that instant, the battle was decided. The massive beast staggered under the impact, its huge body losing balance before it finally collapsed and crashed heavily into the ground, dead at last. For one brief moment, relief washed through Seong Shihan's chest. The victory was real. The immediate danger had passed. But as the dust settled, the silence around him made another problem painfully clear. Everyone had seen far too much. Knights, mages, mercenaries, every surviving witness stood frozen in place, unable to tear their eyes away from what Seong Shihan had just done. Even the veteran mages, men who had surely seen countless battles, looked shaken by the overwhelming force he had displayed. A thin thread of fear crept into Seong Shihan's heart. Had he revealed too much? Had he just shattered his carefully built disguise with his own hands? But then, the mood around him suddenly shifted. Instead of staring at him with suspicion, the expedition leaders burst into cheers, praising him again and again for bringing down the Earth Dragon almost entirely on his own. That reaction let Seong Shihan breathe a little easier. Maybe the worst outcome had not happened after all. Jordan and Revel still looked utterly baffled, unable to understand how someone with this much strength had joined the expedition while pretending to be nothing more than a volunteer mercenary. And that was when Seong Shihan realized what they had not noticed. None of them were connecting him to the old legends or to the hero from another world. In their eyes, he was simply an unbelievably gifted fighter. That realization left Seong Shihan with a complicated feeling. Back in his prime, a dragon like this would have fallen from a single hit, and remembering that truth made him feel relieved and bitter at the same time. More than anything, though, he was grateful that he had survived this battle without having his identity fully exposed. Just then, Jordan approached him. The captain looked Seong Shihan straight in the eyes and said what everyone was likely thinking. He had clearly been hiding his true strength. From Jordan's perspective, Seong Shihan was at least as powerful as the Black Lion Knights, perhaps even stronger. So why had he been acting like nothing more than a basic ranked fighter? The question struck Seong Shihan from exactly the wrong angle, and the displeasure on his face made it obvious that he did not appreciate being cornered like this. Xenon Stride immediately stepped between them and spoke up. He argued that mercenaries often kept their true abilities hidden, especially when taking on dangerous work like this. At the same time, Seong Shihan quietly used Thousand Faces to soften his presence again, making his aura seem younger, lighter, and far more harmless than before. Rather than fully clearing things up, the sudden change only made Jordan look even more confused. Still, after a short pause, the captain accepted the explanation. He said he finally understood why Xenon Stride showed Seong Shihan so much respect, even if Seong Shihan was officially supposed to be just another fighter. Xenon Stride seized that opening and pushed the mood in a lighter direction, joking that Seong Shihan had simply gotten lucky, and that such incredible luck clearly deserved a proper bonus. That joke finally loosened the last bit of tension hanging in the air. Jordan's stern expression softened, and once he fully relaxed, he promised that when they returned to the capital, Seong Shihan, Xenon Stride, and Alita would all receive rewards worthy of what they had done. After the situation settled, Seong Shihan quietly turned to Xenon Stride and thanked him. In a low voice, he admitted that Xenon had stepped in at exactly the right moment, and had practically saved him from a troublesome explanation. Xenon Stride looked almost overwhelmed just to hear those words from him. Thrilled that he had been useful, the young knight quickly replied that it was the least he could do. Then, still gazing at Seong Shihan with open admiration, he praised how perfectly Shihan had controlled his strength, using only the amount of power needed to bring the dragon down without wasting anything more. That was when Alita suddenly noticed something odd. She looked towards Seong Shihan and asked why he had never told Xenon Stride that most of his former power was already gone. Seong Shihan answered without trying to dress it up. He still did not completely trust Xenon Stride. Even after revealing sky-breaking magic in front of so many witnesses, a part of him had instinctively kept that deeper weakness hidden. Then Alita said the very thing Seong Shihan least wanted to hear. In her eyes, there was already one person who seemed to have figured it out anyway. It was someone sharp enough to notice the smallest inconsistency. And someone who knew the old stories of the savior from another world far too well. That person was Count Kelteron. The moment Alita said that, a fresh wave of unease tightened inside Seong Shihan. Sure enough, when he glanced over, Count Kelteron's gaze was still lingering on him, heavy with open suspicion. With the Earth Dragon finally dead, the second coming of Sihan cult had been crushed for good. Dina Crumble rushed over in a panic, desperately trying to wake her master, while the terrible price of their victory began to reveal itself all around them. 4 high-ranking mages had lost their lives in the battle against the Earth Dragon, and 2 Black Lion Knights were left in critical condition. Deeper inside the cave, they discovered what remained of Elrond, now reduced to nothing more than a burned corpse. The mages acted immediately, leaving no room for hesitation or sentiment. With fire magic, they burned both the dragon's body and the boy's remains until not even recognizable traces were left behind. Seong Shihan watched the bodies vanish in the flames. He finally began to understand why the flame wolf corpses from earlier had disappeared. Just like the monsters from other worlds, these creatures seemed to dissolve when exposed to certain magical effects. It matched the strange behavior of the beasts that had attacked him before, almost too neatly, yet one detail still refused to fit. Why had the male flame wolf's body remained behind? After that question settled uneasily in his mind, Count Kelteron's group rejoined the main force at Zard Village, where they spent one night recovering before preparing to return to the kingdom. But that same evening, Seong Shihan decided he could not simply leave things unresolved. He went directly to Count Kelteron with a truth too heavy to postpone, and the moment he entered, he told him there was something they needed to discuss right away. Count Kelteron immediately tried to avoid it, suggesting they should rest first and leave everything until after their return. That obvious evasiveness only made Seong Shihan's irritation grow sharper. Seong Shihan pushed straight through the excuse. And when Count Kelteron kept trying to slide around the issue, his patience finally snapped. He raised his voice and accused the Count of already knowing the truth while choosing to stay silent. And that single accusation broke through Kelteron's composure. The old man flinched as if he had been struck. And after a tense pause, he finally gave in. In a trembling whisper, he spoke the truth he had been desperately trying to bury. He called Seong Shihan the savior from another world. The instant those words escaped his mouth, panic flashed across Count Kelteron's face as he realized he had exposed what he knew, but Seong Shihan only gave a calm nod. Now composed again, Seong Shihan said he had expected that reaction. Count Kelteron, still shaken, studied his face and finally asked the question directly. Was he truly Sung Shihan, the man who had vanished 10 years ago? Seong Shihan admitted it, then asked the obvious question in return. How had the Count figured it out, when he was not even a swordsman? Count Kelteron chose his words carefully. He said Seong Shihan probably would not remember it. But during the revolution, their paths had crossed a few times. It had not happened often, but it had happened enough for Count Kelteron to keep fragments of those memories. More than anything, though, it was the difference between then and now that exposed him. Seong Shihan's current power was clearly far lower than the strength he had possessed in the past. That inconsistency was the first thing that made Count Kelteron begin to think. Even so, Count Kelteron still could not understand why the savior from another world had suddenly returned to Terranor while keeping his identity hidden. So he began sorting through every possible explanation, wondering whether Seong Shihan had concealed himself simply to avoid public attention. Yet, even after considering that, Count Kelteron could still sense one thing with unsettling clarity. Seong Shihan was deeply anxious about remaining hidden. That fear was too strong for Count Kelteron to ignore. So he pushed the thought further and asked the question that naturally followed. If secrecy mattered that much, did it mean Seong Shihan still had enemies in Terranor? The question made Seong Shihan pause for a moment. When he asked what had led Count Kelteron to that conclusion, the Count began laying out the trail he had followed. After Seong Shihan vanished and was believed to have returned to Earth, quiet rumors had started spreading in the shadows. There had been whispers that the other revolutionary heroes envied him, feared him, and secretly resented the overwhelming gap between his power and theirs. Back then, Count Kelteron admitted, He had dismissed those stories as nothing more than gossip. After all, unless those heroes were complete fools, why would they send away the very man who had saved them? But now, standing face to face with that same savior, those old rumors no longer felt like distant nonsense. They suddenly felt frighteningly real, and that answer genuinely caught Seong Shihan off guard. From nothing more than a hidden identity, a weakened level of power, and a few scattered clues, Count Kelteron had reasoned his way dangerously close to the truth. It made Seong Shihan wonder once again how a man this sharp could keep being described as someone with the intelligence of an animal. So, to measure him more carefully, Seong Shihan decided to test him. He looked at Count Kelteron and asked what he would do if those rumors about the revolutionary heroes were actually true. For a brief moment, Count Kelteron froze in place. Then his eyes shifted slightly, and it was clear that his mind had begun racing at full speed. If Seong Shihan and King Jacksongard were to join hands again, then Count Kelteron's own future would likely remain safe. But if the betrayal rumors were true, then the man standing before him was not merely a returned hero. He was a wronged hero, the kind of figure who might have come back prepared to tear everything apart. That terrifying possibility pushed Count Kelteron toward his next conclusion. Even for the savior from another world, openly standing against all 6 heroes at once would be insanely dangerous. So if Seong Shihan was still hiding, then someone among the traitors may have already realized he had returned, and Seong Shihan now likely believed his own life was in danger. The moment that idea fully settled in Count Kelteron's mind, his knees gave out beneath him. All of his sharp reasoning, all of his calm composure vanished in an instant. He grabbed desperately at Seong Shihan's clothes and begged to be spared. Words spilled out of him in a frantic mess as he pleaded about his elderly mother, his 3-year-old son, and how the child would be sent to an orphanage if he disappeared. That was when Seong Shihan finally understood why people joked about Count Kelteron having animal-level intelligence. It was not because the man was truly stupid. It was because the moment fear took control, his mind simply stopped working. When he felt safe and calm, Count Kelteron could think several steps ahead. But under pressure, he became completely useless. That single contrast explained a great deal, including why he had always seemed so strangely passive during the old war. Seong Shihan softened his tone and calmly told Count Kelteron to stand up. Then he made it clear, without any hidden threat in his voice, that he had no intention of killing him. Relief crashed over Count Kelteron all at once. Completely overwhelmed, he swore that if Seong Shihan spared his life, he would devote himself to serving him with a loyalty no ordinary king could ever inspire. But Seong Shihan already had a different purpose in mind. A swirl of combat energy gathered in Seong Shihan's palm, and the sight of that power made Count Kelteron's face drain with fresh terror. Before Count Kelteron could even react or beg again, Seong Shihan struck him lightly in the chest. Count Kelteron recoiled in sheer horror, convinced that Seong Shihan had just struck a fatal blow into his body. But after a breathless moment, he realized there was no pain at all. And that confusion quickly overtook his fear as he demanded to know what had just been done to him. Seong Shihan answered with complete calm, telling him it was a trump card. Then he asked Count Kelteron whether he had ever heard of his so-called special technique, explosive aura. Count Kelteron's eyes widened the instant he heard the name. Seong Shihan continued in a cold, steady voice, explaining that explosive aura allowed him to plant condensed battle energy inside another person's body and detonate it whenever he wished. To make the lie sound even more convincing, Seong Shihan added a few careful limitations. He said the technique could only be maintained on 3 people at once, and that it would not work on swordsmen or mages. Then Seong Shihan looked Count Kelteron straight in the eye and told him the only truth that mattered now. His life was completely in Shihan's hands, and once he earned enough trust, the aura would be removed. As the explanation sank in, Count Kelteron actually began to calm down. He touched his chest, exhaled shakily, and declared with almost frantic gratitude that he was simply glad to still be alive. That reaction left Seong Shihan staring at him in quiet disbelief. After hearing something that terrifying, Count Kelteron somehow looked relieved rather than horrified. So Seong Shihan pressed him again, narrowing his gaze as he asked whether Count Kelteron truly understood everything he had just been told. Count Kelteron answered that he understood perfectly. And then, unbelievably, he smiled. In his mind, the logic was simple. As long as he served Seong Shihan faithfully, Shihan had no reason to kill him. That meant he could survive, that meant he was safe, and that meant betrayal was no longer an option. Count Kelteron promised eagerly that from that moment on, he would obey whatever orders Seong Shihan gave him. Still, Seong Shihan decided to test that resolve one more time. Would that loyalty remain the same, even if it meant turning against his own king? Even with his life hanging in the balance, Count Kelteron barely hesitated before answering. He said that if he had to choose between standing with the savior from another world or siding with a destroyer of lands, then there was no real choice to make at all. In Count Kelteron's eyes, only a madman would choose a destroyer over a savior. When Seong Shihan finally left the room, Alita was already waiting outside for him. She glanced at him and remarked that the conversation must have been serious, judging by how long he had been inside. Seong Shihan thanked her for keeping watch, but Alita quickly moved past that and brought up the question that had clearly been bothering her the most. She asked whether he seriously intended to use something like explosive aura while he was still in such a weakened state. That was when Seong Shihan told her the truth. The ability was completely fake, something he had made up from the beginning. Whether he had enough power to use it or not did not matter, because the technique itself did not exist. Seong Shihan explained that battle energy could not simply be planted inside someone's body and exploded whenever he pleased. The whole idea was impractical nonsense, and he had created it purely as a weapon to frighten people into obedience. Alita immediately objected, saying she had read about an ability just like that in books. Seong Shihan calmly admitted that he had spread those stories himself for exactly this kind of situation, so that when the lie became useful, people would already be prepared to believe it. Alita stood there in silence, looking visibly betrayed by how casually Seong Shihan admitted to fabricating the entire thing. Seong Shihan, however, kept his attention on the result. Joining the expedition had already given him what he needed, because Count Kelteron had become a valuable trump card in his hands. Even with that advantage gained, Seong Shihan's thoughts returned to the same unanswered problem. What exactly had that dragon been? Why had it felt so disturbingly similar to the Flame Wolves? He suspected both were connected to the Blue Ivory Tower's experiments, the kind of hidden research he had only heard fragments of before. Alita, still unsettled, said there was something else troubling her as well. It was not only the dragon that felt wrong. What bothered her was the black powder Habark had used during the interrogation, the powder that forced the cultists to reveal where the dragon was hidden. Seong Shihan admitted that the powder disturbed him too, especially because it seemed capable of bypassing a person's mental defenses completely. But Alita shook her head. That was not the part she meant. What truly haunted her was the sensation the powder gave off. The moment she saw it, a sickening feeling rushed over her, as if dozens of insects were crawling inside her mouth. It had been so vivid and so revolting that it dragged an old memory out of her, whether she wanted to remember it or not. Alita had seen that powder before, and as the memory surfaced, grief cracked through her voice. She told Seong Shihan that Rilstein had once used that same powder on the descendants of Lusclan. People under its influence were forced to do unbearable things. They killed others, destroyed themselves, and moved like helpless puppets while remaining fully aware of the horror they were trapped inside. That was how Rilstein arranged Alita's mother's death. He forced Alita's father to kill the woman he loved, and then tried to push him into taking his own life as well. But something went wrong. Alita's father managed to break free from the powder's control, and only after that did the full weight of what he had done come crashing down on him. He saw his wife's corpse before him, and the truth shattered him completely. The unbearable weight of murdering the person he loved crushed his mind so thoroughly that he fell into madness on the spot. Rilstein, watching the entire scene unfold, reached a cold conclusion. No matter how deeply human instinct was suppressed, forcing someone to destroy themselves was still not easy. Then, with nothing more than a snap of his fingers, Rilstein burned the bodies and erased the evidence. To Rilstein, it was only another failed step in a much larger experiment. That failure meant his true goal, complete mental domination, was still harder to perfect than he had hoped. Meanwhile, back in the capital, Jacksonguard finally learned what the expedition had truly been about. It had never been a simple operation to suppress a cult. The real target from the beginning had been the Earth Dragon. Count Kelteron explained that the beast had lived in the Brasalt region for 300 years, growing so dangerous that even the Black Lion Knight Order had failed to kill it in the past. That was why he had hidden the full truth from Trandon, brushing off the reports as nothing more than cultists exaggerating rumors about a supposed Earth Dragon. The moment Jacksonguard understood what had happened, irritation flared across his face. He snapped that he should never have listened to that advice, because if he had known a real dragon was involved, he would have gone there personally. Count Kelteron apologized at once, but Jacksonguard waved it off soon after. He said there had been no way for the Count to know for certain that the dragon truly existed. Then Captain Berkeley von Richest, who had been listening carefully nearby, spoke up and mentioned that he had heard whispers about certain individuals playing a major role in the success of the subjugation. Count Kelteron confirmed the rumors without hesitation. He admitted that those people had been outrageously capable, so capable that he had wanted to recruit them into the Black Lion Knight Order himself. Yet somehow, before he could make the offer, they had already entered his own service as knights under his banner. Berkeley von Richest responded with a sharp, sarcastic edge. He said he had been looking forward to welcoming new talent into the order, but clearly those people valued money more than honor or pride. In Berkeley von Richest's eyes, anyone who made that kind of choice had already proven themselves unworthy. He concluded coldly that he had simply overestimated them from the start. From there, the view moved away from the royal court and into the busy main streets of the capital before settling on the wide grounds outside Count Kelteron's extravagant mansion. Inside the mansion, Count Kelteron reported to Seong Shihan that every arrangement had been completed exactly as requested. A respectable title, an official position, and a safe place to stay had all been prepared without leaving any obvious gaps. He explained that Seong Shihan, Alita, and Xenon Stride would officially be registered as his personal bodyguards, while still operating under false identities to keep them out of sight. They would live quietly in a separate building behind the main mansion. Seong Shihan answered with a bright, almost gentle smile, but every word was soaked in sarcasm. He asked if the next step was for the three of them to kneel right there and swear eternal loyalty to Count Kelteron on the spot. Count Kelteron nearly fell apart just imagining it. He quickly blurted out that he would never dare demand something like that, admitting that even pretending to treat Seong Shihan as a subordinate in public was already enough to make him nervous. Then Count Kelteron leaned closer and lowered his voice, making it clear that there was a far more serious matter they needed to discuss. Trying to read Seong Shihan's true intentions, the Count carefully began with an assumption. If Seong Shihan had truly returned to take revenge on the 6 revolutionary heroes, then Count Kelteron believed Jackson Guard would naturally be one of his targets. That assumption only made Seong Shihan tilt his head slightly. With an almost innocent look, he asked why Count Kelteron would think that. A second later, Seong Shihan burst into laughter. But there was no warmth in it. The sound rang through the room like open mockery, aimed straight at the Count's reasoning. When the laughter finally faded, Seong Shihan made the truth clear. He had no intention of killing Jackson Guard. That answer pulled him back into the past as he stated it plainly. Jackson Guard had betrayed him, throwing away their friendship, their trust, and every memory they had built together. Even so, Seong Shihan would not take Jackson Guard's life. In the end, Jackson Guard had still remained a friend in one crucial way, because he had allowed Seong Shihan to be sent back alive. That line mattered to Shihan, and because of it, he was completely certain he would not kill him. Then came the memory that supported that certainty. The revolution had succeeded. The tyrant had fallen, and soldiers everywhere were celebrating as if the world had finally broken open into freedom. But away from the noise and drunken cheers, beside the glow of a campfire, one of the revolutionary heroes sat apart from everyone else. It was Saffron. While the others drowned themselves in the joy of victory, he remained quiet, deep in thought, and staring into the flames. Jackson Guard, the man who would later become king, approached him and asked why he was sitting alone instead of drinking with the others. Saffron admitted that the victory did not truly feel like theirs. Something about it felt wrong. Then he asked who had ruled the territory they had just conquered. Jackson Guard answered casually. It had been Gruss, Emperor Berserk's half-brother, a man who had fought desperately until the end just to survive. Saffron then gave voice to the thought that had been gnawing at him. Gruss must have felt completely deceived, destroyed by someone he had trusted. Looking at the situation from a wider angle, Saffron began to wonder whether the entire war had simply been Emperor Berserk using the revolution as a convenient tool to remove a political rival. Jackson Guard, however, showed almost no interest in that possibility. To him, victory was victory. Whether someone else had benefited more from it hardly mattered at all. Seeing that reaction, Saffron quietly mourned how much of his friend's innocence had already been worn away by war. Jackson Guard brushed aside the heavy conversation with sarcasm, telling Saffron to stop overthinking before his handsome face started growing wrinkles. Saffron found that response almost absurd. He asked whether thoughts like this had truly never crossed Jackson Guard's mind, but Jackson Guard cut him off before he could even finish. There was no point, Jackson Guard said, in obsessing over things like that. He teased Saffron as someone who thought too much, just another swordsman trying to drown himself in philosophy. Strangely enough, Saffron almost found that attitude amusing. Still, the question of what came next refused to leave him alone. If Emperor Berserk fell and the empire collapsed, then sooner or later someone would rise to rule Terranor. Saffron asked who Jackson Guard thought that person would be. Without giving it much thought, Jackson Guard guessed it would probably be Seong Shihan. After all, Shihan was different from everyone else. And Jackson Guard also mentioned that Shihan had no intention of returning to Earth once everything was over. That casual answer struck directly at the fear Saffron had been trying not to face. If Seong Shihan became king, then what would happen to the bond between them? Would friendship really survive when one person held that much power? At that moment, Jackson Guard finally noticed the real source of Saffron's unease. Saffron reminded him of what had happened to Duke Gruss, a man who had trusted even his own family, only to be betrayed by his brother and beheaded in the end. If history could do that to someone like Gruss, then why should they believe things would be any different if Seong Shihan claimed the crown? Then the memory shattered. The view shifted to Jackson Guard lying on the floor, making it clear that those old moments had only been fragments of a dream, resurfacing while he had dozed off during training. 10 years had passed since those days, and since the choice that would shape everything that followed. Not long after, 2 servants stopped someone approaching the training hall and warned him not to disturb the king. Their warning failed almost immediately. Jackson Guard's son stormed in, furious, shouting that everyone around him had lost their minds. Aints threw open the doors to the training room, his anger written clearly across his face and in every step he took. Jackson Guard barely reacted to the outburst, He simply remarked that it had been a while since they had spoken, then asked his son what he wanted. The young man Aints said he had heard rumors that new construction had begun beside the Palace of Southern Flowers, and he demanded to know why such wasteful work was being ordered. Jacksonguard answered with dripping sarcasm. He said the heating there was poor, and his precious kittens deserved to stay properly warm through the winter. That answer only made Aints even more furious. He called it absurd to force commoners to work under such brutal conditions, then demanded to know how that made his father any different from Emperor Berserk. The moment those words left his mouth, Aints' expression flickered with worry. He realized too late that he had gone too far, because Jacksonguard's face changed immediately. Fury overtook Jacksonguard in an instant. Even so, he forced himself to speak, saying he would forgive that insult this one time. Then Jacksonguard reminded his son that even blood ties had limits, and that some accusations were far too grave to simply overlook. To test him, Jacksonguard demanded that Aints repeat what he had just implied, that his father's rule was no different from Emperor Berserk's. Aints trembled under that crushing pressure, clearly close to breaking. But even then, he forced himself to answer. Aints forced the words out, saying that the impossible work schedules were already hurting the people. Laborers were suffering all across the kingdom, and even under that crushing pressure, he repeated the accusation, asking again how any of this was different from Emperor Berserk's cruelty. That was the final line that pushed Jacksonguard completely over the edge. Jacksonguard roared for silence, invoking the old Rodenberg name as his fury burst outward like a physical force. The pressure of his aura slammed into Aints and threw him backward, sending him crashing hard onto the training room floor. Disgusted that his own son kept pressing the comparison, Jacksonguard glared down at him and ordered him to get out, saying he had no time to waste on such foolish nonsense. Even sprawled on the ground, Aints refused to bow his head or take back what he had said. He answered that he had already said what needed to be said, and now that his words had been spoken, he would leave. Jacksonguard mocked him coldly for acting rebellious after hearing only a few harsh words, calling him weak right to his face. For someone like Rodenberg, whose parents and siblings had all been executed after being branded traitors, Aints was the only blood relative Jacksonguard had ever managed to find again. And yet as Jacksonguard looked at his son, disappointment filled his eyes. Aints had no gift for the sword, his body was too soft, and his heart was too sensitive. In every way that mattered to Jacksonguard, the boy was nothing like him. At that age, Jacksonguard thought he himself had already been an expert. Perhaps he had simply spoiled Aints too much and allowed the boy to grow weak. After that confrontation, Jacksonguard made his way toward Count Kelteron's mansion. Meanwhile, Seong Shihan, Alita, and Xenon Stride had been placed in a plain, aging house tucked behind the Count's grand residence. From the outside, it looked ordinary enough to be forgotten at a glance. But the moment Seong Shihan stepped inside, he stopped in surprise. The interior was elegant, refined, and far more comfortable than the worn exterior suggested. Even better, the place had a hidden entrance, perfect for slipping in and out without attracting attention. Seong Shihan remarked on how quickly Count Kelteron had secured everything, especially when only a few days had passed since the request was made. Count Kelteron then revealed why arranging the place had been so easy. With an awkward expression, he explained that he was still unmarried and had originally built the house in preparation for the day he might bring in a woman who matched his personal fantasies. Seong Shihan immediately shot back that kidnapping was a crime. Count Kelteron panicked at once and denied that it was anything like that. He hurriedly explained that because people already viewed him as a potentially disloyal noble, having a visible family would only put them in danger. The house had been built as a precaution, not for anything criminal. Xenon Stride, meanwhile, cheerfully added that he had already put their old house up for sale, and that the property was now worth more than they had originally paid for it. That news instantly improved Seong Shihan's mood. At the very least, money would not be a problem for a while. Count Kelteron quickly added that his support would not stop at positions and housing either. If Seong Shihan needed money, supplies, or anything else, Count Kelteron said he only had to ask. That promise of full support clearly pleased Seong Shihan, and the tension around him eased just a little. After stepping out of their new quarters, Seong Shihan praised Alita for the useful information she had brought him. Alita explained that formal titles were not casually given to people outside the military or royalty, unless someone had real standing, or at least carried themselves in a way that made others understand the difference in rank. Those titles would not be taken seriously. In Alita's view, it was important to make sure Count Kelteron never started believing that he stood on equal footing with Seong Shihan. Seong Shihan admitted that he barely understood those kinds of social details, then asked whether Alita actually cared about rank and etiquette that much. Alita answered honestly. She had not cared about such things before, but after witnessing what Seong Shihan was truly capable of, she had begun to wonder whether perhaps she should. That answer left Seong Shihan visibly confused for a moment. So Alita quickly softened her tone and told him it was nothing too serious. Then she asked the more immediate question. Should she and Xenon Stride also start changing the way they spoke to him from now on? Seong Shihan shut that idea down immediately. He told her there was no need for anything like that. More than that, he wanted both Alita and Xenon Stride to keep treating him as a friend. Nothing less. That answer clearly made Alita happy, and she thanked him with a warmth that reached her eyes. Once that was settled, Alita finally asked why Xiang Shihan had called her outside in the first place. Only then did he remember the real reason he wanted to speak with her. Xiang Shihan asked her something completely unexpected. Would she be interested in learning magic? His reasoning was simple. Even if it had only happened indirectly, Alita had somehow managed to summon him from Earth, and to him, that alone suggested enormous magical potential. In fact, he suspected her talent for magic might be even greater than her talent for combat energy. So Xiang Shihan pressed the idea a little further and asked what she thought. Alita hesitated, caught between surprise and uncertainty. The thought of fighting with magic sounded incredible to her, almost like something from a dream. But she still saw herself as an ordinary person and doubted whether she could ever truly learn it. Xiang Shihan answered her doubt with complete confidence. What exactly did she think she had to be afraid of? Especially when a high-ranking mage was standing right in front of her, ready to teach her personally? This lesson was coming from someone destined to stand among divine-ranked swordsmen and master-ranked ninth-floor mages. With that confidence behind him, Xiang Shihan began Alita's first real step into magic. Xiang Shihan first asked whether she knew the basics of magic at all. Alita said she understood them in broad terms, so he began explaining the structure clearly. Magic, he told her, was built on 3 basic languages. First came the language of runes, which guided and shaped magical energy itself. Second came the spell, where raw elemental force, such as fire, was transformed into an actual phenomenon, whether it stayed burning at the fingertips or formed into a breath of flame. Third came the trigger, the activating phrase that released the spell into action, like a command that launched fire magic outward. That was the foundation once someone truly became used to it, Xiang Shihan explained. Those steps could eventually be shortened or skipped, but only after the body and mind had repeated them enough times. No matter how intelligent a person was, magical knowledge could not simply be memorized like a lesson from a book. It had to be absorbed through real practice, again and again, until the process became instinct. Then Xiang Shihan reached his hand toward Alita. She flinched for a second, only to watch in amazement as he summoned a spellbook into existence before her eyes. He explained that this was a magical record, a mage's private archive, where accumulated knowledge, techniques, and experience were stored. For Alita, Xiang Shihan said, this would be the first doorway into the world of magic. She stared at the book in amazement, realizing that even after meeting many mages before, she had never seen anything like it. Xiang Shihan clarified that these books were normally invisible to other people. They functioned like personal vaults, holding everything a mage had learned over time. He also explained that posture itself often shaped magical technique, and the stance he had just used was known as a hand seal, or a somatic stance. As he spoke, Xiang Shihan casually remembered how easy his national entrance exam had once been for him, all because of his strange ability to perceive that invisible vault of knowledge. That offhand comment only made Alita more confused. So Alita asked the natural question. Did Earth truly have no combat energy or magic at all? Xiang Shihan told her that people on Earth could not use powers like that. But Alita immediately caught something deeper in his answer. If Xiang Shihan could still use magic on Earth, then Earth itself did not reject magic as a principle, even if magic had never properly developed there. That possibility actually made Xiang Shihan pause. He admitted that he had never really thought about it from that angle before, and that Alita's questions were starting to make even him curious. All Xiang Shihan could say for certain was that his ability to control energy had awakened because he crossed dimensions, and that this gift was something ordinary people from Earth simply did not possess. Alita absorbed his words in silence for a moment, then gave her answer with clear, unwavering certainty. If what Xiang Shihan said was really true, then there should not have been anyone left on Earth capable of opposing him. Her response made Xiang Shihan pause. He had not expected Alita to speak with that kind of sharp, concentrated curiosity, especially when the subject was the world he had been forced back to. Earth. Then, drawn in by the mystery of his past, Alita quietly asked how Xiang Shihan had lived after returning there. The instant the question left her mouth, something in his expression changed. His gaze drifted away, as if he were no longer looking at the room in front of him. The air around Xiang Shihan grew heavier, and the mood shifted with him. Memories began to rise in his mind, pulling him back to the very day he had been thrown out of Terranor and forced back onto Earth. Xiang Shihan had appeared out of nowhere in South Korea, collapsed right before a famous statue, with the noise of city traffic roaring all around him and crowds moving on every side. It took only moments for people to notice him. Passers-by gathered in a loose circle, staring, whispering, and raising their phones to record the strange scene unfolding in front of them. The murmurs spread through the crowd almost instantly. Why was a naked man lying on the ground? Was he drunk, insane, or injured? Should someone call the police before things got worse? Worse still, some people did not even bother hiding their reactions as they openly commented on his body. The shame hit Seong Shihan hard, but even that humiliation could not compare to the question burning through his chest. Why had the people he trusted betrayed him? That same question followed him all the way into the police station. The officer sitting across from him pressed him relentlessly, asking if he was really the missing man found naked near the statue, the same person rumored to have vanished for 3 years, a runaway, a dropout, and now the center of a public scandal. Where had Seong Shihan been all that time? What exactly had he been doing during those missing 3 years? Seong Shihan answered in a flat, emotionless voice, saying that he did not remember anything at all. The officer's face hardened immediately. He snapped at Seong Shihan, accusing him of lying, telling him to stop fooling around and give a serious answer. So in order to escape the situation cleanly, Seong Shihan quietly resorted to magic. Without making a scene, he placed a gentle suggestion into the officer's mind, and the man's entire attitude softened in an instant. Just like that, the officer accepted that Seong Shihan really was suffering from amnesia. His suspicion vanished, and he even urged him to seek proper help. When Seong Shihan finally stepped back outside, the world around him felt strangely unfamiliar. He stood there with no clear destination, and no one he truly wanted to turn to. He had no path laid out in front of him anymore. But that short encounter had taught him one crucial truth. Even on Earth, Seong Shihan could still use magic. That single discovery meant his return was not as simple as it appeared. His life on Earth had already become far more complicated than anyone around him could understand. And then another unexpected thing happened. A car was parked nearby, waiting for him. Seong Shihan's father had come to pick him up. But there was no relief or affection on the man's face. All Seong Shihan saw there was anger. Soon after, the scene shifted to their apartment in Dijon, the home where Seong Shihan had spent his childhood and grown up before everything changed. The moment they stepped inside, his father erupted. He demanded to know where Seong Shihan had been, what he had been doing, and why there had been 3 full years without a single message. No school records, no contact, and no explanation. His father shouted that Seong Shihan had dropped out, thrown away his future, and brought disgrace down on him. Then the older man shoved a newspaper right in front of his face, stabbing a finger at the headline that mocked him as the statue stripper. To his father, the worst part was not that his son had returned after vanishing. It was that his own reputation had been ruined. Seong Shihan felt his heart turn cold. His father had not changed in the slightest. He had never expected a tearful embrace after disappearing for years, but being met with nothing but screaming still struck him more deeply than he wanted to admit. During all those years in Terranor, Seong Shihan had honestly believed he missed Earth, but when he looked at that longing honestly, he realized it had never been his family he missed. It was the internet, TV, his computer, the heater, and the easy comfort of an ordinary modern life. It was not the house, and it certainly was not the people living inside it. In that moment, Seong Shihan understood something ugly and simple. His father cared only about himself. Still furious, his father ordered him to earn his diploma, graduate properly, and study in Seoul, all so he could stop dragging the family name through the mud. Seong Shihan gave a simple answer, calm and empty, saying that he would do it. But his father was not finished. He kept snarling that only academic success could make Seong Shihan into a decent human being. And if he could not even manage that much, then he might as well disappear all over again. After that, Seong Shihan stopped truly listening. His father's voice became nothing more than meaningless noise in the background. His mind had already returned to Terranor, to the world where he had fought with everything he had, risked his life, trusted people with his future, and received betrayal as his reward. From that day forward, only one purpose remained clear inside him. Seong Shihan had to return. Revenge settled in his heart like a quiet, steady flame that refused to die out. A full year passed. To outsiders, it looked as if Seong Shihan was attending cram school, studying hard, and slowly putting his ruined life back together. In truth, he spent most of his time locked inside his room, burying himself in ancient texts and magical theory, desperately searching for any clue that could open a road back to Terranor. Using the knowledge he had gained from spellbooks, Seong Shihan earned his diploma with ease. He even secured admission to a prestigious university in Seoul, as if the academic world of Earth posed no real challenge to him at all. His father, convinced that his son had finally come to his senses and become useful, started acting proud again. He even said he could finally hold his head high in public. That was the moment Seong Shihan decided the time had come. After satisfying every demand that had been forced on him, Seong Shihan calmly told his father that he was moving out, that he would support himself from then on, and that he no longer wanted any contact. As expected, those words set off another burst of rage. While Seong Shihan walked away, his father shouted after him, claiming he was underestimating life and would never survive alone. Seong Shihan almost laughed when he heard that. In a sense, he was underestimating the world, but not in the small, ordinary way his father imagined. By then, Seong Shihan possessed combat energy and magic, powers that made the rules of modern society feel almost laughably limited. With combat energy alone, earning money on Earth was absurdly easy. He could interfere with something as ordinary as horse racing and quietly tilt the results in his favor without anyone understanding how. In less than a year, Seong Shihan had gathered enough wealth to remove every financial worry from his life completely. But none of that was what he truly cared about. Wealth, comfort, and success on Earth meant nothing beside the one thing he still wanted more than anything. Seong Shihan needed a way back. Returning to Terranor had once seemed impossible. He had only brushed the surface of dimensional theory, and even if he somehow mastered travel between worlds, finding Terranor again among countless realities felt like searching for a single spark in an endless darkness. Eventually, he began telling himself that success or failure might no longer matter, because the road ahead offered him no clear signs, no solid clues, and no promise that he was even moving in the right direction. At that rate, 10 years could vanish before he noticed. Perhaps even his entire lifetime could be swallowed by the search. Little by little, the certainty that had once kept Seong Shihan moving began to erode under the pressure of time and reality. More than once, he even wondered whether being thrown back to Earth had been some twisted form of mercy, a punishment softer than death, but cruel enough to leave him alive with nothing but regret. So little by little, Seong Shihan began forcing himself to accept it. He told himself that human relationships were complicated by nature, and that maybe, if he looked at it from the right angle, even Lavina's betrayal could have some kind of explanation behind it. He kept building excuses, one on top of another, until the sharp blade of his anger finally started to dull. To his own surprise, the rage he had believed would burn forever slowly faded away. In the end, Seong Shihan let his betrayers go, or at least convinced himself that he had, and chose never to return to Terranor again. 7 long years passed in that state, slipping by one after another before he fully realized how much time had gone. Seong Shihan adjusted to life on Earth. The desperate hunger for revenge that had once consumed him was gradually buried beneath ordinary routines, quiet days, and the simple weight of passing time. At first, he kept everyone at arm's length, avoiding people as if distance could protect him. But as the days turned into months, he slowly began forming small, fragile connections with his classmates. He completed his military service as well, and even the nightmares of Terranor began to fade into the background. In their place came a far more ordinary fear, the dull, suffocating dread of being pulled back into everyday life. For a time, Seong Shihan even considered using his powers to change Earth itself, to make it better, cleaner, perhaps even less broken than the world he had left behind. But he had already seen what happened when overwhelming power was used carelessly, and that bitter memory still lingered in him. As more time passed, however, a different kind of emptiness quietly took root inside him. With the power to do almost anything he wanted, life on Earth became painfully boring. Nothing felt difficult, nothing felt meaningful, and nothing seemed to carry real weight anymore. Then, one ordinary morning, while he was moving through a gym, something faint brushed against his senses. At first it was so weak he almost could have mistaken it for nothing. But then the sensation grew stronger, and the moment it did, Seong Shihan's entire body went still. That energy was familiar, terribly, impossibly familiar. It felt like a distant whisper from the world he thought he had abandoned forever. Hope struck him all at once, sharp enough to jolt him from the inside. Seong Shihan moved immediately, almost desperately, chasing that sensation as if he needed to prove what his instincts were already screaming at him. Questions crashed through his mind, one after another. How was this possible? Why now? Why after all these years of silence? But beneath all that confusion, one undeniable truth had already settled into place. He was not merely sensing a faint trace of Terranor anymore. He could feel its direction, its position, its coordinates. The one thing he had never managed to grasp before had finally revealed itself, and that changed everything. The hope Seong Shihan had smothered and buried for years suddenly flared back to life. This time he truly believed the result could be different. Every failure before that point had always come down to the same impossible problem. No matter how hard he searched, Seong Shihan had never known exactly where Terranor was. But now, the wall that had blocked him for so long had finally begun to crack. A brilliant light opened before him, bright enough to seize his attention completely. And the sight only strengthened the certainty rising inside him. Terranor's magic was breaking through into Earth. The two worlds were touching, even if only for a moment, and in that instant Seong Shihan realized something ugly about himself. He had never truly forgiven them. He had only given up. He had mistaken surrender for peace, and the hollow ache still buried deep inside him proved the truth better than any words could. His anger had never disappeared. It had only gone dormant because he believed returning to Terranor was impossible. Now that the path had opened again, even slightly, the truth became impossible to ignore. Seong Shihan still wanted to go back. He still wanted answers from the people who had cast him aside, and more than anything, he still wanted revenge. So he threw himself into that purpose all over again. From that point on, school no longer mattered to him. Seong Shihan returned immediately to training his combat energy in magic, while burying himself in dimensional research with a hunger he had not felt in years. That familiar energy from Terranor kept pulling him forward, like a thread stretching across worlds, and with every passing day, his hope only grew stronger. Then, exactly 10 years after he had been cast out, the miracle finally happened. Earth and Terranor connected directly. After all that searching, Seong Shihan had done it. He had opened the path between worlds. For one brief instant, his thoughts went completely blank under the sheer weight of what he had accomplished. Then his purpose came rushing back all at once, sharper and clearer than ever. Seong Shihan had crossed the impossible gap. He could finally return. The moment he understood that, the last ashes of forgiveness inside him burned away. He would reclaim everything that had been taken from him first, and only after that would he even think about peace. Later, when Seong Shihan told Alita about those 10 years, he made the story sound almost simple. He said that life on Earth became easy once he realized he could still use combat energy and magic there. He skipped over most of the uglier memories, speaking as though his exile had been difficult but manageable. Something he had endured without too much pain. When Alita and the others heard that, the tension in their faces eased. They seemed comforted by the thought that, even after everything, Seong Shihan had at least survived well. Then, without warning, the peaceful mood shattered. On a bright and quiet day, Alita suddenly dropped to her knees. Her eyes fluttered shut, and her body seemed to react as though something deep inside her had shifted. Seong Shihan rushed to her side at once and asked if she was all right. Alita answered in a confused whisper, saying she had felt something strange. Seong Shihan confirmed it immediately. What Alita had sensed was magic. He told her that understanding magical theory was important, but what mattered even more was learning how to actually use it. Then he urged Alita to push herself further and test the limits of what she could already do. He revealed that while she had been concentrating on climbing toward the 3rd floor, he had also been carefully concealing the summoning traces tied to his arrival from another world. That revelation clearly caught Alita off guard. Seong Shihan reminded her that even shortly after she first met him, she had already been using a tiny flicker of magic without realizing it. She had not erased her traces back then. She had only hidden them. And that meant something important. If she learned to erase those traces on her own, he would no longer need to keep following her everywhere. The realization made Alita tense. She looked at him and asked whether removing the summoning traces would truly mean she could travel freely without him. Seong Shihan answered yes, without hesitation. He made it clear that he had no intention of tying her down or restricting her freedom. In fact, what Seong Shihan truly wanted was for Alita to gain the strength and freedom to live peacefully, far away from the dangers surrounding him. But that was not the future Alita wanted. She told him plainly that if she remained by his side, she could be useful to him. Seong Shihan did not deny it, and admitted that she was right. In all of Terranor, Alita was the person Seong Shihan trusted most. If she chose to help him, that help would mean more than anyone else's. His answer led Alita straight to another question. Once his revenge was finally finished, what would Seong Shihan do after that? Would he still remain in Terranor, just as he had once planned 10 years ago? Seong Shihan's answer was different now. Terranor was no longer precious to him the way it once had been. He had returned only because unfinished business from his past was still holding him in place. And until every loose end was dealt with, he could not truly move forward. Once all of that was over, Seong Shihan did not intend to stay in Terranor at all. His plan was to return to Earth, to South Korea. Hearing that answer left Alita visibly unsettled. Alita asked in a quiet, uneasy voice whether returning to Earth would demand the same kind of sacrifice as the summoning. Would opening that path again require someone's heart to be burned as the price? The moment Seong Shihan heard that, irritation flashed across his face. The idea itself clearly bothered him. He explained that the truly difficult part was traveling from Earth to Terranor. That was the side that bordered on a miracle. Going back the other way, from Terranor to Earth, was far simpler by comparison. To prove his point, Seong Shihan opened a shimmering portal right there on the spot, the air bending into a doorway that led back toward South Korea. Then he explained the only real problem with the process. If someone from Terranor crossed over, they would have no way of knowing exactly where on Earth they would appear. But for Seong Shihan, Earth was his original world. Because of that, he did not need to lock onto a destination the same way someone else would. He could simply return home. The only thing he truly worried about was avoiding another ridiculous landing point. With a mix of annoyance and lingering embarrassment, Seong Shihan admitted that he had already prepared a magic circle for his eventual return. After what happened the first time, he had absolutely no intention of appearing naked in public again. That confession struck Alita much harder than Seong Shihan seemed to expect, seeing that old humiliation and discomfort still lingering inside him. Alita quietly made her decision. She told Seong Shihan that she would not leave his side. As the cursed daughter of Emperor Berserk, Alita did not believe some bright, peaceful future was waiting for her in Terranor anyway. Staying behind had no meaning for her, so she offered him a simple deal. She would help Xiang Shihan carry out his revenge, and once everything was finished, he had to take her with him to Earth. At the same time, in another part of the kingdom, the gardens of King Jacksonguard's palace were blooming beneath the soft afternoon light. There, a beautiful young woman walked alone among the flowers, quietly admiring the blossoms until another presence approached her from behind. The voice belonged to Prince Aints, Jacksonguard's son, who asked why someone so lovely was wandering through the garden alone in broad daylight. When Queen Lelia saw him, her expression brightened faintly. Queen Lelia answered that the sky looked beautiful that day, her gaze still lifted toward the open blue above the palace grounds. Aints, unable to hide how captivated he was by her beauty, warned her that it was dangerous to be outside without an escort. Queen Lelia brushed off his concern. She said that even as queen, she was little more than a decorative figure, someone with no real authority and no influence worth fearing. The bitterness in her voice was impossible to miss. Then, almost as if speaking to herself, Queen Lelia added that perhaps things would have been different if the king had truly loved her. But instead of spending time with his queen, Jacksonguard wasted his days indulging his concubines. Aints answered with a sincerity that felt almost dangerous, admitting that the very fact his father showed no interest in Queen Lelia made him happy. Driven by that twisted relief, Aints suddenly pulled Queen Lelia into his arms and repeated how glad he was that Jacksonguard felt nothing for her. Queen Lelia panicked immediately. She pleaded with Aints not to hold her like that, warning him in a frightened whisper that someone might see them. But Aints was already too overwhelmed by his feelings to care. He dismissed the danger and whispered that no one was around. Then he drew Queen Lelia even closer and kissed her right there in the middle of the garden, reckless enough to ignore the consequences that could destroy them both. Later, as Aints moved through the mansion grounds, he suddenly felt a subtle pressure ripple through the air, the unmistakable sign that someone was hiding nearby. His voice sharpened at once as he ordered the hidden person to come out. From behind one of the pillars, Kelteron stepped forward. Aints demanded to know why the Count had been searching for him, and Kelteron wasted no time answering. Kelteron said he had urgent information that had to be delivered immediately. Elsewhere, Xiang Shihan was testing something that already looked as if it would taste terrible. Xenon Stride, eager as ever to be useful, brought over a sauce and urged Xiang Shihan to try it, insisting that it would make the flavor much better. Xiang Shihan sampled it and had to admit that the sauce actually worked. Around that same time, an expensive but powerful pill that strengthened combat energy had begun circulating, and Alita openly praised its effects, saying that even taking 2 a day made a noticeable difference in her body. Thanks to Kelteron's support, Xiang Shihan had obtained enough of those pills that the group could take them almost casually. The result clearly pleased him. His recovery in combat energy was moving faster than expected, and at that pace, a direct confrontation with King Jacksonguard no longer felt like something far in the distance. Meanwhile, back at Kelteron's mansion, one of the maids informed the Count that the great Xiang Shihan had arrived. Kelteron immediately slipped into his performance. He snapped in irritation, complaining that Xiang Shihan was late and barking for him to enter at once. The maids scattered the instant his voice rose. Clearly accustomed to fearing that harsh tone, Xiang Shihan watched them hurry away with slight confusion, only for the entire act to flip the moment he stepped inside. Kelteron dropped into a deep bow. The earlier hostility vanished completely, replaced by an almost absurd level of submission as he welcomed Xiang Shihan inside. Seeing this sudden change, Xiang Shihan dryly remarked that Kelteron really belonged on a stage somewhere. If he had not known the truth, he might have believed the anger was real. Then Xiang Shihan shifted to the real matter and asked about the request he had made earlier. Kelteron told him the list was ready. It contained the names of people who had enough influence and enough moral standing to possibly move against Jacksonguard. In Kelteron's opinion, any one of those names could become useful, but the Count was already thinking far beyond simply gathering allies. Kelteron explained that merely collecting powerful people to oppose the king would only give other rulers time to prepare themselves. A smarter path would be to create a situation where Jacksonguard could be brought down with the support of the people themselves. To Kelteron, that was the truly brilliant route, making the king collapse beneath public will instead of relying on a simple coup. Xiang Shihan was not completely convinced. Considering Jacksonguard's public image as a revolutionary hero, the people might not explode with outrage as easily as Kelteron hoped. Still, the main problem in front of him was obvious. Jacksonguard controlled the military, and the Black Lion Knight Order remained fiercely loyal to him. Those two forces alone were massive barriers, but there were cracks. Xiang Shihan had already noticed small openings during the last expedition, especially in the way Jordan and Revel had moved, exposing weaknesses someone like him could take advantage of. Kelteron then pointed out another obstacle: the aristocrats who formed the backbone of royal authority. Xiang Shihan asked the obvious question: who stood at the center of that noble network? Kelteron answered with almost shameless pride that the person at the center was none other than himself. That answer genuinely caught Xiang Shihan off guard. After weighing the situation, he admitted that the whole plan sat at roughly 50-50 odds possible, but nowhere near easy. Then Xiang Shihan's gaze stopped on one particular name from the list: After a brief pause, he pointed it out and said that this person would be the best choice for their plan. Kelteron agreed with him right away, but his expression tightened as he added one troublesome detail. Prince Aints hated Kelteron so deeply that it was practically poison between them. And with that, the focus shifted to Aints himself. The moment Kelteron laid out what he wanted, Aints exploded in fury. He could not believe the Count would stand there so openly, talk about betraying his own father, and still expect the prince to trust a single word. Kelteron, however, did not look frightened. If anything, he seemed faintly amused by how completely King Jacksengard still believed in his own control. Inside, Kelteron had already begun justifying the betrayal to himself. In his mind, this was not simple treason. It was a necessary move, one that ultimately served Seong Shihan's greater purpose. But Kelteron had no intention of revealing the full truth to Aints. The prince saw only what stood before him and called him exactly that, a parasite clinging to the kingdom while pretending his actions had anything to do with patriotism. Then Aints cut through the conversation sharply, ordering Kelteron to stop circling around the point and say what he actually came to say. Kelteron noticed the prince's impatience immediately and adjusted his tone without missing a beat. He calmly admitted that Aints was right. He was, in fact, a parasite. But then Kelteron added that a skilled parasite knew how to choose the proper host. And as far as Kelteron could see, King Jacksengard's reign was already nearing its end. Those words struck Aints like a blade. His expression turned openly cold, because even as a joke, no loyal subject should ever speak that way about his king. Kelteron answered that he understood exactly how dangerous his words were. Then he admitted that empty patriotism and the suffering of the people were not truly what drove him. But even so, he believed this path would reduce that suffering in the end. In Kelteron's mind, any man without loyalty ultimately wanted the same basic thing: a long, safe, and comfortable life. After all, what use was luxury if it could vanish overnight? Aints still could not understand where Kelteron saw any benefit for himself. He pointed out that Jacksengard was still strong and still young, then asked what made the Count so certain the king's rule would not last. Kelteron smiled faintly and said the prince already knew the answer. If Jacksengard ever revealed even the slightest weakness, the entire kingdom could begin to collapse around him. The old brotherhood of revolutionary heroes had long since fallen apart, and Kelteron now claimed that what mattered most to him was the well-being of the citizens. But beneath that polished mask, another far colder thought quietly remained. If the kingdom truly collapsed beyond saving, Kelteron would sell whatever he needed to sell and run if that was what survival required. Ironically, because of Seong Shihan's influence, Kelteron now found himself acting almost like a patriot against his own nature. Aints warned him that if the kingdom fell, Kelteron would not escape the consequences either. Even if he tried to sell out the entire nation, there would be no safe place waiting for him afterward. Then Aints cut straight to the heart of the matter. Even if he became king, how exactly would that benefit Kelteron? The old Count only lived in luxury because of the position he already held. Aints made it clear that he understood exactly what kind of man Kelteron was. Why would Aints ever choose to favor him? At that point, Kelteron made his final offer. If Aints ruled for the sake of the people, Kelteron swore he would obey him. And if Aints ruled for pleasure and luxury instead, Kelteron said he would still obey him all the same. The contrast was intentional. Jacksengard demanded greed and tyranny from Kelteron. So Kelteron asked what kind of rule Aints would demand if he were the one sitting on the throne. Even after hearing all of that, Aints still did not look convinced. His guarded expression made it clear that trust would not come easily. Kelteron took that silence as the natural end of their conversation. He had said everything he came to say. From that point onward, the choice belonged entirely to Prince Aints. Then Kelteron turned to leave. But before he disappeared completely, he tossed out one final poisonous remark, reminding Aints that the woman involved was not just anyone, she was the queen, the king's own wife. That was enough to make Aints snap. Aints demanded to know what Kelteron meant by saying something like that. And the Count answered in the coldest, sharpest way possible. Only the man wearing the crown had the right to share the queen's bed. Back at Kelteron's mansion, Seong Shihan knew nothing about that exchange yet. He was simply enjoying a rare quiet moment, reading in peace, when sudden screams tore through the mansion and shattered the calm. Seong Shihan threw the door open at once, his eyes sharpening as he demanded to know what was happening. Alita staggered into view in a clear panic, her face pale as she called out Seong Shihan's name. The cause of the commotion became clear almost immediately. Alita had nearly struck Xenon's stride. Whatever had happened, it had happened because she lost control of the newly awakened power inside her. Seong Shihan rushed straight to Xenon's stride's side, calling his name and trying to bring him back to his senses while asking what had happened. Alita, still shaken, began explaining everything from the beginning. She said she had been training near the garden that Xenon's stride had planted. Xenon's stride had been checking the plants as usual, calmly observing their growth and saying they were coming along well enough to be harvested soon. After an entire month of training, Alita had finally felt confident enough to attempt her first real spell. Following the basic lessons Seong Shihan had taught her, she chose the simplest first-floor magic she could attempt. Fire magic. Alita summoned her spellbook, began the chant, and focused on drawing flames toward her fingertips. Then, in the very next instant, everything went wrong. The moment the spell began to take shape, Alita released far more power than she had realized was inside her. As soon as that force erupted, it slipped completely beyond her control. Terror seized Alita the instant she felt the sheer size of the magic surging out of her. It was too much, too sudden, and far beyond anything she knew how to handle. Nearby, Xenon Stride had been admiring his plants when the sudden surge made him turn in alarm. Sensing something wrong, he quickly asked Alita if she was all right. But by the time Xenon Stride noticed the danger, it was already too late. A massive fireball tore through the air and came straight at Xenon. For one frozen instant, he could only stare at it, his eyes wide and his body locked in place, completely blindsided by the sudden attack. Confusion and panic crossed his face at the same time, and by then, there was no room left to dodge or even raise a proper defense. The blazing spell exploded just a short distance from him, bursting apart with a violent roar. The force of the blast slammed into Xenon and sent him flying backward through the air like a leaf caught in a storm. According to Alita, that was how everything had happened. The moment she realized the spell might hit Xenon directly, panic seized her, and at the very last second, she desperately tried to shift its path away from him. Instead of striking Xenon, the fireball veered toward the garden. But somehow, that choice only made the disaster feel even worse to Xenon. From the look on his face, he almost seemed as though he would rather have taken the hit himself than stand there watching his precious plants, the little daughters he loved so dearly, get scorched in front of him. Alita, trying with all her heart to make things right, lowered her head and apologized sincerely. Then, with complete seriousness, she promised Xenon that next time she would make sure to aim directly at him instead. That answer only pushed Xenon further into despair. He immediately shouted back, practically trembling with frustration, that if she had to aim anywhere at all, she should aim at the sky, not at him, and definitely not at his garden. Seong Shihan stood over the scorched earth and the ruined remains of Xenon's plants, his expression turning sharper the longer he looked. Something about this was clearly wrong. A spell with that much destructive force could not possibly be an ordinary first-floor spell. Wanting to confirm his suspicion, he turned to Alita and asked her to repeat the incantation. The instant Alita opened her mouth and began chanting again, Seong Shihan's face changed. Whatever he sensed from her magic was enough to make him react at once. Power flowing from Alita was absurd. It was far beyond what should have been possible from the spell she was trying to cast. Before Alita could accidentally release another catastrophe, Seong Shihan cut her off immediately and stopped the chant right there. Then Seong Shihan told her the truth as plainly as he could. The magic she was producing did not feel like a first-floor spell at all. It was closer to something from the 5th floor, and depending on how it was measured, it might even be approaching the level of a 7th-floor spell. Xenon could barely wrap his head around that. Still stunned, he asked if there was any chance his idol's judgment might be mistaken, but Seong Shihan simply shook his head. It made no logical sense, but raw magical talent was exactly the sort of thing that could trample all over common sense. Alita, still overwhelmed by what she had just heard, looked between them and begged for someone to tell her what was happening to her body and her magic. So Seong Shihan began explaining it in the clearest way he could. Normally, a mage absorbed about 10 units of natural magic from the surrounding world and converted that into only 1 or 2 usable units inside themselves. That loss during conversion was completely normal, but in Alita's case, something impossible seemed to be taking place. She was taking in roughly the same amount of ambient magic as anyone else, but instead of losing power while converting it, her magic was somehow increasing. The energy inside her was not weakening through the process. It was being amplified. It was almost as if some outside source, something separate from the normal magical process, was pouring additional power into her spells and strengthening them from behind the scenes. That possibility immediately made Seong Shihan think of 2 names, Safran and Rilstein. If anyone had the knowledge to understand a strange phenomenon like this, it would be people like them. But Alita was not thinking that far ahead yet. Her mind was fixed on what this meant for her own future. If her power was truly this unstable and dangerous, then learning magic would become even harder than before. Seong Shihan warned her that until she learned how to control that power, reckless practice would be far too risky. Alita looked at him and asked directly if her magic really was that strong right now. When he confirmed it without hesitation, the softness in her expression disappeared, replaced by a hard, determined look. If she remained in that condition, unable to control her own power, then she would not be able to stand beside Seong Shihan or help him with his revenge. That realization alone was enough for Alita to make her decision. No matter how difficult it became, no matter how dangerous her magic was, she would master it. Seong Shihan noticed the resolve in her eyes immediately, and seeing that determination sparked a new idea in his mind. After a moment of thought, Seong Shihan admitted that there might actually be a way to help Alita bring her overwhelming power under control. He told her that he had once dealt with a similar problem himself, because he was an outsider from another world. His body absorbed magical energy far more efficiently than people born in Terranor. That same abnormal absorption had once made his own magic extremely difficult to control. The moment Alita heard that, hope visibly returned to her face. Just knowing that Seong Shihan had experienced something similar, and that there might be a method to tame her power, changed everything for her. Seong Shihan told her that he could try to help, but he made it clear that he could not guarantee her safety. There were too many unknown risks involved. Alita answered without even pausing. She did not care about the danger. She wanted to try. Later, after returning to Kelteron's mansion, Seong Shihan met with the Count once again. Kelteron greeted him in a noticeably better mood than before. When Seong Shihan asked about Prince Aints, Kelteron confirmed that the prince had indeed shown interest after their private conversation. But simple interest was not enough to move a prince into action. If Aints was going to truly commit himself to a plan of this scale, he wanted proof first. He needed to see that Kelteron actually had the power and reach to carry it out. That response excited Seong Shihan more than it concerned him. He had expected Prince Aints to demand something like this sooner or later, so instead of hesitating, he asked exactly what kind of proof the prince wanted to see. Kelteron leaned in a little closer, lowering the distance between them, and gave the answer without dressing it up. Prince Aints wanted one of the king's 3 loyal dogs eliminated. The moment Seong Shihan heard that phrase, his attention sharpened. When he asked who those so-called dogs were, Kelteron explained that they were the 3 powerful figures who quietly controlled the kingdom from behind the scenes. When it came to military power, the first was Great Berkeley, the commander who led the Black Lion Knight Order. When it came to wealth and economic influence, the second was Duke Kramaton, the richest man in the kingdom and also Jackson Guard's father-in-law. Seong Shihan could already hear the direction this was taking, so he asked about the third in a dry, almost unimpressed tone. Kelteron gave the answer with almost embarrassing ease, making it clear that the third was none other than himself. Then he moved on and clarified which of the 3 targets Prince Aints wanted removed. Berkeley. The name alone changed the weight in the room. Berkeley was a master-ranked swordsman, and by any normal standard, that made him a serious and dangerous opponent. Kelteron, however, brushed that concern aside as if it were nothing. To someone with the power of the savior from another world, he said eliminating Berkeley should be a simple matter. Seong Shihan admitted that the true problem was not Berkeley's strength alone. If he made a move against him, he would have to keep his real identity hidden, which meant avoiding the unmistakable fighting methods that normally defined him. That restriction would make the task far more difficult. Then Kelteron asked whether Seong Shihan had ever met Berkeley before. Seong Shihan replied that he had not, at least not under that name. Kelteron then revealed the missing piece. Berkeley had not always been known as Berkeley. Before gaining noble status and reshaping his identity, that man had once gone by the name Darthwald. The moment that truth came out, the entire meaning of the conversation shifted. Far away from that quiet discussion, a massive new castle was being raised under King Jackson Guard's rule. The construction site thundered without pause, filled with the noise of labor, stone, and shouted orders. In the middle of it all, a Black Lion Knight screamed at the exhausted workers, ordering them to move faster. The man dominated the laborers with open cruelty, snarling down at them as if their lives meant nothing. He warned that if they kept working so slowly, he would have to kill another worker just to remind everyone how urgent the job was. But he never got the chance to finish his threat. Before his words could fully settle over the terrified crowd, that very night suddenly came crashing down. Someone had struck the night down from among the gathered workers. A voice rang out, raw with anger and pain, declaring that they would no longer endure this life of suffering and would no longer keep living for Jackson Guard's twisted amusement. That voice promised freedom from their chains, and almost instantly the entire construction ground erupted. The workers who had been forced to bow their heads now rose together, and rebellion spread like fire through the night. The Black Lion Knights were stunned by the sudden uprising. For one cold, terrifying moment, the word revolution flashed through their minds. Then the sight exploded into violence as workers and soldiers collided in chaos. One of the knights broke away and rushed to report the situation to Berkeley, breathlessly telling him that the laborers had launched a full-scale revolt. At first, Berkeley dismissed the report without much concern. To him, they were only workers, and he believed they could be suppressed easily. Then the report continued, and one detail finally made Berkeley's expression change among the workers stirring up the rebellion. Some had once served in Jackson Guard's old Revolutionary Army. Men like that were different from ordinary laborers. Even after years of chains, exhaustion, and humiliation, the pride they had carried on the battlefield had not completely died. The moment Berkeley heard that, his lazy indifference vanished from his face. He understood exactly how dangerous that kind of resistance could become if it was allowed to spread, so he decided to step onto the field himself. But when the soldiers finally pushed their way into the center of the uprising, the sight waiting for them made every one of them freeze. Standing at the front of the workers was a man they recognized. He faced the soldiers without backing away and ordered them to retreat, making it clear that he had no desire to cut down people who had once been his allies. Then he gave his name with steady resolve. Captain Delarth, a master-ranked swordsman. Just hearing that name was enough to make the air around the battlefield grow heavier. Before the stunned soldiers could properly recover from the shock, Berkeley himself arrived. His face was twisted with anger, furious that this situation had become troublesome enough to drag him out personally. Berkeley looked over the chaotic construction grounds with open contempt. Then, in a cold, mocking voice, he asked if this pathetic disturbance was what they dared to call a revolution. His aura spread out around him like crushing pressure, bearing down on everyone nearby as he demanded whether Delarth truly meant to defy the king's command. Delarth did not retreat from that pressure. Instead, he answered with an accusation of his own, declaring that he could no longer stand by and tolerate the atrocities being committed there. Berkeley responded with a sharp, insulting sarcasm. He said it had been a long time, then deliberately called the older man Gramps, as if the word itself was meant to spit on everything Delarth had once been. Delarth answered by calling him by the name from his former life, Darthwald. The instant that old name left Delarth's mouth, Berkeley's expression hardened. He said he no longer answered to that name and ordered Delarth to address him properly by the title he held now, Great Berkeley. Delarth refused to yield. He admitted that after the world had changed, he never thought he would have to draw his sword again. But for the sake of the suffering people standing before him, he would raise his blade one more time. Berkeley answered coldly that retirement did not erase what Delarth was. He was still a knight, and if he pointed his sword against the king's will now, then his actions were treason. That accusation struck Delarth deeply, but it did not silence him. He gestured toward the exhausted workers around them and demanded that Berkeley look at them with his own eyes. These people were being crushed by greed and by men like him. So Delarth asked where the honor was in that, and what kind of pride could possibly exist in such cruelty. Berkeley gave him nothing in return. There was no sympathy in his gaze, no flicker of shame, only a colder and more merciless certainty than before. Berkeley, only one thing truly mattered: absolute loyalty to the lord one served. Delarth tried one final time, staring at the man who had once been Darthwald, and asked whether this was truly the kind of world Berkeley wanted to build. That question only made the commander of the Black Lion Knight Order bristle with anger. He warned Delarth never to call him by that old name again, then declared himself fully as Berkeley von Rochest, a man reborn through the honor granted to him by the king. And the moment those words left his mouth, Berkeley moved first and attacked. The clash between the two former allies erupted in an instant, fierce, direct, and violent from the very first exchange. But almost as soon as their blades met, the difference between them began to show. Berkeley's strength only seemed to grow with every strike. Each blow came heavier than the last, forcing Delarth backward step by step under the pressure. As the duel continued, concern slowly spread across the old revolutionary's face. Delarth could feel it now. The gap between them was not small. From the sidelines, Xiang Shihan watched the battle with a cold, experienced eye. Berkeley was stronger than before, much stronger. Even though he and Delarth were supposedly standing at the same rank, this was not an ordinary opponent. That truth revealed itself almost immediately as Berkeley advanced without a shred of mercy, hammering Delarth with a relentless storm of attacks and driving his former comrade farther and farther back. Then came the sound that erased any remaining doubt. One brutal strike landed cleanly, and Delarth's body finally gave way beneath it. Delarth staggered, lost his footing, and collapsed hard to the ground. In that instant, the rebellion's hope seemed to fall with him. The workers erupted in fury, shouting at Berkeley in outrage for daring to cut down Captain Delarth like that. Berkeley turned his gaze toward the shouting workers, his eyes cold and already judging their worth. In that moment, he saw through them completely. These people were not merely helpless laborers. They were former swordsmen from the Revolutionary Army. That realization only made Berkeley's expression harsher. He sneered that a lion had no reason to concern itself with rats crawling beneath it, then gave his next order without hesitation. The Black Lions were to punish every last remaining traitor. His soldiers obeyed at once. With blades drawn, they descended on the defenseless workers, and the construction grounds filled with screams of pain, panic, and desperation. Berkeley did not flinch for even a second. The suffering around him might as well have been nothing but background noise. Then he walked over to Delarth. His old comrade lay broken in the dirt, and Berkeley stood above him, looking down with open contempt. He called Delarth a useless old man and mocked him for throwing his life away for peasants. In Berkeley's eyes, Delarth could have fled and saved himself, if only he had not tied his fate to weak people who were never worth protecting. Delarth answered through blood, pain, and a bitter grin. A rough, broken laugh slipped from him before he told Berkeley that for all his endless talk of honor and pride, he had forgotten the very reason their revolution had begun in the first place. Then Delarth said it plainly. He knew exactly who Berkeley truly was. Not a knight, not an honorable servant of the king, just an assassin, exactly as he had always been. The accusation did not move Berkeley at all. No guilt crossed his face. No hesitation stopped his hand. And no memory of their old bond softened his gaze. With one final stroke, Berkeley ended Delarth's life. As he pulled his blade free, he reminded the dying man that he had already warned him never to use that old name again. To Berkeley, Darthwald was already dead and buried long ago. Right after that, a soldier hurried over and reported that the uprising had been crushed. The soldier explained that every armed rebel had been brought down, while the unarmed ones had been rounded up and secured as hostages. Berkeley's face twisted the moment he heard that word. Hostages. The disgust in his voice was impossible to miss to him. These people were not prisoners to be held. They were traitors, and traitors deserved only one punishment: death. He demanded to know why the executions had not already started. Before the order could be carried out, another voice cut sharply through the chaos. The royal guards were commanded to stop immediately. Prince Ainz had arrived, and Seong Shihan stood beside him. The prince strode forward with enough authority to halt the entire scene, declaring that he would not allow any more deaths. Berkeley was openly enraged that his command had been interrupted. But Ainz did not shrink away from him. The prince stared Berkeley down and reminded him with clear and steady authority that he was the sole heir to the throne. Berkeley answered with contempt, insisting that in a place like this, the right to command belonged to him. Ainz countered with a cold, practical argument. If every worker here was slaughtered, then who exactly was supposed to finish building the king's palace? It would be far wiser, he said, to wait until construction was complete before deciding their final punishment. Berkeley immediately understood what the prince was really saying. Ainz intended to send the traitors back to work instead of punishing them properly. Berkeley hated the idea. But in that moment, there was no clean way for him to defy the crown prince openly. So Berkeley forced out a stiff reply and said that if the young master insisted, then the workers would be returned to the palace construction project. Ainz held Berkeley's gaze for a moment longer, his expression still tight with dissatisfaction. Only after that tense silence did he give a short, curt nod, then turn away without offering another word. Once the prince had walked off and the pressure of his presence was gone, Berkeley lowered his voice and muttered bitterly under his breath, calling Ainz an insolent brat. As Berkeley watched Ainz and Seong Shihan leave side by side, contempt flickered across his face. He could not help wondering how a ferocious tiger like King Jacksonguard had somehow produced such a harmless little kitten. Once they were away from the others, Ainz turned towards Seong Shihan and quietly asked what he thought of Berkeley. The prince admitted he could not understand it. How a man who had once been praised as a hero of the Revolutionary Army could fall so far and become someone that cruel. Seong Shihan answered without the slightest hesitation. In his eyes, Berkeley had not fallen or changed at all. He had always been the kind of man who cut away anything blocking his path, the exact kind of justice Jacksonguard admired. That brutal, self-serving justice was the only thing Berkeley had ever truly believed in, and the answer made Ainz stop for a moment. Ainz studied him more closely and remarked that Seong Shihan spoke as if he had personally known the man once called Darthwald. That observation caught Seong Shihan just enough for a brief flicker of embarrassment to cross his face. Seong Shihan quickly steadied himself and brushed it off, claiming he had simply heard the whole story from Kelteron. Ainz found that interesting, noting with quiet curiosity that Kelteron seemed surprisingly willing to talk about such things. Then Ainz's expression grew serious again, and he moved to the question that truly mattered. Looking directly at Seong Shihan, he asked how Shihan had ended up involving himself in this dangerous struggle in the first place. Seong Shihan met the prince's eyes and answered plainly. He believed Ainz was far better suited for the throne than the people currently holding power, and that was why he had chosen to help him. The blunt honesty left Ainz visibly stunned. He admitted that no one had ever spoken to him so directly before. Most of what reached his ears was gossip, cruel comparisons between his father and a tiger, or whispers that painted him as something weaker and unworthy. Seong Shihan saw the opening and used it with a faint, knowing smile. He told Ainz that if the prince wanted to be called a dog, then he should remember what a dog truly was. Humanity's most loyal companion, and perhaps one of the most useful creatures in all of history. Seong Shihan admitted that King Jacksonguard was indeed like a tiger, powerful, dangerous, and impossible for anyone to ignore. But then he added that if he had to choose who to serve, he would rather stand beside a kitten than bow before a roaring lion. Those words reached Ainz exactly where they needed to. Little by little, the prince's trust in Seong Shihan deepened. The more they spoke, the more Seong Shihan became someone Ainz could truly imagine relying on, not just as a useful outsider, but as a man who might actually understand him. Yet even as that progress unfolded, another thought continued to gnaw at the back of Seong Shihan's mind. Berkeley's words refused to leave him. Was this really the world they had once fought to create? If Seong Shihan's revenge meant tearing apart the fragile peace people were clinging to now, then that path carried its own poison. The thought irritated him more than he wanted to admit. Even so, there was still one truth Seong Shihan could not ignore. Jacksonguard's own choices had made revenge easier to accept, not harder. After seeing what his rule had become, Seong Shihan had no reason left to hesitate. Later, inside a crowded tavern, workers sat around eating and drinking, but the air around them felt heavy and sour rather than lively. Their irritation was fixed on one particular table. Berkeley and the Black Lion Knights were gathered there, laughing loudly and drinking as if nothing in the world could ever touch them. Berkeley turned toward his men with a crooked grin and asked whether they had heard about the uproar at the construction camp. One of the Black Lion generals said he had not. Berkeley answered with dripping sarcasm, explaining that Prince Aints had now requested extra supplies and even a new residential building for the very workers who had dared to rebel. Berkeley made it clear that he had opposed the decision from the start. Rewarding people like that in his eyes was pure madness. To him, showing mercy to rebels was nothing but an invitation for more rebellion. His generals eagerly agreed, leaning into his cruelty without hesitation. They echoed Berkeley's view that peasants were weak, defenseless fools, and that the only proper way to rule people like that was with an iron fist. That was the exact moment the attack came. A dark blur sliced through the tavern doorway with terrifying speed. It moved so quickly that most of the people inside barely noticed it until it was already flying straight toward Berkeley's face. It was an arrow, sharp, precise, and clearly fired to kill. It cut through the narrow opening with flawless aim, and for one breathless heartbeat, the entire tavern seemed to freeze. Berkeley did not freeze with them. He did not dodge, did not flinch, and did not even bother to lift a hand. With only the smallest movement of his head, Berkeley smashed the arrow against his own forehead, shattering it into splinters before it could do a thing to him. The display was so ridiculous that even Berkeley's own generals burst into loud shouts of admiration. Berkeley himself merely smirked. Whoever had fired that arrow, he admitted, had used a respectable amount of combat energy and impressive aim to send it cleanly through such a narrow gap. Then Berkeley rose and told his men to follow him. He wanted to see for himself who had the nerve to challenge him so openly. Outside, Berkeley stepped into the street with no trace of fear in his posture. His confidence did not waver for even a second. At first, he noticed only one detail. Someone had tried to set the stage with a cheap trick, but there was no corpse lying in the street, which meant the setup was sloppy. Then Berkeley's eyes found the real attackers, and surprise finally flickered across his face. Standing there was Seong Shihan under the name Sean Stein, with Xenon Stride positioned beside him. Berkeley immediately demanded to know who had sent them. Was it Prince Aints, or was it that coward Kelteron hiding behind the curtain? Seong Shihan answered with grim certainty. Berkeley could believe whatever he wanted, because no matter who he blamed, he would not be walking away from that street alive. And Seong Shihan meant every word. To fully earn Prince Aints' trust, he gathered power into his swords and prepared to kill Berkeley right there. Berkeley answered with a mocking laugh, ridiculing the determination of someone so young and calling him an idiot for thinking conviction alone meant anything. Then he pointed out the obvious problem in front of them. Did Seong Shihan and Xenon Stride truly believe the two of them were enough to face not only Berkeley himself, but also the Black Lion generals standing with him? One of Berkeley's men moved first, lunging straight toward Xenon Stride, with the clear assumption that he would be the easier target. Berkeley even called after his men, warning them not to kill the two attackers too quickly. They still needed to capture them long enough for questioning. Then the flow of the fight began to shift. Before Berkeley could fully enjoy the advantage he thought he had, he noticed that Xenon Stride was not reacting like prey at all. Xenon Stride recovered with startling speed and turned the incoming attack around in one fierce counter. The movement was so sharp and decisive that even Berkeley felt a faint unease creep in. At the same time, Seong Shihan had already collided with another one of Berkeley's men, slipping through the general's attacks with fluid, precise movements that left almost no opening. The Black Lion general threw everything he had into a rapid barrage, striking again and again, but Seong Shihan kept weaving past each attack cleanly. Frustration began to twist the general's face. Through clenched teeth, he spat that the little rat was far slipperier than he looked. Only then did Berkeley understand the truth. He had badly underestimated them. Their confidence was not an act, and their skill matched that confidence perfectly. Realizing that, Berkeley ordered the other two generals to join the fight at once. He still wanted Seong Shihan and Xenon Stride taken alive, but he had no intention of letting the situation drift any further out of control. Seong Shihan immediately called out to Xenon Stride, warning him that all four of Berkeley's subordinates had now moved in and were closing around them. Xenon Stride, already annoyed by the way they were being surrounded, shot a sharp question back at the Black Lion generals. He asked whether knights had truly lost all shame if they needed 4 men just to deal with 2 opponents. One of the generals snarled back that after attempting an assassination, Seong Shihan and Xenon Stride had no right to speak about honor. Xenon Stride, instead of getting angry, simply nodded as if the answer made perfect sense, which only irritated them even more. Seong Shihan quickly took in the space around them and muttered that they were completely boxed in. The generals, now full of confidence, answered that there was nowhere left for them to run. Then one of them reached the obvious conclusion. Trying to capture the 2 of them alive was no longer realistic. With that decision made, the general lunged forward with a killing strike, pouring his full intent into the attack. But Seong Shihan had already seen it coming, because Seong Shihan understood the Black Lion Knight Order's combat habits. He had been waiting for exactly that kind of committed attack from the start. The instant the general threw himself fully into the move and let his shield slip just enough, Seong Shihan caught the opening. The force behind the attack was still powerful enough to throw his rhythm off slightly, but that small weakness in the general's defense was clearly there. But instead of turning in to strike the exposed general, Xiang Shihan and Xenon Stride suddenly shot past him at the same time. Today was not the day to stand and fight. Xiang Shihan barked that to Xenon Stride and immediately broke into a full sprint, pulling the younger man with him as they threw themselves into retreat. The generals exploded with anger. They shouted after the pair, mocking them for running the moment the battle became difficult. But their feet were already moving as they gave chase, determined not to let either one escape. One of the generals boasted that even without speed-focused techniques like whirlwind or wild wind arts, catching Xiang Shihan and Xenon Stride would be an easy task. Another general added that for swordsmen of their level, even wearing full equipment barely slowed them down. Their armor and weapons were nothing more than a minor burden. Xiang Shihan and Xenon Stride slipped beneath a nearby bridge and vanished from sight for a moment, disappearing into the shadows just long enough to make it seem as though they might have shaken off the pursuit. But that brief sense of relief lasted only a few seconds. The generals reappeared ahead of them and sealed the path once again, cutting off the escape route, as if they had been waiting there all along. One of them mocked Xiang Shihan and Xenon Stride with a cruel grin, saying that this route had been blocked off for years. Then Berkeley himself stepped out, his voice dripping with contempt. He ridiculed them for trying to flee through such an obvious dead end, adding that if they had jumped across the rooftops instead, they might actually have had a chance. Even with their escape route cut off, Xiang Shihan and Xenon Stride did not look worried at all. That calm reaction was enough to make Berkeley pause. Xiang Shihan gave a casual shrug and said they had been careful enough, maybe even too careful. Then he looked Berkeley straight in the eye and added that he and Xenon Stride had never planned to handle everything by themselves. That was when a third figure quietly stepped out from the darkness. It was Alita. The Black Lion generals immediately underestimated her the moment they saw her. They burst into mocking laughter, asking whether this girl was supposed to be the trap waiting for them. Even Berkeley let out a short, derisive chuckle at the sight. But then something about Alita's presence made Berkeley's laughter die in his throat. He felt the strange pressure before he could fully understand what it was. The force radiating from Alita was not combat energy. It was something entirely different. Something that did not belong to the world of swordsmen. In that exact moment, Alita remembered what Xiang Shihan had taught her. If she could not yet control the overwhelming magical power inside her, then she needed to learn advanced magic first. Magic that depended more on sheer output than delicate precision. That way, even if her control was still imperfect, she could at least make use of the power already overflowing from within her. So Alita released it. What followed was a violent surge of magic that burst outward with such intensity that the entire area was swallowed in blinding light. The spell erupted as a brilliant arcane explosion, blazing across the space in front of her, and swallowing Berkeley and his generals all at once. The destruction was so overwhelming that even Alita herself stared in shock at what she had unleashed. But power on that scale came with a heavy price. A second later, Alita's body began to sway. All the strength seemed to drain out of her at once, and she started to fall. Xiang Shihan caught her before she hit the ground, and quickly explained that she had burned through far too much magic in a single burst. He told her she would be completely exhausted now, unable to use that level of power again until she recovered. To make it easier to understand, he compared it to spending an entire day's wages in one instant. But Alita only stared at him blankly, clearly not helped by the comparison at all. Xenon Stride, meanwhile, could only stare at the battlefield in sheer awe. From Xenon Stride's point of view, Alita had practically wiped out the knights with a single spell. Xiang Shihan corrected that a little. The spell had caused so much damage because Berkeley's men relied on a weak wall-based defense. It looked solid on the surface, but it did not actually disperse force well. Against magic like Alita's, an iron wall was almost meaningless. No swordsman, he added, could block that kind of spell with a defense like that. Then they realized something else. Not everyone had been taken down. Berkeley rose from the wreckage, burned, furious, and still very much alive. He roared in outrage, demanding to know how they dared strike him with an attack like that. Xenon Stride visibly flinched at the sight of him standing again. Berkeley really was on a completely different level from the others. Xiang Shihan recognized that immediately as well. Berkeley was far stronger than his subordinates, and Alita had already spent everything she had. So Xiang Shihan told Alita to fall back. Then he turned toward Xenon Stride and said it was time for Plan B, while his mind snapped back to older lessons from battles long past. A swordsman on Jacksonguard's level could read an opponent's entire fighting style, from even the smallest traces left behind in a previous exchange, and Xiang Shihan had already figured out the most important detail about Berkeley. At his core, Berkeley was naturally a spear specialist. Right now, however, Berkeley was fighting with a sword, and that meant he was operating under a handicap. If Berkeley kept relying on the blade alone, then this fight was still manageable. Xiang Shihan said that directly, and Berkeley answered him with open contempt. Berkeley admitted that Xiang Shihan was right about one thing. His true specialty was the spear, but he warned him not to mistake accurate observation for real understanding. Then, to their surprise, Berkeley removed his cape and wrapped the heavy cloth around his sword. Zenon Stride and Seong Shihan both stared at the strange movement, unsure what Berkeley was preparing to do. Berkeley explained it himself. A master-ranked warrior, he said, could harden even something as soft as a cotton cape until it became as deadly as forged metal. With enough aura flowing through it, Berkeley declared, anything could become a weapon. Then Berkeley's presence turned darker and heavier, the air around him seeming to sink under his killing intent. With that makeshift spear in hand, he promised that he would not simply kill them, he would torture them to death with it. That was the moment Seong Shihan understood what was really happening. Berkeley was not just wrapping cloth around a sword on a whim or improvising out of desperation. He was combining Jackson Guard's explosive destruction art with his own spear techniques, turning the sword and cape into something that mimicked the weapon he was truly meant to wield. The realization irritated Seong Shihan deeply. He should have predicted this much from the beginning. Someone like Berkeley would naturally take the king's favored destructive methods and fuse them with the weapon style that suited him best. It was obvious in hindsight, and that only made Seong Shihan more annoyed with himself for missing it. Zenon Stride immediately began stepping forward, his body tensing as he prepared to join the fight in earnest. But before he could move in, Seong Shihan stopped him. Seong Shihan told him that this was no longer the kind of situation where half measures, support moves, or careful little tricks would be enough. From that moment on, Seong Shihan would have to fight Berkeley seriously. Berkeley did not wait for the conversation to go any further. Before Seong Shihan could explain more, he launched himself into the attack. The captain of the Black Lion Knight order became a blur, driving forward with a crushing strike packed full of killing intent. Seong Shihan slipped away by the narrowest margin, but Berkeley gave him no room to breathe. Berkeley pressed him with attack after attack, mocking him as the blows came in. He called Seong Shihan talented, but still cowardly, insisting that no matter how gifted he was, skill alone would never be enough to win. Seong Shihan endured the pressure without losing focus, watching the rhythm of Berkeley's movements and reading each shift in his attacks. He knew that mountain-breaking techniques would not land cleanly in a fight like this, not against an opponent who was pressing in with such precision and force. What he needed now was caution, timing, and the exact right counter. So Seong Shihan created just enough distance first, giving himself the space to think clearly, and then the plan he had been shaping from the very beginning finally locked into place. Seong Shihan made a declaration that even caught Berkeley off guard. He said he would face Berkeley head-on. Strange energy began gathering around Seong Shihan, growing sharper, denser, and heavier with every passing second. The moment Seong Shihan released his combat energy without holding anything back, Berkeley felt it clearly. And for the first time, genuine fear touched his face. Berkeley's arrogant smile faltered in that instant. He realized he had completely misread the situation. The opponent in front of him was not some lesser swordsman beneath his feet. Seong Shihan was his equal. Even so, Berkeley tried to bury that frightening realization beneath forced bravado. He growled that he had only planned to toy with Seong Shihan for a while. But now he had changed his mind. He would end the fight immediately. Then Berkeley poured everything he had into a full-force strike, unleashing Jackson Guard's explosive destruction art at maximum power. Seong Shihan did not move. There was no fear in Seong Shihan's posture at all. Instead, he answered the attack with terrifying precision. In one clean blur of motion, Seong Shihan countered with the flood art once wielded by the Tyrant King himself. Berkeley's mind went blank. He could not understand how someone this young could carry that kind of power, much less neutralize his strongest attack so completely. And before Berkeley could recover from that shock, Seong Shihan moved again. The second counter came too quickly for Berkeley to avoid. What followed was immediate, brutal, and gruesome. Berkeley staggered backward in disbelief as one of his arms was severed cleanly from his body. The proud captain of the Black Lion Knight Order let out a scream. It was not dignified, not noble, and not worthy of the title he loved so much, just raw, panicked, ugly terror. He clutched at the ruined stump of his arm, horror finally crushing through all of his confidence, and in the middle of that agony, the answer slammed into him. This power, this art, and this impossible level of force coming from someone who looked so young could only point to one conclusion. Berkeley finally understood. Now everything made sense. Only one kind of person could possibly stand before him with power like this. He stared first at his severed arm, then at the young man in front of him, and realized just how badly he had misread the battlefield. His voice came out rough and shaken as he wondered why he had not realized it sooner. Then, desperate to explain the impossible, Berkeley blurted out a conclusion that stunned everyone around him. He declared that this power had to belong to the successor of the mercenary king, Barak. Seong Shihan understood why Berkeley had reached that answer. It was close enough to sound believable. The art Berkeley recognized was indeed connected to that lineage, even if the true origin reached further back to Barak's grandfather rather than Barak himself. It would have been easy to let Berkeley keep believing that mistake. It would even have been convenient. But Seong Shihan chose not to hide behind the misunderstanding. He told Berkeley that the misunderstanding was understandable, but wrong. Since they had once stood on the same side, Xiang Shihan would at least grant him one final courtesy: the dignity of knowing exactly whose hand was ending his life. That was when true fear struck Berkeley. The name that followed shattered whatever remained of his composure. The captain of the Black Lion Knight Order dropped to his knees, completely broken, whispering the name in disbelief. Then recognition sharpened into horror. Berkeley looked up and asked again, this time with the old title attached, as though saying it aloud might somehow change the truth. Was the man before him really Captain Xiang Shihan of the storm troop? Xiang Shihan paused for a breath. It had been a long time since anyone had called him by that title. Then he answered with cold steadiness. He had seen what Berkeley had become, seen the atrocities he carried out, and this was never the world they had fought together to build. Berkeley's tone changed immediately. Now that he knew who stood before him, he tried to hide behind obedience. He stammered that everything he had done had only been because Jacksengard ordered it, that he had simply been following commands. Xiang Shihan cut through that excuse with open sarcasm. Berkeley had always done exactly what suited him, and now, at the very end, he was shameless enough to throw the blame upward. It was pitiful. And for a man who had spent so long calling himself a knight, it was even more disgraceful. Desperation finally swallowed Berkeley whole. He admitted he was unworthy, said he would cast aside the name Great Berkeley, say anything, become anything, if only Xiang Shihan would spare his life. But Xiang Shihan's decision had already been made. He said plainly that this was not justice in some grand, noble sense. He was here for personal revenge, and he had no intention of pretending otherwise. Even so, Xiang Shihan also knew one simple truth. A man like Berkeley had made the world worse, and for everyone's sake the world would be better if he simply stopped existing. So Xiang Shihan struck beside him. Alita and Xenon Stride watched in silence. Neither of them offered judgment, because neither of them misunderstood what this moment truly meant. Before the heavy silence could fully settle over the scene, the first soldiers of the kingdom came rushing in, armor clattering as they poured into the area. With their arrival, the confrontation finally came to an end. But the shockwaves from what had happened there were only beginning to spread across the entire Jacksengard kingdom. Panic swept through the capital of Lattenberg almost immediately, spreading from street to street like a fire no one could put out. The news was too enormous to stay quiet. Captain Berkeley and 4 of the 6 generals of the Black Lion Knight Order had been discovered dead. Even King Jacksengard himself could not remain calm after hearing the report. The moment the news reached him, his expression twisted with disbelief, and his reaction exploded without the slightest hesitation. Consumed by fury, Jacksengard barked out orders for every available soldier to move at once and hunt down the assassins. He swore that if those killers were found, he would not leave their punishment to anyone else. He would personally cut them down with his own hands. Meanwhile, in another location away from the chaos, Kelteron stood calmly before Prince Aints. With a steady gaze and an almost composed tone, he asked whether the prince was finally satisfied, now that the proof he had demanded had been placed directly in front of him. Aints' face lit up as the weight of the situation finally turned in his favor. In his eyes, the path ahead had opened. If events kept moving like this, support for a coup would not need to be forced. It would begin gathering naturally on its own. Kelteron leaned closer and quietly added that once Aints stood in a true position of leadership, every remaining part of their plan would become much easier to move forward. Hearing that, the prince could not help but admit one thing. The Count was frighteningly skilled at making good on his promises. Just then, a firm knock sounded from the door, cutting through the conversation. A maid stepped inside, lowered her head, and announced that the guests they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Aints turned his attention toward Kelteron and asked if these were the very people the Count had mentioned earlier. Kelteron gave a calm confirmation, making it clear that the next part of the plan was already in motion. These were the names selected from the list, the ones who still had enough value and influence to be drawn into the scheme. If handled correctly, they could become useful pieces in the coming change of power. When the guests entered the room, their steps were guarded and their eyes were sharp. Caution and suspicion hung around them clearly, as though neither man had any intention of lowering his guard. They were wary of the sudden summons, unable to understand why Kelteron had called for them at such a sensitive moment, and they were not strangers at all. They were familiar faces, the last 2 surviving generals of the Black Lion Knight Order, Jordan and Revel. Jordan spoke first, reasoning through the situation aloud. With Berkeley dead, he and Revel had suddenly risen to the position of captains, and men who held that kind of rank were naturally valuable to powerful nobles looking to shape the kingdom's future. Revel, watching Kelteron with a quieter and more guarded gaze, murmured that it was strange how little the man seemed to have changed since the old pagan campaign. Time had passed, but the Count's presence felt almost exactly the same. The instant the 2 men stepped fully into the chamber, the atmosphere shifted. The air grew heavier, and what had seemed like a formal meeting began to feel much closer to a trap. Jordan, already unable to hide his suspicion, looked straight at Kelteron and asked him directly whether he was truly serious about what he seemed to be implying. His tone made it clear that this was not a question he would treat lightly. Kelteron did not hesitate for even a second. In a calm and unwavering voice, He admitted that he sincerely wanted both of them to join him in a coup against the current king. To Keltaron, Jacksongard had already lost the right to sit on the throne. And if a more worthy sovereign existed, then a knight's honor should not be chained blindly to a failing ruler. It should be offered to the one who truly deserved to lead. That answer set Revel off immediately. Rage flashed across his face as he shouted that Keltaron was nothing but a traitor, and that both of them had every right to report this entire conversation to Jacksongard at once. But Keltaron's reply came smoothly, carrying a cruel edge beneath its politeness. He agreed that they were free to try, of course. But after the king learned that both newly risen captains had conveniently accepted 300 gold coins from the tower as a bribe, there was no chance he would believe their accusations so easily. Those words froze both of them in place. Revel reacted first, fury overpowering caution as he drew his sword and swore to kill the old man right there. But before he could take even a single step forward, a sharp beam of energy flashed across the room and struck the very arm he had used to pull his weapon. The impact jolted Revel backward, stealing the strength from his advance in an instant. His sword arm trembled, and the confidence he had shown only moments earlier was violently broken. Anger vanished from his face, replaced by raw fear as he realized someone else had been hidden in the room the entire time. Then, from the shadows behind them, Xiang Shihan stepped out as if he had been waiting for the perfect moment to appear. With a mocking smile tugging at his lips, Xiang Shihan remarked that the ivory tower seemed surprisingly stingy. After all, they had given those two men 300 gold coins, while offering him a pathetic amount that barely reached 10. Jordan and Revel went completely still, their faces tightening in disbelief. The sudden appearance of the young man, and the pressure he carried with him, made it impossible for either of them to speak right away. Using Thousand Faces and the false identity already established around Sean Stein, Xiang Shihan walked toward them with the relaxed confidence of someone who had already seen the end of this conversation before it even began. Revel, still clinging to his pride through the fear, shouted that a mere guard knight had no right to raise a blade against a captain of the Black Lion Knight Order. His voice was loud, but the strain beneath it was impossible to miss. Xiang Shihan answered without missing a beat, telling him to calm down. Then, with a dry edge in his voice, he added that royals and nobles always seem to reach for the same worn-out lines the moment fear started creeping in. And since words alone were clearly not enough to make them understand, Xiang Shihan decided to show them exactly why staying calm would be the wiser choice. He released his combat energy, and the room changed in an instant. The pressure rolled outward like an invisible weight, pressing down on both captains until even standing became difficult. Revel's legs gave out first. He collapsed onto the floor, staring upward with wide, terrified eyes, as the force surrounding Xiang Shihan crushed every bit of resistance out of him. Jordan, now one of the captains of the Black Lion Knight Order, understood the truth faster than his companion. His gaze sharpened, then stiffened, as recognition struck him with chilling clarity. This was the man who had killed Berkeley. The realization settled over Jordan like cold iron, and the entire room seemed to grow even quieter around him. Xiang Shihan noticed the sudden change in their attitude and mocked how quickly politeness had found its way into their voices once they realized who they were dealing with. Keltaron, meanwhile, began addressing Xiang Shihan with exaggerated respect. He said that a person had to remain flexible in both thought and choice, because that ability to adapt was the true beauty of being human. Xiang Shihan cut him off coldly, his expression darkening just enough to make the warning clear. He told Keltaron not to insult the meaning of beauty by attaching it to nonsense like that. The moment Keltaron saw the irritation on Xiang Shihan's face, he panicked and hurriedly tried to laugh it off as a joke. Jordan watched the exchange in stunned silence, realizing that the Count, someone who seemed untouchable from the outside, was genuinely afraid of the young man standing before them. Still trembling on the floor, Revel finally forced out the question that had been burning in his mind. Looking up at Xiang Shihan with fear in his eyes, he asked who this man truly was. Keltaron answered before Xiang Shihan could say anything. With complete seriousness, he declared that the young man before them was the successor of the legendary mercenary king, Barak. Hearing that explanation, Xiang Shihan immediately traced the reasoning behind it. He had used the Tyrant King's art against Darthwald, and that one move had pushed Berkeley, and now everyone else, toward the same convenient conclusion. False identity had already begun to grow on its own, spreading without him needing to force it. And if people were willing to believe the story, then there was no reason not to make use of it. He could continue hiding behind the name of Barak's successor, letting the world see only that mask. At the same time, he would be free to wield the tyrant's techniques without exposing the truth of who he really was. Then Keltaron proved that he had already planned even that far ahead. Before Xiang Shihan needed to say a single word, the Count brought out a complete report, carefully prepared in advance, laying out a fabricated identity that connected Sean Stein neatly to Barak's legacy. Every detail had been arranged. Every suspicious gap had already been filled. Anyone who read the report would find the story believable. And for a brief moment, Xiang Shihan genuinely appreciated Keltaron's talent. He finally understood why the king had once valued the count so highly. Keltaron replied with a dry smile, saying there was a simple reason for that. He was exceptionally useful, especially when it came to deception, fraud, and controlling how things appeared from the outside. With that fabricated story now firmly in place, they turned the pressure back onto Jordan and Revel. The argument no longer rested only on threats. It now had a believable identity, a terrifying power, and a future they could not easily dismiss. Jordan eventually accepted that the power he had witnessed was real. After seeing it with his own eyes, he allowed himself to believe that Seong Shihan truly was Barak's successor. Even so, Jordan's pride as a knight did not crumble completely. Fear might have shaken him, but it had not erased the principles he still believed he carried. He stated firmly that he was not trash, and that he would not throw away his loyalty or stain his honor by turning his blade against the king he had sworn to serve. Keltaron answered that objection with care, choosing his words calmly. He explained that at no point had he actually asked either of them to betray the kingdom itself. What he was asking for was something different. He wanted them to transfer their loyalty away from an unworthy king and offer it instead to the ruler who truly deserved the throne. Jordan immediately narrowed his eyes and demanded to know who this so-called rightful ruler was supposed to be. If Keltaron expected them to abandon their current king, then the name of the person they were meant to follow had to be revealed. And that was the exact moment the final piece of Keltaron's plan appeared. Another figure stepped into the room, carrying the kind of presence that could break through the last wall of resistance, still standing in the captain's hearts. The newcomer looked straight at them and said he needed their strength to protect the nation's future. The instant Jordan and Revel recognized who stood before them, both men froze in place, then dropped down to one knee without hesitation. It was Prince Aints Lattenberg, the future successor of King Jacksengard. With the prince now standing in the room, this was no longer just a secret plot whispered behind closed doors. It could now be presented as a rightful movement for the kingdom itself. Aints addressed them as Black Lions, speaking of justice, the people, and the future that the kingdom still had a chance to reach. Then he asked the only question that truly mattered: would they lend him their strength? Once their answer was secured, Captains Jordan and Revel left Count Keltaron's mansion no longer as doubtful bystanders, but as men bound to the coup that was already beginning to take shape. As Seong Shihan went back over the meeting in his mind, a quiet sense of satisfaction settled over him. They had pushed the captains exactly where they needed them to go, not by force alone, but through a careful mixture of pressure, blackmail, leverage, and just enough talk of duty and justice to make the decision feel righteous. Then Zenon Stride's voice cut cleanly through his thoughts, calling him over for dinner. Alida added that since the immediate objective had already been secured, he should eat while the food was still there. Only then did Seong Shihan realize the two of them had been standing nearby the entire time, listening while he quietly muttered through his conclusions. A faint blush crept up Seong Shihan's neck when he realized he had been caught thinking out loud. Alida naturally acted as if there was nothing strange about it at all. She simply reminded him that no one was leaving before eating, because wasting perfectly good food was a sin. Zenon Stride, meanwhile, was far more focused on the meal in front of him. With obvious approval, he praised Keltaron's chef and said the man's cooking was truly excellent. Keltaron accepted the compliment with a small, satisfied nod. He admitted that he had become extremely particular about food over the years, mostly because the revolutionary era had ruined his patience for bad cooking forever. Even after taking his seat at the table, Seong Shihan's mind refused to slow down. The food was in front of him. The conversation had shifted, but his thoughts were still moving through every piece of the plan. Jordan and Revel had already been promoted, which naturally brought up the next question in Seong Shihan's head. If those two had risen to captain, then who had taken over the higher positions above them? Keltaron seemed to understand what Seong Shihan was thinking before the question was even spoken. He explained that among the original 4 captains, only Droth and Keller remained. Since they were the most capable and experienced knights still available, both had been elevated at the same time. At that moment, Zenon Stride noticed something else entirely. Seong Shihan still had not touched the lobster sitting on his plate. A hint of concern crossed Zenon's face as he asked whether Shihan disliked it. Seong Shihan blinked, pulled out of his thoughts, and answered with a faint smile. Lobster was actually one of his favorites, he explained. He had simply been saving the best part of the meal for last. Still half buried in thoughts of revenge and strategy, Seong Shihan compared the plate before him to a proper plan. The most important part, he said, should never be rushed. A main course had to be approached at the right moment. Keltaron prepared as usual, smoothly brought out another list. The Count seemed to have documents ready for every possible turn in the conversation. This new list contained the names of influential people who were already beginning to lean toward their side. One by one, it showed how the foundation of the coup was quietly spreading. Keltaron looked over the names with visible satisfaction and remarked that the plan was moving forward surprisingly well. The number of people willing to support them had grown faster than expected. Seong Shihan agreed that things were accelerating at a remarkable pace. Kelteron gave a quiet scoff and said that this only proved how many people had already been suffering under Jacksonguard's current rule. But if they wanted the plan to become truly solid, there was still one crucial name they needed: Viscount Crumble. Seong Shihan immediately understood why that mattered. The man was often treated almost like a living symbol of the kingdom itself. Kelteron confirmed the importance of the man without hesitation. Viscount Crumble was not merely wealthy, he was connected everywhere. His business network stretched across the nation, and influence like that was not something anyone could easily replace or ignore. Seong Shihan naturally assumed that convincing a man with that much weight behind him would be difficult. Someone like Viscount Crumble would not normally throw his support behind a coup without serious hesitation. Kelteron's answer caught him off guard. The Viscount had already agreed to support them. He had only added one condition, and from the sound of it, the request was far more personal than political. That immediately drew Seong Shihan's full attention. When he asked what the condition was, Kelteron explained that Viscount Crumble wanted Alita to become a mentor to his youngest daughter. The answer nearly made Seong Shihan choke on the spot. He coughed into his drink and stared at Kelteron in disbelief, asking whether Alita was really at the level where she could take on that kind of role. The idea seemed so sudden that even he needed a moment to process it. Kelteron simply raised an eyebrow and pointed out what should have been obvious. A swordswoman who had reached fighter rank at Alita's age was already impressive enough to draw attention. More importantly, the youngest Crumble daughter had no proper mentor at the moment, and the Viscount had clearly heard enough about Alita's unusual achievements to become interested. Seong Shihan had to admit the reasoning made sense. In Terranor, female knights with Alita's level of ability were rare, and a father desperate to guide his daughter properly would naturally look towards someone like her. But as Seong Shihan considered the request, a strange sense of familiarity brushed against his thoughts. Kelteron then supplied the missing piece, making the connection clear before Shihan could fully grasp it on his own. Kelteron reminded him that they had already met the girl once before during the night operation against the cult. The realization struck Seong Shihan all at once. The girl was Dina Crumble, the very same Dina. Seong Shihan reacted so suddenly that he almost said too much, blurting out in alarm as he asked whether she was the same girl who had once hit him on the head. Kelteron immediately looked confused and asked what he was talking about. Shihan quickly waved it off, saying it was nothing important. Just an unhelpful memory surfacing at the wrong time. Alita, who had been listening quietly from the side, looked genuinely surprised. Her eyes shifted between Seong Shihan and Kelteron as she repeated the idea back to herself. Someone wanted her to become a mentor. Seong Shihan tried to explain it with a strange comparison, saying it would be like a college professor teaching a high school student. Even if the professor was brilliant, that did not automatically mean the role would feel natural or easy. Even so, he made it clear that Alita did not have to accept if she felt uncomfortable with it. Viscount Crumble was already supporting the coup either way, so refusing the personal request would not break their larger plan. Alita immediately looked past the surface of the request and focused on the bigger picture. If Viscount Crumble had already chosen their side, then she wanted to know why his personal condition mattered so much in the first place. Seong Shihan clarified that the issue was not only about Viscount Crumble himself. His support was valuable, but the people connected to his family could become even more useful later. Dina's mother came from a powerful bloodline with influence that reached far beyond the Crumble name. Her maternal grandfather, Count Salit, was connected to the royal family of the Lilstein kingdom. Unlike the Viscount's influence, that family's commercial reach spread across all of Terranor, and those connections could help Seong Shihan no matter where he moved in the future. Travel, lodging, business dealings, information gathering, all of it would become far easier with a network like that within reach. Alita looked visibly impressed, surprised that Seong Shihan knew so much detailed information about the Crumble family. Seong Shihan quickly explained that most of what he knew had come from Kelteron. Then Alita asked the question that mattered most to her. If she accepted the role and became closer to Dina, what risks would come with it? Seong Shihan answered her honestly. The greatest danger was exposure. His true identity as the savior from another world could be discovered, and Alita's identity as a direct descendant of the Lusclun line could be uncovered as well. And between the two of them, Alita's situation was the more dangerous. Seong Shihan understood that clearly, and he did not try to soften the truth. If people learned exactly who Alita was, the consequences could come crashing down almost immediately. Her bloodline was not the kind of secret that could be exposed without shaking everything around them. Alita fell silent for a moment, weighing the danger in her mind. But after only a brief pause, she surprised Seong Shihan by giving him her answer. She said yes. If that was the reason, then she would accept. Alita explained it through something Karan had once taught her. If a person truly wanted to understand someone else, they had to keep a healthy sense of doubt. Blind trust was not real trust at all. Even after someone became an ally, that did not mean the effort to understand them was finished. In a way, that was when the real work began. For that reason, Alita wanted to meet Dina herself and judge the girl with her own eyes. Those words struck Seong Shihan far more deeply than Alita realized. For a moment, the room around him seemed to grow quieter. What Alita had said pulled an old memory up from the depths of his mind, one that felt painfully close to the lesson she had just repeated. He remembered the voices of his former friends, praising him again and again after every victory. Their smiles, their cheers, and their warm words still lingered in his memory with unsettling clarity. He remembered Lavina telling him she loved him. The words had once sounded so sincere that he had never thought to doubt them, and he remembered how complete his trust had been back then. He had believed in them with everything he had, and he had been certain they trusted him just as deeply in return. And now Seong Shihan was forced to ask himself a question he had never wanted to face. It was ugly, uncomfortable, and sharp enough to dig into the places he had tried to leave buried. Had there truly been no warning signs back then? Or had Seong Shihan simply refused to see them? The thought settled inside him like a bitter weight. Maybe he had never really understood what his old companions had seen when they looked at him. Maybe what Seong Shihan had called trust had only been the appearance of trust. Something warm on the surface but hollow underneath. For one brief, painful moment the blame turned inward, and he wondered if he had been the one who never looked deeply enough. Alita noticed the change in him almost immediately. Seeing Seong Shihan sink into that quiet, distant silence, she gently called his name. Seong Shihan stirred as if waking from somewhere far away. He apologized softly, then admitted that his mind had simply wandered because he had been thinking about a few things. Then a sharper energy returned to his eyes. Seong Shihan suggested that they go meet Dina Crumble for themselves and find out directly whether she was someone they could trust, or whether she might one day become another betrayal waiting to happen. After saying that, Seong Shihan turned back to Alita and asked her one more thing, his tone quieter but more serious than before. Even after everything Karen had taught her, did Alita truly still find it hard to trust people? Alita answered simply, saying that people did not always follow what they knew they should do. Those words lingered between them as they stepped outside, and Seong Shihan's expression hardened as he added that no matter what happened from this point on, he had no intention of giving up his revenge. By the time they arrived at the courtyard of Kelteron's mansion, Dina Crumble was already waiting there. She looked so excited she could barely stand still, her whole body practically trembling with anticipation. Dina immediately pledged herself to her future master, speaking with bright, earnest determination. She promised that she would do her absolute best and follow every lesson Alita gave her. Alita, still not entirely used to being placed in the role of a teacher, greeted Dina gently. There was a shy awkwardness in her posture, but she still tried to meet the younger girl's enthusiasm with kindness. Seong Shihan leaned slightly towards Xenon Stride and muttered that Dina seemed far too enthusiastic for someone who had supposedly chosen Alita only because she had no better option. Xenon Stride chuckled under his breath and said the two girls already looked almost like sisters. Dina did not waste even a moment. Her eyes were shining as she asked to begin immediately. So Alita, slowly settling into the role of instructor, told her that if she was ready, then they would start right away. That eager exchange stirred a memory in Dina's mind, pulling her back to the moment when she had first pushed for this chance. At first, her father had doubted the idea. He had dismissed Alita as only a fighter-ranked swordswoman and argued that with enough effort he could surely find someone more suitable to guide his daughter. But Dina had refused to back down. She had pushed again and again until her father finally gave in, because in her eyes, Alita was already unbelievably cool. Back in the present, Alita looked at Dina and asked whether they should begin with the basics, starting from simple sword strikes. Dina answered with complete enthusiasm, agreeing instantly and without the slightest hesitation. With that eager response, the lesson officially began. Alita stepped in front of the training dummy and demonstrated a clean series of sword strikes. Each movement was controlled, precise, and easy to follow, showing Dina the proper form without unnecessary flash. But what caught Alita off guard was not the sword work itself, it was Dina's reaction. The girl stared at her as though she had just witnessed something incredible, openly declaring that Alita was even cooler than she had imagined. That kind of direct admiration made Alita's cheeks flush almost immediately. And Dina did not stop there. Her excitement kept spilling out as she praised Alita's strength, her stance, her form, and even the definition of her muscles. Then Dina said she had heard that ordinary armor became almost useless against anyone at fighter rank or higher. With no hesitation at all, she declared that she wanted to reach the same level as her master one day. Alita shifted awkwardly under the force of that enthusiasm, already beginning to look overwhelmed by Dina's relentless admiration. But Dina's excitement showed no sign of slowing down. If Dina could reach knight rank, she said, then she would be able to reinforce metal with combat energy, just like Xenon Stride. The idea alone seemed to fill her with even more motivation. Even Xenon Stride started to look a little uncomfortable under the intensity of Dina's ambition. Her confidence and drive were so direct that it was hard to know how to respond. Then Dina raised the goal even higher. She said master-ranked swordsmen could reinforce any material at all, and that someday, she wanted to reach a level like the great Seong Shihan himself. At that point, Alita and Xenon Stride exchanged the same exhausted look. Dina's determination was not just strong, it seemed endless. Seong Shihan watched the whole thing from the side and found himself wondering where a girl that young could possibly find so much determination to become stronger. After hearing more about the rank system, Alita's curiosity began to grow as well. She turned toward Seong Shihan and asked whether reaching transcendent rank would not make everything even better. The question caught Seong Shihan slightly off guard, and he asked why she had suddenly become so interested in that. Alita brushed it off as simple curiosity, then explained what had been bothering her. She had heard that a master-ranked swordsman could reinforce ordinary clothing until it worked as well as armor, yet the 7 heroes had all reached transcendent rank and still used completely different kinds of equipment. Seong Shihan explained that the answer depended entirely on the person using the equipment, their combat style, and the martial method they practiced. To make the idea easier to understand, he compared the difference between materials. If plain clothing had a defensive value of 1, and metal armor had a defensive value of 10, then even a knight could harden that weaker material to a meaningful degree with combat energy. A master-ranked swordsman could push that even further. With the same amount of combat energy, they could strengthen ordinary garments until they performed almost like proper metal armor. But a transcendent-ranked swordsman operated on a completely different level at that stage. The user could fuse combat energy directly into the material itself, increasing the object's durability according to both the quality of the energy and the quality of the base material. Lita still was not satisfied with that answer. If that was true, she asked, would metal armor not always be the best choice in the end? Seong Shihan immediately shut down that assumption, telling her that the best equipment always depended on the combat style of the person wearing it. Someone who fought by relying on speed would naturally prefer lighter protection that did not slow them down. On the other hand, someone who built their style around raw force could afford to wear heavier gear. After thinking through Seong Shihan's explanation, Alita reached her own conclusion. If she ever managed to reach transcendent rank, she would probably choose something light that suited her movement. Seong Shihan answered with dry sarcasm, telling her she could start worrying about that after she actually reached that level. There was still a very long road ahead of her. The jab embarrassed Alita enough that she admitted she had probably been getting ahead of herself. That exchange stirred an old memory in Seong Shihan, pulling his thoughts away from the training ground for a moment. His mind drifted to Louvresque's magic armor, one of the pieces of equipment he had once worn during his time as one of the revolutionary heroes. Seong Shihan found himself wondering what had happened to it after everything fell apart. Equipment like that should not have simply disappeared without a trace. Alita seemed to pick up on what he was thinking and asked if he meant the legendary equipment connected to the savior from another world, the Sword of Disaster, Louvresque's armor, and the disaster cape of the Red Dragon. Seong Shihan only let out a dry laugh. In his view, someone had probably kept them, stolen them, or sold them off like trophies. After all, people had already sold his underwear for 100 gold, and that ridiculous memory still annoyed him. He admitted that he could almost understand the absurdity of his underwear becoming a collector's item, but having his magical equipment taken was just humiliating. Seong Shihan made a mental note to ask Kelteron to investigate it later. After that, he decided that training was done for the day and said he was going to rest. Alita immediately asked whether his combat energy had fully recovered. Seong Shihan answered that it had returned, or at least close enough to count. He added that the old instincts buried in his body were gradually coming back as well. But even as Seong Shihan said it, a quiet unease remained inside him. His combat energy was recovering quickly, yet his magical energy was returning painfully slowly. Worse, that sluggish recovery seemed to be growing more noticeable with each passing day. And while Seong Shihan's group continued their training, another kind of work was spreading across the kingdom. During the day, old Kelteron continued flattering King Jacksonguard with the slick, oily loyalty of a perfect servant. In public, he played his role so well that no one would have thought to doubt him. But once night fell, that same man was secretly meeting with nobles and former revolutionaries behind closed doors, carefully building the foundation for rebellion one conversation at a time. Some people, tempted by the opportunity but frightened by the risk, kept their distance at first. They were unwilling to fully commit unless they could be certain the coup would succeed. Kelteron responded in the way he knew best, with pressure. He told them plainly that they could either support the cause, or he could begin exposing every corrupt deed tied to their names. The threat struck exactly where it needed to, and hesitation quickly began to crumble. Then Kelteron pressed the point even harder, his voice calm but merciless. If all of those crimes were brought into the open, he asked them, who did they honestly think King Jacksonguard would choose to believe? The threat worked exactly as intended. By the time Kelteron finished tightening the noose around them, every noble in the room had agreed to take part in the coup. Later, Kelteron reported the results to Seong Shihan with obvious satisfaction. With a proud smile, he described those same frightened nobles as comrades of justice, now ready to risk their lives for the future of the nation. Then, in a way only Kelteron could, he compared bribery to food. He said it tasted wonderful while it was going down, sweet enough to make a man forget caution, But once it settled inside him, it turned into poison and began destroying him from within. Seong Shihan's reply came immediately, dry and unimpressed. That was a strange philosophy to hear from a man like Keltaron. The Count, ever cautious, quickly assured him that he had already prepared countermeasures in case his old dealings or past bribes ever came back to threaten him. After all, handling corruption was something Keltaron had been doing for years. Seong Shihan answered with a quiet warning of his own. Once the coup ended and Aints Lattenberg became king, it would be much better for Keltaron if he stopped reaching for new hidden schemes. Keltaron understood the meaning behind Seong Shihan's words perfectly. He answered that he had no intention of disobeying him, then admitted something more honest. Under Jacksonguard, he had done everything he could, but his ambitions had always slammed into a ceiling. Under the Otherworld savior, however, Keltaron could finally imagine something larger. Whether an explosive aura had been placed inside him or not did not matter anymore, because betrayal had never been part of his plan in the first place. Keltaron then revealed what he truly wanted. He wanted to reshape the country, live comfortably within it, and leave behind a safer and better future for the people who would remain after him. That answer genuinely caught Seong Shihan off guard. He looked at Keltaron and told him that if he had truly wanted something like that, then he should have acted this way from the beginning. Keltaron only repeated the truth he had already hinted at many times before. Under Jacksonguard, dreams like that had never been possible, and that gap between what a person wanted and what they actually did dragged Seong Shihan back into one of his darkest memories. He remembered the moment his former companions decided that his death was necessary. The memory returned with a cold clarity, as if the room from the past had opened in front of him again. The woman he had loved had agreed almost instantly. Lavina had said he was too dangerous to be left alive, and those words had cut deeper than any blade. Some of the others hesitated, at least on the surface, but in the end, every one of them arrived at the same conclusion. Then it was Jacksonguard's turn to answer. When asked where he stood, the man who would later become king did not respond right away. Jacksonguard sat there thinking for a moment, then finally admitted that he did not hate Seong Shihan at all. If anything, he actually liked him very much. Saffron stepped in immediately, reminding Jacksonguard that everyone there liked Seong Shihan. But that was not what the decision was about. Their choice, he insisted, was not being made out of hatred, and what followed only made the moment more painful. Jacksonguard almost seemed unable to grasp the weight of what they were deciding. He muttered carelessly that he had other friends besides Seong Shihan, as though that somehow made the betrayal easier to accept. Then, because he trusted Saffron's judgment as a mage, and because the others had already agreed, Jacksonguard said he would follow the group's decision. In his mind, moments like this were better handled democratically. That was when Karin and Aetius raised the problem none of them could ignore. No matter what decision they made, one question remained. How were they supposed to defeat someone as powerful as the savior from another world? Jacksonguard bristled at once, and demanded to know whether Karin and Aetius was underestimating them. No matter how strong Seong Shihan was, he argued, there was no way he could withstand all 6 of them attacking together. But Karin and Nasius did not back down. Even if all 6 of them attacked him at once, she warned, there was still a real chance the Otherworld savior would survive. Karin and Nasius made the calculation even harsher. If all 6 of them fought Seong Shihan together, the best outcome might not even be victory. If luck was on their side, maybe half of them would simply manage to walk away alive. That blunt assessment silenced everyone in the room. The confidence that had been floating in the air vanished all at once. No one had a clean answer to the reality Karin and Aetius had laid in front of them. For a moment, even their resolve seemed to tremble under the weight of it. Karin and Nasius kept going. She compared them to 6 little mice gathered for an important discussion, all eager to talk about solving the problem, yet none willing to be the one who actually tied the bell around the cat's neck. Her point landed heavily, and then the scene shifted as the truth behind the memory became clear. It was another dream. Another old memory dragging itself back into Jacksonguard's sleep. He woke with unease clinging to him, his mind still trapped halfway in the past. The king could not understand why those old moments kept returning now. He suspected it had something to do with everything happening recently, especially the growing number of deaths among his subordinates. But one detail bothered Jacksonguard more than anything else. At the murder scene, traces of the tyrant's art had been found. That clue, more than any report or rumor, seemed to have stirred the ghosts of the past. A thought crossed Jacksonguard's mind, one he tried to reject almost as soon as it appeared. Had there not been a recent report about something long unseen appearing again? Could it possibly be connected to an old friend? Jacksonguard dismissed the idea at once, but the images refused to fade. The memories kept pressing against him, and he had no clean way to explain why. Maybe, he thought bitterly, it was nothing more than age, his mind decaying and dragging up things it had once buried. A small movement beside him broke through the spiral of thoughts and pulled Jacksonguard back to the present. One of his concubines stirred awake beside him and looked up with a soft smile, pretending to be surprised that he was already awake. Her beauty offered exactly the distraction Jacksonguard needed. It gave him an easy excuse to push those uncomfortable thoughts aside. So Jacksonguard chose the easier road, the one he knew far too well. He reached for indulgence, for noise, for pleasure, for anything that could drown out the unease still crawling inside his chest. Soon after, Jacksonguard stepped out with a goblet already in his hand, and wine began to flow freely around him. Servants hurried to refill his cup again and again. The day melted into a blur of banquets, music, women, and endless excess, as if the treasury itself had no bottom, and the celebrations could continue without restraint. When a magistrate approached with visible concern and carefully pointed out that these lavish gatherings had become far too frequent, Jacksonguard cut him off before he could finish. In Jacksonguard's eyes, this was not mere celebration or wasteful entertainment. It was a tribute to the late Berkeley von Rochest. The magistrate, already worn down by the atmosphere, answered that even if the feast was meant as a memorial, an entire month of extravagance was difficult to justify. Jacksonguard had no interest in hearing such objections. He ordered the magistrate to be silent and declared that this was simply how warriors honored the dead. Then a new voice slipped into the conversation, smooth and filled with praise. Keller, recently promoted, lifted his glass high and said that Captain Berkeley von Rochest's soul would surely be delighted by such a magnificent tribute. Jacksonguard openly praised his new commander, saying that Keller had spoken with the proper spirit. The magistrate saw at once that reason had no place in that room. Realizing any further argument would be useless, he bowed stiffly and left in frustration. No sooner had the magistrate gone than another arrival was announced, shifting the mood once again. Kelteron entered with just the right amount of urgency in his voice. Bowing before the king, he reported that the assassins responsible for Berkeley von Rochest's death had finally been located. The effect on Jacksonguard was immediate and violent. For one heartbeat, his entire body went still, and then fury erupted through him. He hurled his wine glass to the floor with enough force to shatter it, startling the concubine seated beside him as fragments scattered across the room. Jacksonguard's desire for revenge was no longer hidden behind ceremony or drunken celebration. His eyes burned as he demanded to know whether Kelteron's information was truly reliable. Kelteron guided Jacksonguard aside and lowered his voice, as though the answer was too important for careless ears. According to Kelteron's report, the one responsible appeared to be a disciple of the legendary mercenary king, Barak. When Jacksonguard immediately demanded the assassin's name, Kelteron lowered his gaze and admitted that the identity had not been confirmed yet. For now, the man was known only by a title: the Black Giant. Then Kelteron added the next detail that truly mattered. Their sources claimed the assassin was hiding in an old castle west of Lancel, guarded by 800 rebels. That information pleased Jacksonguard at once. His eyes lit with brutal satisfaction as he praised Kelteron for bringing him the report, then swore that his revenge would now come swiftly. Without wasting another moment, Jacksonguard called Keller forward and ordered him to begin preparations for the attack. The newly promoted commander, clearly eager to prove his worth, responded immediately. Keller declared that he would gather 100 Black Lion Knights and 3,000-foot soldiers for the operation. That number was far too large. Kelteron recognized the danger in the proposal almost instantly, even before anyone else had time to react. Keller was desperate to shine in his first major command, but that eagerness was about to make him overcommit and throw the entire plan out of balance. So Kelteron adjusted his approach on the spot. First, Kelteron praised Keller's boldness, giving the new commander exactly the admiration he wanted to hear. Then, with careful timing, he began turning the argument in another direction. Yes, the Black Giant had killed Berkeley von Rochest, so sending a serious force made sense. But if nearly the entire army marched out against one man, would that not make the king appear afraid? Would the people not whisper that Jacksonguard trembled before a single assassin? That argument landed exactly where Kelteron wanted it to. Jacksonguard frowned, then admitted the count was right. Such a display would make him look weak, so he changed the order. Only 50 Black Lion Knights would go, with no additional troops, and more than that, Jacksonguard himself would lead the strike. To him, that was only proper, because even a lion used its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Keller tried to recover some dignity by insisting that a lion should always use its strength fully, no matter how small the prey. Kelteron smoothly replied that while this might be true, one rabbit still required only 1 or 2 lions, not the entire pride. Keller clearly disliked being corrected, but Jacksonguard sided with Kelteron immediately and repeated that his order stood. Then Kelteron added one final twist, speaking as if he were only concerned for Keller's reputation. He apologized politely to the commander, then casually pointed out that the construction of the new palace still required workers, which meant deploying a huge number of troops would also be wasteful and expensive. Keller, unaware that Kelteron had handled him from every angle, accepted the logic and admitted that his own suggestion had been reckless. With the scale of the operation narrowed, he gave the next command. He would accompany the king personally. Jordan and Revell would serve as lieutenants and follow behind them. Everyone else was to remain at the castle and wait for their return. Since both newly promoted captains were already part of the conspiracy, they accepted the arrangement without the slightest hesitation. Kelteron watched the pieces settle into place, and saw that the plan was forming almost perfectly. The king, the commander, and the planted lieutenants were moving exactly where they needed to go. Later, Seong Shihan asked Kelteron why they were focusing on only one of the 6 captains. From the outside, it seemed like they could push the purge even further. Jordan and Revel were already on their side, so why stop there? Kelteron explained that the next step was to push both of them deeper into the king's trusted guard, close enough to shape what happened around the throne. If they eliminated too many commanders too quickly, that path would become impossible. Since 3 captains already reported directly to Keller, their plan was to pressure the new commander, remind him that arrogance could turn fatal, and use his own mistakes to weaken him from within. Seong Shihan quickly saw another angle to it. If they handled things correctly, Jacksonguard's military strength could be permanently weakened while the people loyal to the conspiracy quietly moved closer and closer to the center of power. But before Seong Shihan could push that idea any further, Alita stepped in and pointed out the flaw in continuing down that route too aggressively. If they kept killing commanders one after another, the crown would simply keep promoting replacements. And once that cycle began, it would become much harder to slip Jordan and Revel cleanly into the highest positions. Her explanation was sharp enough to make Kelteron look at her with new interest. The Count noted that she spoke as though she understood royal succession and military structure from experience, not just from theory. Anyone listening might almost think she had grown up inside a royal family. Alita answered without hesitation, saying she had simply read about such things in books. Seong Shihan heard her response, but what truly caught his attention was the look in Kelteron's eyes. The old man's instincts were far too sharp. Kelteron noticed too much, too quickly, and that reminded Seong Shihan of an uncomfortable truth he could not afford to forget. This same smiling, helpful, cooperative Count had once betrayed his former liege without hesitation. That memory made one thing very clear. No matter how useful Kelteron was, he was never someone Seong Shihan could afford to handle carelessly. Far away, the castle chosen as the Black Giant's hideout stood against the distance, old, massive, and imposing beneath the open sky. High on the wall, a lookout was the first to spot movement approaching from afar. His expression changed in an instant, and he shouted with all the strength in his lungs, warning everyone that enemies were coming, not just a small patrol, but a large force. Moments later, a mounted knight rode forward and loudly announced that the great King Jacksonguard himself had arrived. Then Jacksonguard's voice thundered across the fortifications, raw with anger as he ordered the traitors inside to lower their weapons and surrender at once. Instead of surrendering, a figure appeared on top of the wall. The Black Giant stepped into view, raised one hand, and rejected the very idea of yielding to the king. He declared that Jacksonguard was a fallen hero who was no longer fit to rule, and that the nation itself had already turned against his reign. Jacksonguard, certain that this would be nothing more than an easy suppression, only mocked how openly the man had shown himself on the wall. The Black Giant did not flinch beneath the king's contempt. He answered firmly that they would fight to the end, no matter what force came against them. Keller then turned toward Jacksonguard and asked what command the king wished to give. Jacksonguard, already treating the confrontation like a minor nuisance, asked why Keller was even bothering to ask. They would attack head-on, convinced this would be a quick and simple suppression. The king drove his horse forward toward the castle and ordered Keller to follow. Keller quickly issued orders to Jordan and Revel. He would remain at Jacksonguard's side, while the two of them were to hold the rear and keep the formation intact. With perfect timing, Jordan answered in a dry, almost playful tone, telling Keller not to worry. He and Revel would follow soon enough with the rest of the soldiers. Certain of his own strength, and even more certain of the army behind him, Jacksonguard rode straight toward the castle without the slightest hesitation. Then Jacksonguard activated his combat seal, and the air around him seemed to tighten with power. In a single, overwhelming surge, he invoked the giant's hand, unleashing enough force to lift both himself and Keller high above the battlefield. The defenders inside the castle looked up at that display and felt despair crash over them immediately. That level of strength no longer looked human. Before the defenders could recover from the shock, Jacksonguard brought that same monstrous power down upon the castle itself. The defenses shattered with ease. Strengthened by the seal and driven forward by revenge, Jacksonguard pushed deeper, roaring for the Black Giant to show himself. He swore that Berkeley von Rachest's death would be repaid with the assassin's life. But the man playing the role of the Black Giant had already finished what he came to do. With the trap fully prepared, the disguised figure slipped away at exactly the right moment. From a distance, Seong Shihan watched everything unfold with a knowing smirk, just as he had expected. Jacksonguard was charging forward without thinking. Beside him, Seong Shihan told Kelteron that it was time. The tiger hunt had begun. Even Kelteron, who had planned so much of this himself, felt a flicker of fear at how perfectly the bait had worked. Below them, Jacksonguard continued shouting for the Black Giant to appear. He had come to avenge Berkeley von Rachest, and in that moment, nothing else mattered to him. Then the ground itself seemed to answer Jacksonguard's rage. A blinding light erupted beneath his feet, and a huge magic circle flared to life around both Jacksonguard and Keller. Keller, caught completely off guard, shouted in confusion, and demanded to know what that light was. Jacksonguard answered with calm contempt, calling it a trap. But that was when he noticed the true scale of the situation. Swordsmen and mages were already closing in around them from every direction. At the same time, the magic circle pressed down with crushing force, making it harder for Jacksonguard and Keller to move freely. Keller's suspicion sharpened in an instant. Something about this situation was wrong. Far more wrong than a simple ambush should have been. According to the report, the rebels gathered here were supposed to be nothing more than ordinary soldiers, even the one connected to Barak's disciple. On paper, none of them should have been dangerous enough to threaten Jacksonguard directly, but Jacksonguard brushed that warning aside without the slightest hesitation. To him, the barrier was only a nuisance if someone was trapped inside it, and from the outside it should have been easy to shatter. He immediately barked at his army to break it down. Yet the barrier did not so much as tremble. Jacksonguard spun back around, fully expecting to see his forces charging in behind him. Instead, the moment he looked over his shoulder, he realized with a chill that not a single soldier had followed him into the trap. Keller's composure cracked at once. Panic rose into his voice as he shouted for Jordan and Ravel, desperately calling their names as if their answer alone could pull him out of this nightmare. But only silence came back. Then the truth became horrifyingly clear to both the commander and the king. The entire army, including the captains who should have led the charge, had stopped outside the walls and remained there. Jordan and Ravel stood among the soldiers with tense, uneasy faces. Their expressions were stiff, their bodies locked in place, because they had already chosen their side. And now all they could do was pray the plan would not fall apart. Keller's voice broke under the weight of his desperation. He shouted again, his eyes darting wildly as he demanded to know where everyone had gone and why no one was moving. And in that same instant, Jacksonguard finally felt the reality of the situation closing around him. The thought struck him like a blade. Had they all been traitors from the very beginning? Then his gaze lifted toward the tower above, and there, standing high over him, were several faces he knew far too well. The moment Jacksonguard recognized them, whatever doubt remained vanished. This was no accident, no misunderstanding, and no sudden collapse of discipline. It was betrayal. Pure rage erupted from him like a storm, boiling up so violently that even the air around him seemed to shake. He roared that the Count had been behind this from the start, his furious voice ripping through the battlefield as he demanded to know how Kelteron dared betray his king. High above him, the old man visibly flinched. Even from the safety of the tower, the raw force of Jacksonguard's fury was enough to shake him. Seeing that fear on Kelteron's face, Seong Shihan gave a faint, almost amused remark. Even trapped in a carefully prepared prison, King Jacksonguard still looked terrifying enough to make people's knees weaken. Kelteron quickly tried to recover himself, insisting that he had only been startled for a brief moment. But Seong Shihan did not let that excuse pass so easily. He reminded the Count that standing here in person had been necessary. Seong Shihan needed to confirm it with his own eyes. If Kelteron's resolve wavered the moment he faced Jacksonguard directly, then no amount of planning would have been enough, and real trust would have remained impossible. Kelteron lowered his head, accepting the point without argument. He knew Seong Shihan was right. Then Seong Shihan praised him, saying he had handled it well. Drawing the king into this exact location had been the key to everything, and Xenon Stride's performance as the Black Giant had turned out even more convincing than expected. With a little of his composure returning, Kelteron began to explain why the plan had needed to unfold in precisely that way. If Seong Shihan himself had taken the role out in the open, there was always a chance Jacksonguard would have recognized him. That was why Xenon Stride had to be the one standing in plain sight. To Kelteron, charging into a tiger's den just to hunt it was the height of foolishness. The smarter path was to tempt the beast out, guide it step by step, and close the cage around it before it realized what had happened. Down below, the barrier's pressure continued to build, pressing tighter and heavier around the trapped king and his commander. Keller fought to keep his voice steady as fear crawled over him. He shouted for the magic circle to be destroyed and demanded that the traitors surrender immediately if they still wanted even a chance at mercy. One of the knights outside the barrier stared at him in disbelief. From his expression alone, it was obvious he thought Keller still had not understood just how completely the situation had turned against him. Then the mages finally moved. Their voices rang across the battlefield, cold and decisive, declaring that Jacksonguard was no longer their king. In the next breath, lightning tore down from above, crashing violently onto both Jacksonguard and Keller. Pinned by the barrier and unable to move the way they should, the two men were left helplessly exposed beneath the attack. For one brief moment it looked as though both the king and his commander would be swallowed whole by the blinding blast. Then the explosion thundered across the battlefield, so loud and violent that it seemed to shake the very walls around them. Even the soldiers still standing outside the barrier could not tell what had happened inside the smoke. No one knew whether Jacksonguard and Keller had survived. Then the smoke split apart, and Jacksonguard burst through it, hurling himself upward with his massive axes gripped tightly in both hands. He came down with a heavy impact, then swept his gaze across the ruined ground around him. only to find Keller collapsed and unmoving. The commander had failed to withstand the attack. Jacksengard muttered bitterly that perhaps he should have expected as much from a knight of Keller's level when faced with magic of that scale. Anger and confusion twisted together across Jacksengard's face. An ivory tower mage was clearly involved here, which meant this betrayal had not been thrown together carelessly. Someone had planned every piece of it with dangerous precision. For a fleeting second, Jacksengard even wondered whether Rilstein himself had been the one orchestrating everything from behind the curtain. Then one soldier below looked up at him in stunned awe and whispered that the king was incredible. That small comment snapped Jacksengard's attention back outward, dragging his focus away from his suspicions and back to the battlefield around him. At that moment, Seong Shihan stepped forward. He accused Jacksengard without hesitation, saying the people had grown sick of his dictatorship and had risen against him, just as Jacksengard himself had once risen against the empire. Those words froze the king harder than the lightning ever had. Jacksengard stared out at the faces surrounding him and demanded to know whether he had truly been such a poor king. Too many of the men before him were familiar, soldiers who had followed him for years, men who had fought beneath his command. He could not accept that they would turn their blades on him so easily. One soldier answered him with open contempt. To those men, Jacksengard had never really risen above the captain they had served for 10 long years. He had never become someone worthy of the crown he wore. That was the signal they had agreed on. Seong Shihan's allies surged forward at once, pressing the assault from every direction as voices rose around the trapped king, asking whether a useless ruler did not deserve to be removed. Jacksengard roared back with furious disbelief, demanding how they dared raise their weapons against their own king. But the barrier was already doing exactly what it had been designed to do. His movements were restricted, his defenses were not at full strength, and worst of all, he knew it. He shouted that if not for this cursed barrier, he would crush the entire rabble in front of him without the slightest effort. From above, Seong Shihan and Kelteron watched Jacksengard thrash against the trap in a storm of rage. Seong Shihan could not help noticing just how predictable the king had become. Whenever the situation changed too quickly for him to control, Jacksengard stopped adapting and started shouting curses instead. Still, the barrier itself caught Seong Shihan's attention. A prison strong enough to restrain even a transcendent-ranked swordsman was no ordinary spell. He turned toward Kelteron and asked whether he had really managed to hire mages capable of creating something like this. Kelteron admitted he had not expected the barrier to be this powerful either, but Trandon had been surprisingly cooperative. The Ivory Tower had even sent some of the same top-ranked mages who had taken part in the Earth Dragon subjugation. That detail left Seong Shihan uneasy. If the Ivory Tower was contributing that much power, then they almost certainly had their own motives hidden inside this coup. Kelteron agreed, and then raised another concern. By now, word of the uprising had probably already begun to leak beyond the battlefield, spreading faster than anyone could fully control. Seong Shihan only gave a small shrug, as if that much had been obvious from the start. Of course the news had already gotten out. Information like this always found a way to leak, and the Ivory Tower, more than anyone, was far too sharp when it came to catching the scent of important movements. Kelteron then let out a grim comment saying Jacksengard truly was a fool. Even someone from another land could have seen the shape of the trap forming around him, yet the king had stepped into it so cleanly it was almost unbelievable. And Kelteron revealed one more detail, and Seong Shihan's eyes narrowed at once. Much of the sensitive information that had made this trap possible had been kept almost entirely in Kelteron's hands, and realizing how much weight that gave him seemed to restore the old count's confidence. With that kind of leverage in his grasp, Kelteron was now certain of one thing. Jacksengard's fall was no longer just a possibility. It was becoming inevitable. Below them, Jacksengard remained trapped, furious, and barely able to move the way he wanted. Even so, he kept roaring orders at the few loyal men still left to him, commanding them to break the barrier apart at once. But by that point, the coup had already grown far beyond a single battlefield, or one trapped king. Elsewhere inside the palace, Jordan and Ravel were moving through the royal compound, taking control of the key figures most closely tied to Jacksengard's rule. Among those captured was Duke Kramaton himself. The Duke was livid, and as the king's father-in-law, he still seemed convinced that his name alone should have been enough to make the men before him drop to their knees and beg forgiveness. Jordan ignored the weight of that title completely. With his blade held steady, he answered that every action they were taking was for the future of the nation, not for the pride of one noble house. Duke Kramaton's face flushed even deeper with fury. He barked at them to lower their swords immediately, and remember exactly who they were standing against. But the palace had already begun slipping out of the old regime's hands, and chaos was spreading through the halls faster than anyone could stop. By then, Jacksengard's royal residence had turned into a nest of confusion, fear, and open betrayal, with every corridor trembling under the weight of the uprising. A civil war was now on the brink of erupting in the very heart of the kingdom, right where royal authority should have been strongest. Prince Aints stepped forward and spoke directly to the Black Lion Knights, not treating them as rebels or enemies, but as sworn protectors of the kingdom. He told them he had no desire to betray his father. What he wanted was to correct the nation's course and cut away the people who had been pushing the king toward ruin. Aints urged them once more, his voice firm but controlled. There was no need for blood to be spilled here, so every sword had to be lowered. Knights wavered, visibly shaken by the chaos unfolding around them and the prince's words in front of them. But in the end, one by one, they obeyed. They declared that they would wait for Jacksonguard's return before making any further move, choosing restraint over a needless clash inside the palace. When Aints saw them step back, he called it the right decision. It was the only choice that would keep innocent people from dying for no reason in the middle of the palace. Inside, Aints understood exactly what that meant. The palace was now half secured, and that alone was an enormous victory. But the rest of the coup still rested entirely on Kelteron and the forces confronting Jacksonguard outside. Aints truly wanted to raise the nation back up, not simply steal power for himself. So all he could do was stand there, hold his resolve, and hope the remaining pieces of the rebellion fell into place without collapsing. Far away on the battlefield, Jacksonguard had no patience left for careful words or waiting. The invisible barrier continued to bind his movements, and the sheer frustration of that restraint was enough to drive him into a furious rage. He screamed at the soldiers surrounding him, calling them filthy dogs and demanding to know whether they truly intended to bite the very hand that had fed them. One knight answered him without the slightest fear. He told Jacksonguard to shut his mouth, then stated plainly that he was no longer worthy of being king, and with that, he revealed where their loyalty now stood. They were acting under Prince Aints' command. Those words struck Jacksonguard harder than any blow that had landed on him so far. For a moment, it must have felt as though his own bloodline had turned its blade against him. As Jacksonguard's eyes swept across the forces surrounding him, he quickly understood that this was not only his son's doing. His officers, his sworn soldiers, and even Count Kelteron, a man he had once trusted deeply, had all betrayed him together. The sheer scale of that betrayal froze him for only a heartbeat. Then that shock twisted into something far more violent. Jacksonguard moved. Drowned in fury, he swore that he would finish every last traitor standing before him with his own hands. The raw force of his power rolled across the battlefield like a wave, sending fear through the soldiers who had dared to stand against him. Even Kelteron felt despair creeping over him at the sight. But Seong Shihan, watching from above, found something grimly satisfying in the king's rage. There was a dark kind of irony in watching a traitor feel betrayal on his own skin at last. That thought hardened something inside Seong Shihan. To him, the thrill of vengeance felt more honest than any bond ever had. It was sharper, cleaner, and far more reliable than trust. That was why he believed he would never again be exposed to betrayal in the same helpless way. With a faint, mocking smile, he urged Jacksonguard to struggle even harder. After all, he had not returned to Terranor just to fight clean, and Jacksonguard was never the kind of opponent who would fall quietly. One soldier, emboldened by the barrier holding the king in place, mocked Jacksonguard straight to his face. No matter how strong he was, the man said, inside that prison, he was nothing more than a toothless tiger. That single insult drove Jacksonguard completely over the edge. His fury flared even hotter in an instant. He slammed his foot into the ground and fixed the soldier with such murderous intensity that the man nearly broke apart under that gaze alone. Then Jacksonguard roared at all of them, demanding whether they truly believed such a meager barrier could be enough to defeat him. And in the next moment, he showed them exactly why he had always been feared. The earth beneath the soldiers split open with a violent crack, tearing apart as though something monstrous was forcing its way up from below. Even under the barrier's crushing pressure, Jacksonguard forced his battle seal into existence and summoned the giant's hand once again. The fact that he could still draw out that kind of power while trapped left even Xenon's Stride shaken. Xenon's Stride could only stare and think that a monster like Jacksonguard was barely human at all. The giant hand rose above the battlefield like a death sentence, casting its dreadful weight over everyone below. Soldiers beneath it fell into despair, convinced that in the next instant they would be crushed into the ground. But at that critical moment, Xenon's Stride remembered something important. Knowledge Seong Shihan had already drilled into him. The weakness of Jacksonguard's giant hand was at the wrist, the point where the whole structure anchored itself through the earth. So Xenon's Stride moved without hesitation. He unleashed the pulse-breaking mountain art directly at that weak point, driving the strike into the wrist before the giant hand could finish descending. To Jacksonguard's shock, the attack actually worked. The wrist shattered, and the giant hand broke apart in midair, crumbling into fragments before collapsing into debris across the battlefield. A stunned silence followed. The soldiers could barely understand what had just happened. One moment, death had been hanging over them, and the next, they were still alive. After that, Jacksonguard's gaze towards Xenon's Stride changed. For the first time, Jacksonguard admitted that the so-called Black Giant had finally impressed him. He said he had dismissed Xenon's Stride as nothing but a hollow pretender before, but no mere puppet could have pulled off a move like that. Still, the blow had not been enough to bring him down. The barrier had drained Jacksonguard badly, and he admitted it in his own furious way. If not for that cursed restraint and the strength it had forced him to waste, he said everyone standing there would already be dead. Even so, Jackson Guard promised them something far worse. Every single person who had dared defy him would regret it one day, and when that time came, not one of them would escape the consequences. Then, to the complete shock of everyone watching from the battlefield, Jackson Guard actually withdrew. Jackson Guard left the field behind. For a man like him, it was humiliation in its rawest form, something he had probably never tasted in his entire life, being forced to retreat from a battle instead of ending it with overwhelming strength. But even as Jackson Guard pulled back, revenge was already burning fiercely inside his chest. He had no intention of letting this betrayal stand. He would return, and when he did, he planned to drown every last one of them in blood. But not everyone greeted Jackson Guard's retreat with the same sense of relief. The people who had prepared the trap had been counting on this as the cleanest and most certain chance they would ever get to eliminate him. So when they saw Jackson Guard escape alive, their frustration flared into open anger. But Kelteron stepped in before panic could spread. He insisted there was no reason for them to lose control, because according to him, everything was still unfolding within the bounds of the plan. Jackson Guard was a tyrant, yes, but he had also once been a sworn comrade to many of the people now standing against him. If they executed him publicly at this stage, the consequences would reach far beyond anything they were prepared to handle. More importantly, Kelteron reminded them that the next move was already prepared. Sean Stein, the dual-wielding swordsman and heir to the mercenary king, was moving into position to finish the matter properly. With that assurance, Kelteron declared that Jackson Guard would be erased in due time, and with his fall, the memory of his worst crimes would slowly disappear as well. Kelteron's confidence began to spread through the others. The people who had been shaken by Jackson Guard's escape slowly started trusting his judgment again, and from there, they decided to call an urgent council with the ruling authority to discuss the next phase. Then, from far deeper in the past, another memory began to surface. Years earlier, deep within a forest thick with shadows and tangled trees, a small group moved carefully through the undergrowth until they unexpectedly came face to face with a barbarian. Among that group was a young Seong Shihan, who looked straight at the man without flinching and immediately asked whether he was the guardian of that domain. One of Seong Shihan's companions wondered aloud whether it was really wise for only two of them to continue forward like this. But Seong Shihan answered calmly, saying that a 6th-level mage had no reason to be frightened by ordinary forest bandits. The barbarian heard every word. He stared down at the boy in front of him, his expression tightening with disbelief. This child standing before him was young, blunt, and fearless enough to insult him directly to his face, as if he had no idea what kind of danger he had walked into. What confused the barbarian even more was the reaction of his own men. They were just standing there, frozen in place. Had they really backed down simply because the boy happened to be carrying a sword? Seong Shihan calmly looked over the bandits and noted that they seemed determined to take the group's belongings without much discussion. Then, without raising his voice, he asked if there was any way to settle the matter peacefully. The leader snarled back that whatever they were carrying already belonged to him, and he had no intention of returning a single thing. Then the barbarian lunged forward without warning. Seong Shihan reacted immediately, moving to meet the attack without a trace of hesitation. That first strike confirmed what Seong Shihan had already suspected. The barbarian had never intended to talk things out from the beginning. Even so, as Seong Shihan defended himself, he quickly realized the man in front of him was far stronger than he had first appeared. The aura radiating from the barbarian was not the rough pressure of some ordinary thug hiding in the woods. It carried the weight and sharpness of a true master. Someone who had earned his strength through real battle. That recognition seemed to make the barbarian pause. He drew back slightly, studying the boy with new interest, and asked for his name. Seong Shihan answered plainly, giving his name without fear or hesitation. In return, the barbarian introduced himself as well. His name was Jackson Guard. Seong Shihan then admitted that he had come here expecting nothing more than a forest brigand. But after seeing Jackson Guard's talent up close, he could tell there was far more to this man than simple banditry. So he asked a question that would change everything between them. Would Jackson Guard be interested in fighting for a greater cause? Back in the present, Jackson Guard opened his eyes inside a cavern. He realized he had slept for quite a long time, and after stretching the exhaustion from his body, he felt a grim satisfaction at having recovered enough strength. The Leal Forest, he thought, was close enough to remain useful. This cave had once been his secret refuge during his old life as a bandit leader, long before the revolution had ever begun, because the place was remote, hidden, and easy for others to forget. Jackson Guard assumed his enemies would never think to search for him there. Now that he had rested, only one thought remained in his mind. Jackson Guard was ready to return to Rattenzel, and this time, he intended to hunt down every single person who had turned against him. The instant Jackson Guard heard movement approaching through the cavern, his eyes sharpened. Someone had found his hidden sanctuary. Even so, the thought of retreating never crossed Jackson Guard's mind. If anything, the interruption pleased him. It gave him a perfect chance to loosen his body after resting and kill whoever had been foolish enough to come looking for him. So Jacksonguard called out into the darkness, ordering the hidden visitor to step forward. His voice carried through the cavern as he declared that he would wipe out every traitor who had dared turn against him. Then a voice answered from the shadows, almost amused. It said it was funny to hear Jacksonguard talk about hunting traitors, because the person who had come here was carrying the exact same thought. For one brief second, Jacksonguard genuinely wondered whether he was still dreaming, but the figure kept walking closer through the dim cavern. And the moment Jacksonguard saw him clearly, the shock struck him with full force. It was Seong Shihan. 10 years had passed since he disappeared, and now he was suddenly standing right in front of Jacksonguard again. Jacksonguard could barely force out the question of what he was doing there. Seong Shihan answered with cold contempt. After 10 long years since their last meeting, that was truly all Jacksonguard had to say to him. Was Jacksonguard only surprised because the man he had helped banish had somehow returned from the world he had been thrown into? Before those words had even fully settled in the air, Seong Shihan attacked. Jacksonguard defended himself on instinct, his body reacting faster than his mind, while he was still trying to process the impossible sight of Seong Shihan standing before him alive. In the middle of the violent clash, Jacksonguard finally forced the question out, demanding to know why Seong Shihan had returned to Terranor at all. Seong Shihan's answer was mercilessly simple. He had come back. That was all there was to say. But every strike that followed carried the meaning he refused to put into words. The fury packed into Seong Shihan's blows spoke louder than any accusation ever could, each attack driving years of hatred straight toward Jacksonguard. With a brutal shove, Jacksonguard forced just enough space between them to catch his breath, his feet scraping against the cavern floor. Then, through that brief opening, Jacksonguard admitted what he had been told. Rilstein and Saffron had both sworn that Seong Shihan would never be able to return. Seong Shihan answered that coming back had been anything but easy. But he had never been the kind of man to turn away simply because something was supposed to be impossible. That answer forced Jacksonguard to reconsider everything. If Seong Shihan had truly returned now, then the sudden rebellions tearing through the kingdom finally began to make sense. Jacksonguard fixed his eyes on him and concluded that this had to be Seong Shihan's doing. Hearing that, Seong Shihan almost seemed impressed. It seemed, Seong Shihan said with a faint edge of mockery, that the barbarian was not quite as stupid as he looked. Jacksonguard then said what he believed he now understood. Seong Shihan had endured 10 years away from Terranor for one reason alone: to come back and take revenge. And Jacksonguard made it clear that he would not hide behind excuses or beg for forgiveness over what had happened. He had no intention of apologizing for the betrayal. If Seong Shihan wanted him dead, then he should stop talking and strike with everything he had. Seong Shihan answered coldly that Jacksonguard would regret those words because one way or another, he would absolutely pay for what he had done. As the battle intensified, the force of their auras reached a distant girl's senses. The pressure was so overwhelming that she realized only 2 of the 7 revolutionary heroes could produce something like that. In a way, her guess was exactly right. Back inside the cavern, Jacksonguard quickly sensed something else changing in front of him. Seong Shihan's strength was still climbing, even while the battle was already underway. That meant Jacksonguard could not afford to hold back either. He would have to raise the level of the fight as well. In response, Seong Shihan unleashed the Emperor's art, twisting raw mana into a deadly vortex before driving it straight toward Jacksonguard. Jacksonguard braced himself and held firm against the force of it. Then he mocked Seong Shihan for using something so weak, telling him to stop pretending that such a feeble attack could ever be enough to stop him. Seong Shihan understood the result immediately. That same technique had once failed against Darthwald, and now it was failing against Jacksonguard as well. There was only one conclusion to draw. Over the last 10 years, Jacksonguard had climbed even higher in power. As if to prove exactly that, Jacksonguard began gathering lightning around himself. The attack was dangerous enough that Seong Shihan reacted instantly, wrapping himself in the surging force of the tidal wave to guard against the strike. But the lightning had never been the whole attack. It was only bait, meant to force Seong Shihan's defense open for the true blow that came right after. The trick nearly worked, and only a last-second shift in Seong Shihan's guard stopped the attack from landing cleanly. Jacksonguard laughed, his voice echoing through the cavern. He admitted that he could not even remember the last time a fight had felt this good. Seong Shihan warned him not to let that excitement make him careless, because lowering his guard now could very easily get him killed. Jacksonguard dismissed the warning outright. In his mind, he was facing the savior from another world, a man too noble, too soft, and too incapable of true ruthlessness to finish things the way they needed to be finished. And that, in Jacksonguard's eyes, was exactly why Seong Shihan could not win. 10 years ago, 6 revolutionary heroes had gathered and concluded that even together, they could not find a perfect way to kill Seong Shihan for good. If all 6 of them had failed to devise absolute certainty, what chance did Jacksonguard alone truly have now? That thought settled inside Jacksonguard like an undeniable truth. This was probably his final battle. Victory no longer mattered as much as dying without regret. and without revealing the one thing he still meant to keep hidden. So Jackson Guard threw everything he had into the fight. Seong Shihan answered him with equal force, and their clash grew harsher, faster, and more violent with every exchange. Then, in the middle of that brutal rhythm, Jackson Guard noticed something was wrong. Seong Shihan's behavior had shifted. The entire rhythm of the battle had changed. A bad feeling crawled over Jackson Guard, and in response he intensified his attacks even further. Seong Shihan met every strike with defense alone, refusing to answer with a real counterattack. Then Jackson Guard stopped. He had seen enough to understand what was happening. He asked Seong Shihan directly whether he was using refined aura. Only Grandmaster-level swordsmen could compress raw aura into something so pure and dense, and recognizing it dragged an old memory up from deep within Jackson Guard. A clear blue sky from 10 years ago flashed through his mind. So vivid it felt as if no time had passed at all. And with that memory came another realization. Seong Shihan had been fighting entirely on the defensive. There had been no real counterattacks, no serious attempt to end the fight, and no true finishing intent behind his movements. To Jackson Guard, it looked deliberate, as if Seong Shihan had been pretending weakness on purpose. So he demanded to know why. Seong Shihan answered with open contempt, saying that simply asking that question only exposed Jackson Guard's own weakness. Then Seong Shihan admitted the truth. He no longer possessed the overwhelming power he once had. His aura and magic had been consumed just to cross the dimensional gap and return to Terranor, leaving him far from the unstoppable force Jackson Guard remembered. Jackson Guard did not believe a single word of it. If Seong Shihan had truly fallen as far as he claimed, then there was no way he would have returned to Terranor at all, much less come back here chasing revenge. Thought only made Jackson Guard's rage flare hotter. Convinced he was being fed a pathetic lie, he hurled himself forward again, and this time his attack landed with a heavy, undeniable impact. Seong Shihan reacted at the last instant, throwing up a desperate guard to soften the blow. But even that was not enough to erase the damage completely. Jackson Guard caught that weakness immediately. With a hard glare, he said that if Shihan's power had truly dropped to such a miserable level, then a strike like that should have put him down for good instead of leaving him on his feet. He admitted that he had expected this clash to become his final glorious battle, the kind of death a warrior could accept with pride. But if this feeble resistance was truly all Seong Shihan had left, then there was no honor in the fight anymore. In that case, Jackson Guard would stop treating it like a duel and simply crush him into the ground. Seong Shihan answered without backing down. Even if his full strength was no longer in his hands, he said, he still had more than enough power left to force Jackson Guard to his knees. And more than that, Shihan could still see through every movement Jackson Guard made. Jackson Guard only scoffed at him, asking if he was really foolish enough to think some sleeping power would conveniently awaken in the middle of battle. Then, without warning, the entire battlefield began to shift. Seong Shihan still could not find a clean chance to counterattack. And before he could properly adjust his stance, a massive stone hand erupted from the ground beneath him, rising like a trap that had been waiting under his feet. Jackson Guard had prepared that attack for one purpose only: to seize Seong Shihan and crush him where he stood. For the first time since the battle began, Seong Shihan was completely caught off guard. He tried to raise his defense, but the stone fingers closed around him too quickly, locking him in place before his guard could fully form. Jackson Guard stared at the figure trapped in the grip of stone and admitted that he never imagined he would live to see Seong Shihan brought this low. Then, looking down at him with cruel satisfaction, he asked how it felt to finally fall in battle. Inside the crushing hold, Seong Shihan strained against the pressure and answered that, judging from Jackson Guard's face, he truly had no regrets at all about trying to kill him. And then Shihan finally asked the question that had been buried in his heart for 10 long years. Why? Why had Jackson Guard and the others sent him back to another world instead of simply killing him right then and there? Back then, Seong Shihan had been completely helpless, caught inside the portal with no strength left to resist or escape. If Jackson Guard had chosen to drive a blade straight through his heart instead of throwing him through the gate, Shihan would not have been able to stop him. That was the one thing Seong Shihan had never been able to let go of. Had Jackson Guard hesitated because guilt struck him at the last moment? Had some tiny shred of conscience still survived inside him? Or had there been another reason behind it entirely? Jackson Guard looked back at him with dark amusement and said there was no harm in answering now, since Seong Shihan was about to die anyway. He admitted that, at the time, killing Shihan had absolutely been discussed. But 3 of the hypocrites who had agreed to banish him still recoiled when the choice became outright murder. Those 3, Jackson Guard revealed, even threatened to turn against the rest if Seong Shihan's exile became an execution. They were willing to betray him for their own survival and ambition, but they still did not have the nerve to stain their hands directly with his blood. Their fragile little consciences, pathetic as they were, pushed them toward the easier cruelty. Instead of finishing him off, they chose to throw him away. Jackson Guard scoffed at the memory in his eyes. They should have carried the betrayal through to the very end, and he said it without the slightest hesitation. He had betrayed his friends so he could seize the throne and become king. And if Seong Shihan had remained in Terranor, Jacksonguard knew he never would have been able to enjoy that stolen life in peace. He felt no regret over that decision. He might have been a betrayer, he said, but he refused to be called a coward. Seong Shihan stared at him with open disgust written across his face. Then he told Jacksonguard the truth directly. He was a fool. He carried himself as if he stood above the others. But in reality, he was uglier than every single one of them. Jacksonguard claimed he was not a coward, yet every choice he had ever made screamed nothing but cowardice. Even worse, he was a narcissist who had carried darker intentions than the three people he now mocked, yet still had the arrogance to imagine himself cleaner than they were. Jacksonguard roared back that Seong Shihan could think whatever he wanted. His judgment meant nothing to him. Then he declared that the only thing he intended to do now was erase Seong Shihan from the world once and for all. Jacksonguard attacked again, but the instant he lunged forward, the flow of the battle changed completely. Seong Shihan slipped free from the stone hand's grip, as if it had never truly held him, then caught Jacksonguard's strike with effortless precision. With a cold finality in his voice, Shihan said that he finally understood the truth behind the 10 years he had spent in exile. All throughout the battle, Seong Shihan had been pretending to be weak. Every exchange, every staggered defense, every opening he appeared to leave behind had been part of a test meant to uncover one thing. And now he had his answer. Jacksonguard had not truly evolved at all. For all his boasting, all his claims of growth, and all the years that had passed, he was still relying on the same methods, the same instincts, and the same brutal violence from 10 years ago. Seong Shihan had expected him to reveal some hidden card, some new art, or some refined technique gained during the decades since the betrayal. But there was nothing. The barbarian standing before him was still, at his core, the exact same man. And that realization struck Jacksonguard like another wound carved straight into his pride. The faint aura Jacksonguard thought he had sensed earlier had never been proof of weakness. It had been Seong Shihan deliberately holding back and suppressing his true power. When Shihan dryly remarked that it had taken him long enough to notice, Jacksonguard's humiliation only deepened. He added that if Jacksonguard had not been so swallowed by his own delusions, he might have realized the truth much sooner. Then Shihan said what mattered most. For the last 10 years he had been sharpening himself for this exact moment. Every skill, every technique, and every fragment of resolve had been refined with revenge burned into his heart. If Jacksonguard truly believed a man like that would return with a weaker spirit, then he was exactly the fool Seong Shihan had always known him to be. That finally made Jacksonguard explode with a furious roar. He released a wave of pure aura, trying to crush Seong Shihan through overwhelming force alone. Seong Shihan stepped around the attack with contemptuous ease. Enraged even further, Jacksonguard immediately shifted into another assault, pouring his power through his axe and sending violent arcs of energy tearing through the cavern. Seong Shihan met the incoming attacks head-on without the slightest hesitation. With one clean movement, he shattered the entire assault apart, and the technique he used made Jacksonguard's breath catch in his throat. It was the Skype piercer. Then Seong Shihan spoke almost mockingly, saying that since he was fighting a barbarian, it only felt fitting to use every Beastora technique he had stored in his arsenal. That only twisted Jacksonguard's expression even further, rage and disbelief tightening across his face. From a distance, Alita watched the clash unfold, barely able to make sense of the terrifying power exploding before her eyes. In that moment, Alita understood just how monstrous the 7 heroes of the revolution truly were. Their strength was so far beyond ordinary people that it almost felt impossible to believe they were still mortal. The urge to step in and help rose inside her chest. But Alita knew the truth just as clearly. With the magic she possessed right now, she was nowhere near strong enough to affect a battle like this. And that left one painful question pressing down on her. If she could not make a difference yet, then why had Seong Shihan brought her here? Back in the middle of the battlefield, Jacksonguard glared at Seong Shihan and asked whether he actually planned to spare the others. Or was Seong Shihan's revenge going to reach every last one of them before the end? Jacksonguard mocked him with a sneer, saying his resolve was still soft and half-hearted. At this rate, he claimed, Seong Shihan would die long before he ever came close to finishing something as petty as revenge. Then Jacksonguard drew in even more power, his aura swelling violently around him. A colossal hand made of aura took shape above Seong Shihan, looming over him like a crushing judgment before descending with terrifying force. Seong Shihan looked up at it and answered with blatant sarcasm, saying he had prepared something special for exactly that kind of reckless brute force attack. At first, Jacksonguard could not understand what Seong Shihan meant. But in the very next moment, he felt it. Seong Shihan was no longer holding anything back. His aura concentration surged to an absurd level, rising so sharply and so violently that even Jacksonguard felt a chill of dread crawl through him. Jacksonguard reacted instantly, pouring even more power into his own attack, as if he could crush Seong Shihan's counter before it fully formed. But it was completely useless. Seong Shihan's response tore straight through the gigantic aura, hand in a blinding burst of force, ripping it apart, and continuing directly toward Jacksonguard. Jacksonguard had no choice but to hurl himself backward to avoid the attack. Even then, the force passed so close that it sent a cold, terrifying sensation through his entire body. If that attack had struck him head-on, Jacksonguard would have been obliterated on the spot. Standing there with cold sweat running down his body, he finally understood the full weight of his mistake. He should have accepted defeat from the beginning. He should have stepped into this battle knowing it would likely be his last, and fought with the dignity of a true warrior. Instead, Jacksonguard had clung to a lie. The lie that Seong Shihan had become weak, the lie that victory was still within reach, and the lie that he might somehow survive this fight. That faint hope had blinded him completely, and now it was far too late to escape the consequences. Seong Shihan said that truth aloud without a trace of pity. He had finally dragged Jacksonguard all the way down into desperation, and putting up with the man's old arrogance for this long had been more exhausting than satisfying. Jacksonguard screamed back through his rage, saying he should have killed Seong Shihan when he still had the chance. Seong Shihan calmly agreed. Yes, Jacksonguard absolutely should have done that, but that chance had disappeared forever. Then Seong Shihan ended it. One final strike crashed into Jacksonguard's body, smashing through the barbarian's resistance and bringing him down completely. A single decisive blow was enough to leave the once terrifying warrior helpless on the ground. For a brief moment, Seong Shihan almost looked disappointed, as if the battle ending so easily felt emptier than he had expected. But even broken and lying there defeated, Jacksonguard's pride still refused to bend. He sneered that Seong Shihan was still weak, claiming he could not even defeat him cleanly with the skypiercer. Seong Shihan ignored the insult completely and asked the only question that mattered now: who were the three hypocrites Jacksonguard had mentioned earlier? As expected, Seong Shihan received no answer. Jacksonguard remained silent, his mouth shut tight. Seong Shihan had already expected as much. A man that stubborn would never hand over something so important just because he had been beaten. So Seong Shihan shifted to another question instead. If Jacksonguard had never truly cared about luxury, status, or royal titles, then why betray him for a crown in the first place? Why throw everything away for a throne that looked hollow and meaningless even from the outside? Jacksonguard laughed, but there was no warmth or humor in the sound. He told Seong Shihan that the question itself proved how little he understood. It had never been only about becoming king. What Jacksonguard truly hated was the thought of spending his entire life trapped beneath another man's shadow. He wanted the world to know him as the strongest, not remember him as nothing more than the companion of someone even greater. In Jacksonguard's mind, staying by Seong Shihan's side had felt like living as a loyal dog, surviving on scraps of friendship from a man the entire world admired more than him. Seong Shihan saw through those words immediately. That kind of resentment did not sound like something Jacksonguard had created entirely on his own. Seong Shihan had heard that kind of thinking before, and to him, it meant the barbarian had been another puppet dancing inside a much larger design. Even so, Seong Shihan made one thing absolutely clear. Being influenced by someone else did not excuse the betrayal. Nothing could erase the fact that Jacksonguard had shattered the trust of a friend. Jacksonguard's eyes burned with stubborn defiance. He told Seong Shihan to stop talking and finish it. If death was coming for him, then he at least wanted to die with his pride intact. Seong Shihan answered that death would be far too merciful for him. He had something else in mind. Something much more fitting for the man who had betrayed him. That answer genuinely confused Jacksonguard, and he demanded to know what kind of twisted punishment Seong Shihan was talking about. That was when Seong Shihan called Alita forward. The look on Jacksonguard's face changed the instant he saw her move. Snapping in anger, he told Seong Shihan to stop playing games, kill him now, and be done with it. Seong Shihan refused. He told Jacksonguard that his old self would have chosen death without hesitation, but that was not the fate Jacksonguard had given him. Seong Shihan had not been killed. He had been thrown into another world and abandoned there, left to rot in despair for 10 long years. Now, Seong Shihan said, it was Jacksonguard's turn. The color drained from Jacksonguard's face as the meaning finally sank in. Seong Shihan told him clearly that he would suffer the very same fate. Jacksonguard would be cast into the exact same world and left there, just as Seong Shihan had once been. Then the portal opened. A shimmering rift ripped through the empty air, its surface twisting with otherworldly light as the space itself began to warp. Jacksonguard reacted instantly, planting himself against the pull and pouring every last bit of strength he had left into resisting the portal's force. At the same time, Alita felt a strange tug deep within herself and finally understood what was happening. Seong Shihan was drawing on her mana to complete the portal, and to her, that should have been absolutely impossible. Using someone else's magic that directly was absurd, almost like trying to build your own strength by borrowing another person's muscles and forcing them to move as if they belonged to you. Being summoned from another dimension existed under a special exception. According to the law of the spell that bound them, A summoned being had the right to draw power from the one who had summoned them. Xiang Shihan had never wanted to rely on that rule so openly, but his own magical recovery had slowed to a painful crawl, and at this point there was no cleaner path left to finish what he had started. That was when the full weight of Alita's role finally settled on her. She had not merely summoned Xiang Shihan back into this world. She had become one of the gears turning inside the machine of his revenge. Xiang Shihan truly meant to make Jacksonguard experience the same 10 years of exile, helplessness and despair that had once been forced onto him. Jacksonguard fought against the pull with everything he had left, muscles straining in pride, refusing to break. But Xiang Shihan watched him without the slightest trace of mercy. No one understood that desperate struggle better than Xiang Shihan himself. 10 years earlier, Xiang Shihan had fought against that same merciless pull with all his strength, and in the end, all he had managed to do was send Jacksonguard away instead of killing him. When Jacksonguard shouted that this was unfair, that he was being thrown into some unknown land, Xiang Shihan answered him with cold satisfaction. This was nothing more than a refund. For the first time, real fear spread across Jacksonguard's face. He kept fighting the force dragging him toward the portal. But then his eyes caught what waited beyond it. Inside the shimmering void, twisted silhouettes writhed endlessly, countless powerful monsters, creatures that looked terrifyingly close to the Emperor's most dreadful summons. In that instant, the true meaning of the punishment became painfully clear. Jacksonguard was not being given an escape route. He was being sentenced to a lonely war in a ruined, forsaken world filled with horrors that would never stop coming. Even then, Jacksonguard refused to completely break, gasping against the pull. He forced out the words that this would not be his end. He swore he would survive that world just as Xiang Shihan had, and that someday, no matter how many years it took, they would meet again and settle this properly. Xiang Shihan gave him only a quiet farewell. Then the vortex snapped shut and swallowed Jacksonguard whole, leaving nothing behind but a trembling silence hanging in the air. Alita was the first to speak after the silence settled. Uneasy, she asked whether that had truly been the right choice, because a disturbance on that scale would definitely be felt by the Four Towers. Xiang Shihan simply shrugged and said it no longer mattered. They would be leaving soon anyway, and he had already prepared enchantments capable of hiding the traces and smothering the lingering tremors. Then his gaze drifted down toward the torn clothing Jacksonguard had left behind. With dry humor, Xiang Shihan remarked that maybe he could at least sell those for a decent amount. Alita, however, had something far heavier on her mind. She looked toward the place where the portal had vanished and asked what would become of Jacksonguard now. Xiang Shihan answered honestly, "In that other world, anything could happen. Jacksonguard might survive, or he might die. Either way, it no longer mattered to him. His revenge had been completed. Whatever fate waited for Jacksonguard from this point forward belonged to Jacksonguard alone." Alita still looked unsettled. She admitted that she would have felt safer if Xiang Shihan had simply killed him outright, because even the smallest chance of Jacksonguard keeping that vow and returning one day was enough to disturb her. Xiang Shihan acknowledged her concern. Crossing between worlds was never simple, especially for someone who was not a mage. But Xiang Shihan also knew better than anyone that impossible returns could still happen. After all, he himself had already done exactly that. So Alita asked the obvious question. If Jacksonguard really did come back one day, then what would Xiang Shihan do? A slow, dangerous smile spread across Xiang Shihan's face. With unsettling honesty, he admitted that part of him was actually curious to see what kind of being would return after enduring the full consequence of his revenge. Not long after that, the former king finally accepted that he was no longer fit to remain on the throne. He stepped away from power and chose to live freely without the weight of the crown. In his place, Ainst Lattenberg rose as the new ruler and formally renamed the nation the Lattenberg Kingdom. Once Ainst took the throne, he moved quickly. Almost immediately, he began reorganizing the kingdom's internal structure and reshaping the government from the inside. Viscount Crumble, whose quiet efforts had helped stabilize the new reign, was elevated to count and placed in charge of administration, taking over the sphere that had once been controlled by Kelteron. Jordan became commander of the Black Lion Knight Order, while Ravel was appointed vice-commander beneath him. Kelteron, already raised to the rank of Marquis, was then appointed chancellor and publicly praised as one of the heroes who had made the transition possible. The remaining nobles watched all of this with tense caution. They expected the new king to strip them of everything, punish them broadly, and purge every remnant of the old regime. But Ainst declared that he was not like Emperor Rustenard. He made it clear that he would not overlook the sins of men like Duke Cramaton and the other nobles who had supported the kingdom's corruption, but he also refused to condemn everyone without distinction. To prove that his words were not empty, Ainst made a decisive move. He chose the former queen, Lilia Renla-Tenberg, daughter of Duke Cramaton, to stand beside him as his wife. That single decision sent a powerful message through the nobility. It showed that the new king did not intend to bury them all for the crimes of the previous reign. Instead, he was offering continuity, protection, and a path forward. The effect was immediate. Nobles began to trust Ainst, and in return they pledged their full loyalty and service to the new throne. Privately, Ainst understood exactly whose design he had stepped into. In silence, he acknowledged that much of what was unfolding was happening almost exactly as Kelteron had envisioned. As for Lelia, she admitted that her father had never truly seen her as a person. To him, she had been nothing more than something to possess, use, and trade. That was why she felt genuinely grateful that Aints had accepted her. Standing at his side as queen was not merely an honor to her. It was a rescue from the role she had been trapped in for her entire life. Aints, meanwhile, took satisfaction in gaining both Lelia's trust and the noble's support at the same time, and so, the kingdom embraced its new sovereign. Sometime later, Seong Shihan met with Kelteron and congratulated him on becoming chancellor. Seong Shihan pointed out that with that position, the old man now effectively controlled the finances of the entire kingdom. Kelteron immediately protested, insisting that he had no intention of using his office to steal from anyone. Then, with his usual shameless confidence, Kelteron added that he could still double his personal wealth easily enough by redirecting the old reign's outrageous entertainment spending toward the ruling class instead. Seong Shihan admitted that he was satisfied with how everything had turned out. Considering how disastrously Jacksongard had governed, he would not be surprised if the people soon began calling Aints a wise king, especially if Aints managed to repair even half of the damage left behind. Kelteron did not see the situation in such simple terms, and the look on his face made it clear he had a more complicated warning in mind. Jacksongard may have rotted the kingdom from the inside, Kelteron explained, but his very existence had also served as a shield. As long as that monster sat on the throne, the other revolutionary heroes could not attack the nation openly. Now that he was gone, the kingdom stood far more exposed to the neighboring powers watching from every side. Even after hearing that, Seong Shihan did not seem convinced that disaster was about to fall immediately. Kelteron studied Seong Shihan's calm expression and asked if that confidence came from one assumption, that Shihan planned to subdue those neighboring powers himself before they had the chance to move. He admitted it plainly as well. From Kelteron's point of view, Seong Shihan succeeding in his revenge would bring very obvious advantages. So of course he hoped Shihan would win. Seong Shihan cut straight through the old man's roundabout wording. He told the chancellor that this meeting clearly was not for idle speculation, so Kelteron should stop circling the point and say what he truly wanted. At those words, Kelteron's posture changed immediately, the casual air around him fading in an instant. The old man's face grew serious, and only then did he finally speak the truth he had come to deliver. The other revolutionary heroes, Kelteron warned, were far more dangerous than Jacksongard had ever been. Former king, he explained, had never truly been suited to ruling a kingdom. Worse than that, years spent far from real battle had dulled the edge that once made Jacksongard terrifying. Rilstein and Saffron, however, were different. They now controlled the Four Towers, and both had reached the rank of Floormaster, a title Seong Shihan himself had once achieved. Unlike Seong Shihan, the two of them had continued training in magic properly, patiently, and methodically all this time. Shihan acknowledged the danger at once. If Kelteron's information was accurate, then Rilstein and Saffron might truly have grown powerful enough to rival him. Kelteron went on, adding that Theorante and Karen Inasius had likely become stronger as well, because both of them were the type to obsessively research, train, and push forward without caring about anything except advancement. But among all of them, Kelteron said, one name now stood above the rest: Lavina. He warned Seong Shihan that Lavina had recently experienced a tremendous surge in power, one large enough to change the entire balance between the heroes. Seong Shihan cut him off before the old man could keep easing around the subject. He told Kelteron to stop dressing it up and say exactly what he meant. So Kelteron did. If Kelteron were ever forced to choose between the savior from another world and the people who might destroy it, he said he would choose Seong Shihan without hesitation, and anyone who chose otherwise would be a fool. But for ordinary people living under fear, pressure, and uncertainty, that choice would not look nearly as simple. That made Seong Shihan's gaze sharpen. Was Kelteron saying Lavina had truly become powerful enough to inspire that kind of fear? Kelteron answered, by naming the only three people he knew who could even conceivably stand against Seong Shihan. First was General Rondark, the guardian knight of the Lusclan Empire. The second was the mercenary King Barak, though no one had seen him since the Empire's collapse, and most people believed age had already taken him. The third was the person Seong Shihan knew better than almost anyone: Lavina, the invisible thief queen. Then Kelteron revealed the part that truly mattered. Lavina had climbed all the way to the peak of her path. She had become a godsword warrior, the highest rank possible within her discipline. And because the three former godsword warriors had disappeared, Lavina was now the only one left on the entire continent. Seong Shihan absorbed the news in silence. It was staggering, but not impossible to believe. 10 years ago, Lavina had already reached Grandmaster rank while still absurdly young. She had always been a true prodigy. If anyone could rise that far in only a decade, then Lavina was exactly the kind of person who could do it. Kelteron added one more point. Theorante was apparently close to reaching her level as well. In the Chancellor's eyes, the fact that Lavina had not yet crushed the neighboring state on her border suggested that even with her new status, she still did not feel completely certain of victory. And that meant Theorante remained a very serious threat. Seong Shihan, however, was not entirely convinced. Lavina might have shown ambition from time to time, but Seong Shihan did not believe she was the kind of person who would trample others simply to satisfy her own desires. He asked Kelteron directly whether he was certain he was not mistaking Lavina for someone else. Kelteron admitted he could not claim absolute certainty. Even so, Kelteron dared to say that when it came to Lavina, Seong Shihan might be the one who was deeply mistaken. Kelteron stood by that judgment without hesitation. In his eyes, Lavina had always been that sort of person, and he insisted that he was far from the only one who had seen it. The other revolutionary heroes had recognized the same thing. Even Jacksonguard himself, for all his arrogance, had understood it. According to Kelteron, the only person who had failed to grasp Lavina's true nature was Seong Shihan. That answer changed the air around them in an instant. A cold, unsettling pressure began to leak from Seong Shihan, heavy enough to make Kelteron recoil before he could stop himself. Realizing that his words had struck far deeper than expected, the old man quickly apologized. Seong Shihan calmed him down, though there was little warmth in his voice. He said Kelteron had only caught him off guard. Nothing more. When Kelteron cautiously asked if there was anything he could do to help ease the matter, Seong Shihan told him there was no need. He had already received the information he needed. That was enough, and with it, the rest of his plans could finally begin moving forward. Then Seong Shihan turned and left. But as he walked away, one thought continued pressing at the back of his mind. There was still something Kelteron did not know. 10 years ago, Seong Shihan had already seen Lavina's true face. A side of her that no one else had ever witnessed. Even the memory of that gaze was enough to send a faint chill through him, as if Lavina's presence had slipped close again from the shadows of the past. Later, as Seong Shihan prepared to head out, Alita stopped him and asked if he had some engagement planned. Seong Shihan answered that he was simply bored. He had thought about wandering around for a while, but since Terranor still offered him less entertainment than he wanted, he had decided to search for books instead. Alita immediately said she was coming with him. At that exact moment, Dina Crumble appeared and brightly called out to her master, clearly having overheard the conversation. Without missing a beat, she tried to join the outing as well. Before Seong Shihan could even respond, Zenon's stride cut in and stopped her, sternly reminding Dina that she had lessons scheduled and would not be wasting Shihan's time by tagging along. Dina tried to play innocent, but her real intention was obvious enough. She wanted to interfere with Seong Shihan and Alita's walk purely out of mischief. Zenon's stride did not budge at all. Whether Dina liked it or not, she was going to attend her studies. Seong Shihan watched their back and forth with mild amusement. Seeing them argue so energetically was oddly pleasant, and he said it was nice to see them getting along. Once Seong Shihan stepped outside, the city itself drew his attention. Terranor had changed. The streets felt livelier now, brighter and more vibrant, filled with a kind of energy he had not expected to see. Even while using thousand faces to blend into the crowd, Seong Shihan could still feel how much more animated the world around him had become. He admitted to himself that his revenge had been entirely personal, but even so, he did not regret what he had done. Then Alita noticed something just ahead of them. A small bookstore tucked along the street, quiet compared to the livelier flow of the city around it. Once inside, they began moving between the shelves, letting their eyes drift over the rows of books. It did not take long for Seong Shihan to notice several titles that looked suspiciously suggestive, the kind clearly written around thinly veiled innuendo. Seong Shihan found himself wondering what sort of nonsense people in Terranor were writing these days. But as his gaze moved past the strange titles, one book suddenly caught his attention more than all the others. The title was The Lover of the Otherworld Savior. The moment Seong Shihan saw it, his first assumption came naturally. Surely it had to be some exaggerated romance about him and Lavina. After all, if stories of the Otherworld Savior had spread widely enough, then it was only a matter of time before people started inventing romantic tales around that legend. The moment Seong Shihan opened the book and glanced inside, shock hit him immediately. The supposed lover in the story was not Lavina at all. It was Rilstein. Seong Shihan could only stare at the page in disbelief. Who in the world had come up with something like this? Had the authors somehow ignored Lavina's existence completely? And of all the people on the continent, why had they decided to pair him with another man? Alita, on the other hand, fell into such an awkward silence that the air between them almost became painful. In the end, Alita hurriedly grabbed a single book, bought it without lingering, and rushed out of the shop so quickly that it looked less like leaving and more like escaping. Their next stop was the city square, where towering statues of the old revolutionary heroes still stood proudly over the people passing below. Looking up at the statues, Seong Shihan wondered aloud whether Jacksonguard had been the one to commission them. Alita answered that there was nothing inherently wrong with honoring the heroes of the revolution, especially since there was even a monument there supposedly dedicated to the Otherworld Savior himself. Seong Shihan looked at the statue that was apparently meant to represent him and found absolutely no resemblance at all. Alita explained that the stories surrounding him had been exaggerated so many times that any hope of accuracy had vanished long ago. Considering how unbelievable his achievements must have sounded to later generations, people had probably sculpted whatever face and figure seemed fitting for a legendary savior. Xiang Shihan answered dryly that maybe he should just be grateful no one could recognize him from the statue. With Jacksonguard already dealt with, Alita then asked the obvious question, had he already chosen his next target? Xiang Shihan considered it carefully. Saffron and Rilstein would probably be easier in one sense, because their magic still held little meaning against him. But mages were difficult prey in their own way, slippery, cautious, strategic, and far less likely to step into a clean fight. That was why Xiang Shihan had decided to postpone them. At first, after finishing Jacksonguard, he had planned to go after Theorante instead. Theorante's pride as a swordsman made him seem like the kind of opponent who could be isolated into a direct duel more easily. But the situation was no longer that simple. If Kelteron's information was correct, and if Theorante had truly risen to the rank of warrior god or somewhere close to it, then challenging him right now would be too premature. Xiang Shihan had recovered most of his aura. Yes, but at the moment, his power had only returned to the level of a Grand Master. He still needed more time before he could reclaim the full force he had once carried. Alita asked if that meant Xiang Shihan intended to keep training until his strength was completely restored. Xiang Shihan answered, with a hard edge in his voice. He had already lost 10 years. He had no intention of throwing away even more time by waiting endlessly. Then Xiang Shihan's eyes drifted toward another statue, and the next name that left his mouth carried a noticeably different weight. He could hardly wait to face Karin Ignatius. Alita immediately recognized the danger behind that name. She asked if he was talking about the immortal witch, and Xiang Shihan began explaining what made Karin so terrifying. Karin wielded the restorative power of a cleric, and the destructive force of a Templar at the same time, an absurd combination even on its own. But her true danger did not come from raw strength alone. What made Karin truly frightening was the way she fused those two powers together. Through that synergy, she could inflict enemies with all kinds of conditions, ailments, and debilitating effects. Even powerful swordsmen and accomplished mages dreaded facing someone like that. Against Karin, one had to remain cautious at every moment, because a single lapse could become fatal. Alita admitted that Karin sounded like a nightmare to fight, then asked whether Xiang Shihan was truly certain about taking her on. Xiang Shihan answered yes without a second of hesitation. The reason in his mind was very simple. Beings from another world were immune to Terranor's native diseases, which meant Karin's most specialized abilities would not work on him at all. That answer made Alita ask something broader. Did that mean Xiang Shihan was immune not only to Karin's crafted contagions, but to any disease born in Terranor? Xiang Shihan confirmed it, adding that if that had not been the case, he doubted he would have survived for very long in this world at all. When Alita wondered if it was some kind of advanced magic, he gave her a much stranger explanation. On Earth, Xiang Shihan said, constant exposure to antibiotics had helped create incredibly evolved microorganisms. When he crossed into Terranor, he had unknowingly carried that microscopic world along with him. Apparently, the portal had done nothing to block that transfer. Xiang Shihan had arrived in another realm, not just as himself, but with an entire invisible ecosystem already living inside his body. The explanation left Alita completely stunned. If even germs could pass through dimensions, then what exactly were the limits of what could be carried across? That question pulled an old memory to the surface of Xiang Shihan's mind. Rilstein had once become completely obsessed with that very issue, theorizing that only truly living things could pass through dimensional gates. Then Rilstein had turned the idea around and asked a far stranger question. What did the portal actually consider alive in the first place? Back then, Xiang Shihan had admitted that he did not know, though if he had to guess, he would say it was anything with a soul. Of course, Rilstein treated that answer like an invitation to make his hypotheses more and more disturbing. Could zombies pass through? What about animated corpses? What about other moving things that technically functioned but absolutely should not be discussed anywhere near a dinner table? Xiang Shihan remembered being left speechless, while Rilstein kept sinking deeper into revolting theory, proudly insisting that this was the very essence of research magic. That strange train of thought finally ended when someone walked up behind Rilstein and smacked him on the head. It was Karin Ignatius asking whether he really had to talk about such disgusting things right before a meal. Rilstein rubbed the sore spot with wounded dignity and complained that the hit had genuinely hurt. But the moment he looked at Karin's face, all his irritation disappeared. Her smile made it impossible for him to stay annoyed for long. Then Karin set the meal down in front of them. Dinner was ready, she said, apologizing that the food was simple because ingredients were scarce. Xiang Shihan quickly assured her that there was no problem at all. Just having food placed in front of them was already more than enough. But Rilstein noticed something else. Karin herself was not eating. When he asked why, she explained that she had already filled herself up by tasting the food while cooking. Neither Seong Shihan nor Rilstein believed that excuse for even a second. So both of them immediately began offering pieces from their own plates to Karen, pushing food toward her as if silently refusing to let her go hungry. Karen Ignatius insisted again that she really was not hungry, her voice calm but firm, as if she hoped the others would finally stop worrying about her. But Seong Shihan and Rilstein would not let it go. They kept nudging food toward her with such earnest, stubborn concern that Karen eventually sighed, gave in, and accepted a small bite. The instant she tasted it, Seong Shihan and Rilstein both brightened at once, their faces filling with the kind of obvious satisfaction that made it clear they had been waiting for this exact moment. Jackson Guard, however, sat there looking completely unimpressed, as if their little victory over Karen's appetite meant absolutely nothing to him. When Seong Shihan turned to him and asked if he was planning to share some of his own meal with Karen too, Jackson Guard only answered bluntly that he was not the same as them. Then, without making a show of it, Jackson Guard pushed himself to his feet, left his plate where it was, and muttered that he had already eaten enough, so Karen could have whatever was left if she wanted it. Karen understood what he was doing right away. His words were rough, and his attitude was awkward, but hidden beneath all of that was his own clumsy attempt at kindness. As the group began getting ready to leave, Karen suddenly called out to Seong Shihan, stopping him just before he could walk away. In her hands was the scarf he had worn before, now carefully repaired and folded neatly, and she held it up as she told him she had finished mending it. She added that the days were growing colder, and with that same gentle concern in her eyes, she said she did not want him catching a chill while they were out there. Even now, back in the present, that small memory remained with him, lingering quietly in the back of his mind. To Seong Shihan, Karen Ignatius had always felt like something between an older sister and a mother. Jackson Guard and Rilstein might have been older than him, but Karen was the one who gave him that unmistakable feeling of family. There had always been a calm wisdom in her, along with a soft kindness, a patient intelligence, and a gentleness that seemed impossible to break, no matter how cruel the world became around them. Her smile never truly wavered. Even in moments as grim as cutting down Imperial soldiers, that peaceful expression stayed on her face, and somehow that quiet calm could feel even more unsettling than open cruelty. And it had not been only Karen. In those days, every one of them had felt like siblings to Seong Shihan, like a real family forged through battle, danger, loyalty, and trust. Seong Shihan knew those years had taught him countless things, not from one person alone, but from all of them. The way they lived, the way they fought, and the way they stood together through everything. But time had pressed down on all of them, heavy and merciless, and now some of those old roads could never be walked again. At last, Seong Shihan turned toward Alita and quietly told her that it was time for them to head back, far away from that quiet walk. Karen Ignatius was already carrying out her duties inside the sacred towers of Lysaterium, the holy capital of Ignatius. With a composed expression, Karen asked whether Jackson Guard had truly stepped down from the throne. One of the priests confirmed it at once. Jackson Guard's eldest son, Ainz Lottenberg, had taken the crown, and Count Kelteron, Jackson Guard's trusted right hand, had moved swiftly to keep the transfer of power stable. Another priest murmured that Kelteron's name sounded familiar, and the answer came immediately. He was the man famous for having the body of a scholar and the savage cunning of a beast. Karen found that image difficult to match with the Kelteron she remembered. The man she knew was no coward, and he was certainly not someone who would stir up chaos simply for the sake of chaos. Even so, Karen did not dismiss the matter. She ordered them to gather more information, and only then did the head priest ask what they should do next. Karen did not answer that question directly. Instead, she turned her attention to an entirely different problem that had already begun troubling their territory. Many people fleeing from the old rule of Jackson Guard had crossed into their lands, and now some of those refugees were desecrating temples, and even stealing offerings meant for the goddess. Karen pointed out that food and clothing should already have been distributed to those refugees. If that support had truly reached them, then why were they still desperate enough to steal? Chief Priest lowered his head and admitted the ugly truth. The official responsible for distributing the supplies had embezzled them, leaving many of the refugees starving, cold, and driven into desperation. He begged Karen not to condemn people who had stolen only because they were trying to survive, even though he knew that laying hands on offerings to the goddess was considered unforgivable. Karen's expression did not soften. She answered that, under divine law, circumstances could not erase the weight of sin. If they had stolen, then they had to die. To Karen, human law was weak and corrupt, precisely because it twisted itself around emotion, pity, and circumstance. People were not meant to chase after the temporary morals they invented for themselves. They were meant to follow the will of the goddess without hesitation. Only by obeying that higher law, Karen said, could a person's life become truly righteous. Once those words left her mouth, she dismissed them without another trace of hesitation. The priests could do nothing but accept her decision, no matter how heavy it felt. They bowed deeply and withdrew from the chamber, leaving behind a silence so cold it felt sharper than anger. Karen Ignatius's face never changed. To some, that stillness might have looked like perfect justice. To others, it looked painfully close to emptiness. Back on Seong Shihan's side, Keltaron soon arrived with news that the arrangements Shihan had requested were already complete. Lord Seong Shihan, Sword Superior Zenon Stride, Sword Superior Alita, and even Alita's student, Dina Crumble, had all been officially added to the Latinburg delegation bound for Inasius, the religious kingdom. The speed of it was enough to surprise even Seong Shihan. After all, he had only asked Keltaron to find a way for them to reach Karin Inasius without drawing unnecessary suspicion. Keltaron had asked for some time to prepare, yet somehow before Seong Shihan had even expected to hear a rough proposal, the Count had already finished arranging the entire route. Seong Shihan understood that a newly crowned king needed recognition from other nations to secure his reign, so sending delegations to foreign capitals made sense, but government matters almost never moved this quickly. So he asked Keltaron how he had pulled it off. Keltaron explained that he had included Seong Shihan and his companions in the delegation from the very beginning. With his current position and influence, slipping them into the official party had not been especially difficult. That answer made Seong Shihan realize that Keltaron had probably prepared for several possible outcomes, long before he knew which one would actually happen. Seong Shihan told the Count not to create extra work for himself next time, and instead to simply ask before taking that much initiative on his own. Keltaron accepted the criticism immediately, almost too quickly. And that reaction told Seong Shihan more than the Count likely intended. Years of serving Jacksengard must have trained Keltaron to live in constant fear of making a mistake. It explained why he always overprepared, as if one missed detail could bring disaster down on his head. Keltaron then added that the religious kingdom of Inasius had responded favorably to the new king, and most of the other realms across the continent had shown a similar attitude. That meant the delegation could serve more than one purpose. It could also become a convenient way to establish contact with representatives from the wider continent. Seong Shihan already had a rough idea of one man who would not welcome the change so easily, a man who had always been close to Jacksengard and would never accept Aints Latinburg without resistance. That man was Saffron. Seong Shihan had always expected Saffron to push back sooner or later, but he had not thought the resistance would surface this quickly. Only the Saffron Kingdom refused to formally recognize the new ruler. Their rejection was rooted in Saffron's old bond with Jacksengard, a connection that went far beyond an ordinary friendship. Back during the revolution, those two had moved almost like one being split into two roles, with Saffron serving as the calculating mind and Jacksengard acting as the overwhelming force. Keltaron still claimed in public that Jacksengard had stepped down willingly and chosen to live as a free man, but Saffron, who understood Jacksengard better than most, rejected that story immediately. Just that reaction alone was enough for Seong Shihan to realize how deep Saffron's suspicion already ran, and that troubled him more than he wanted to admit. He had no desire to drag innocent people into the fallout of his personal revenge. If events kept shifting in this direction, he might have to deal with Saffron before he ever reached Karin Inasius. Keltaron tried to ease that worry. He reminded Seong Shihan that every other kingdom was still maintaining friendly ties with them. And more importantly, they had the support of the Lilstein Kingdom, the strongest nation on the continent. Since both Rilstein and Saffron ruled mage-centered realms, and since their kingdoms had remained rivals ever since the War of Revolution, Saffron could not simply act on impulse without inviting serious consequences. In Keltaron's judgment, there was no reason to throw away the original plan. They should continue toward Inasius exactly as intended, because every necessary preparation was already in place. Seong Shihan could tell that Keltaron had probably predicted this possibility as well, so in the end, he decided to trust the Count's judgment once more and told him to continue handling the arrangements. 3 days later, the delegation had already set out on the road. This time, Seong Shihan was not traveling by himself. The entire group moved together toward the religious kingdom of Inasius. While Seong Shihan rode outside on horseback, a nobleman watching from within an ornate carriage called out and politely asked whether he would prefer to rest inside for a while. Seong Shihan answered that he was fine right where he was. Truthfully, the open air and rhythm of riding felt far better to him than being shut inside a carriage. The nobleman told him with polite concern to speak up if he needed anything. Seong Shihan admitted that it had been quite a while since he had ridden like this, and to his own surprise, he was enjoying it more than expected. Alita, on the other hand, did not have nearly as much practical experience with horses yet. Even so, she was slowly beginning to find her balance and get used to the movement. Seong Shihan watched her for a moment, then warned her not to push herself too hard. After all, aura techniques powerful enough to enhance speed beyond a horse were extremely advanced, so no matter how strong someone became, learning to ride properly still mattered. That was why Zenon Stride as a knight and Dina Crumble, with her noble upbringing, were both already comfortable in the saddle. That realization made Seong Shihan look at Alita a little differently. He admitted that, until now, he had always assumed she had also come from some kind of privileged background. Alita answered in a flat, quiet voice that her family had been destroyed. Then, without dwelling on that painful past, she added that she would learn to ride properly before they reached their destination. As evening slowly settled over the road, the delegation stopped and began making camp. For once, Seong Shihan found himself with nothing to complain about. The soldiers took care of the hard work now, the tents, the supplies, the setup, every tedious detail, and Seong Shihan had to admit that this small taste of comfort was more pleasant than he expected. Zinun Stride, however, looked puzzled by the situation. Since they were traveling under the guise of mercenaries, he wondered why they were stopping like this at all. He had assumed Kelteron would have arranged a faster route. Dina Krumbel answered with calm practicality. There simply was no better option. Most of the available roads either crossed barren land or wound through steep mountain terrain, and proper supply stations were few and far between. Long ago, the Jelit Highway Bridge had made travel through this region much easier, allowing people and goods to pass through far more smoothly. But that bridge had been destroyed during the War of Independence. Ever since its destruction, travelers had been forced to take this much longer route around the region. Dina even explained what that meant from a merchant's point of view, saying that if the bridge still existed, trade passing through this area might have tripled. Her words carried the easy confidence of someone raised in a merchant household. Someone who naturally thought in terms of routes, goods, and profit. Alida then remarked that a bridge built across a mountain region must have been incredibly sturdy. And once she said that, the next question came naturally. How had something that solid been destroyed in the first place? At those words, Seong Shihan visibly stiffened. He tried to hide the reaction, but not quickly enough. And Alida noticed it almost immediately. That tiny pause told her everything. Seong Shihan had something to do with what happened to that bridge. Seong Shihan quickly shifted the blame toward Joksengard instead, saying that the war back then had become so vicious that entire structures and vital routes were destroyed without anyone stopping to consider the cost. Even after saying that, the thought lingered uncomfortably in his chest. For the first time, Seong Shihan seriously considered how much suffering his past actions may have caused ordinary people who had never stood on the battlefield at all. Quietly, he made a promise to himself. From now on, he would pay closer attention to those kinds of consequences before acting. Still, once camp was fully set up, the evening quickly became dull. With the soldiers handling every practical task, there was almost nothing left for Seong Shihan to do. Zenon Stride found a way to keep himself busy by volunteering to help move and organize the supplies. Alida chose to continue practicing her writing, focusing quietly on her own studies. Then Seong Shihan was asked whether he could spare some time for Dina Crumble. He agreed. And before long he was standing across from the eager girl in a training match. Dina Crumble rushed at him right away, her whole body filled with enthusiasm and fierce fighting spirit. Seong Shihan handled her attack with effortless control, stopping her momentum as he told her that her determination was impressive, but passion alone would never be enough to win a real fight. Her guard, he pointed out, was far too open, leaving clear gaps that an experienced opponent would never miss. As he spoke, Seong Shihan struck again, turning every movement into a lesson rather than simply pushing her back. In battle, every tiny detail mattered. A sword required complete focus from both the mind and the body. Anger itself was not the enemy, he explained. The real danger was anger left uncontrolled. It could give the body energy, but once it took over, it clouded judgment and shattered control. Dina tried to put the lesson into her own words, saying that she needed to stay aggressive without becoming reckless. Seong Shihan nodded and told her to train with the same seriousness she would bring to an actual battle. Without that level of seriousness, he warned her, there would be no true growth, no matter how many times she swung her sword. At the same time, Seong Shihan cautioned her not to overdo it. Wearing herself down through excessive practice would not help her improve. Balance and moderation mattered just as much. To his surprise, Dina Crumble absorbed his advice quickly. She listened with such open sincerity and eagerness that Seong Shihan found himself genuinely impressed. Dina beamed at him and said this was exactly what she had expected from the mercenary king's successor. She added that it was an honor to learn from him, then asked whether he had also learned the basics this way before mastering the mercenary king's sword arts. That innocent question immediately pulled Seong Shihan's mind backward into memories he had not meant to revisit. His own training had been nothing like the careful guidance he was giving Dina now. There had been no patience waiting for him, no encouragement offered at the right moment, and no warmth to soften the pain. From the very beginning, his training had been brutal, punishing his body without mercy and stripping away any sense of comfort or emotional support. Even the words thrown at him back then had been sharp and cruel, meant to cut rather than motivate. One memory in particular rose clearly in Seong Shihan's mind. During one especially harsh session, a friend had stepped forward and openly challenged the method, saying that the training had gone much too far. But the instructor only defended the cruelty, insisting that severity was the fastest path to real strength. If Seong Shihan was not forged with enough hardness, then he would simply die, and to that instructor nothing else mattered. But the moment the instructor turned his back and walked away, that same friend hurried straight to Seong Shihan's side. At that time, only 3 months had passed since Seong Shihan had been ripped away from his own world. The young Shihan was already worn down enough to finally admit in a broken voice that none of this felt fair. He had done absolutely nothing to deserve being thrown into such a cruel, merciless place, where every day felt like punishment for a crime he had never committed. His friend answered him gently, but the words were painfully honest. The cruelty around him was not about what he deserved. That was simply the nature of the world, brutal, indifferent, and blind to anyone's suffering. Then came the lesson Seong Shihan would never forget. His friend told him that his own life was the most precious thing he possessed, and if he wanted to survive, then he had no choice but to become strong, no matter how unfair the road felt. Only strength would allow him to keep breathing, to keep moving forward, and to live long enough to reach whatever goal he still had left inside him. Back in the present, Seong Shihan quietly realized that in the end, he really had obeyed all those harsh demands and survived exactly the way he had been told to. So when his lesson with Dina Crumble finally came to an end, Seong Shihan told her she had done well, then gently made it clear that it was time for her to stop and rest. As he watched her, Seong Shihan reflected that he had not learned swordsmanship from some refined noble master or honored teacher. His beginning had been with a worthless drifter in a filthy alley. What that place had taught him was not elegance, perfect form, or graceful technique. It taught him violence itself, how to hurt, how to kill, and how to survive in Terranor without being swallowed whole by it. Later, as the camp settled into its evening rhythm, Xenon Stride remarked that there was something strangely satisfying about watching a proper army move and work with such discipline. Alita, with her usual dry tone, joked that since a magical beast had appeared during one of their previous journeys, perhaps rain would be the next unexpected thing to follow them. Seong Shihan tilted his gaze up toward the sky and told her that it would not happen tonight. The weather was far too clear and perfect for rain, and his answer drew a small wave of laughter from the group. Dina Crumble declared that she was completely satisfied with everything. The camp was comfortable, the mood was pleasant, and as far as she was concerned, even the food was excellent. On that final point, however, Dina stood completely alone. Xenon Stride had been the one to cook, and while no one could deny his talent as a knight, his ability in the kitchen was another matter entirely. To Seong Shihan, the meal was nothing short of tragic. Alita silently seemed to agree. Still, neither of them said a single word out loud. No one had the heart to crush Xenon Stride's cheerful mood. So right there in the middle of that awkward meal, an unspoken rule quietly formed between them. For the sake of every future mission, Xenon Stride would need to be kept as far away from the cooking as possible. Dina Crumble remained the only person who appeared to genuinely admire his food. Eating with a sincerity the others could only stare at in silence. Once the meal was finished and the camp began to quiet down for the night, Seong Shihan announced that no one was to disturb them. For Seong Shihan, that quiet stretch of night was the perfect chance to resume their aura training without interruptions. He wanted Alita to begin working toward Lavina's stealth technique, and at the same time, he planned to start teaching Xenon Stride the explosive aura once used by Jacksonguard. Alita immediately questioned the decision. Techniques like those belonged to the heroes of the revolution, and if others suddenly began using them, it would almost certainly draw dangerous attention. Seong Shihan brushed off her concern with almost outrageous confidence. They could simply claim they had learned the techniques from some legendary elder who had already passed away. Alita could only stare at him, momentarily speechless at how casually he had offered such a shameless explanation. The lie sounded ridiculous, but Seong Shihan merely said that stories like that had once been common enough. Even Jacksonguard himself had supposedly learned under similarly vague circumstances. In the end, Seong Shihan said, the story of how they had supposedly obtained the techniques did not really matter. What mattered was something much more practical. Whether their bodies, instincts, and aura were actually compatible with those techniques. So Seong Shihan began teaching them immediately. He guided both Alita and Xenon Stride through the foundations step by step, demonstrating the movements again and again until exhaustion slowly began weighing down his body. Alita guessed that the strain came from having to repeat each movement and explanation so many times, especially while carefully adjusting the lesson for both of them. Seong Shihan waved off the concern and said that if he wanted to keep going, all he needed was something quick to eat. Xenon Stride immediately straightened up and volunteered to prepare something for him. Seong Shihan quickly tried to stop him, insisting that he could endure a little longer. But by then it was already too late. Before long, Xenon Stride returned with a proud expression, carrying 2 freshly caught rabbits as if this were the most natural thing in the world. The sight startled Seong Shihan enough that he asked whether Xenon Stride had truly managed to catch them that quickly. Xenon Stride grinned and answered with simple confidence that hunting happened to be one of his specialties. That answer made Seong Shihan look at him in a slightly different way, as if he were finally noticing something he had overlooked before. Until that moment, Seong Shihan had never really paid attention to just how absurd Xenon Stride's hunting ability was, so he asked whether Xenon would mind going out once more. Xenon Stride agreed at once, eager and unbothered. then headed back out without the slightest hesitation. This time, Seong Shihan watched him much more carefully, and what he noticed almost immediately took him by surprise. A strange aura was spreading from Xenon Stride's body, thin and subtle like an invisible web, so faint that most people would never notice it unless they were deliberately looking for it. That explained why his hunting was so unnaturally efficient. At one point, Xenon Stride went after a squirrel, and before the little animal even realized danger was near, its body froze in place. Squirrel had been caught by Xenon Stride's unconscious aura before it could even try to run. Xenon Stride merely looked at it, judged that it was too small to make a proper meal, and moved on without understanding what had just happened. To Xenon Stride, it was nothing more than luck. But to Seong Shihan, it was astonishing. Xenon was using aura instinctively, without consciously activating it at all. That meant his current night-level standing did not truly reflect his actual limits. He was only stuck there because his real talent had never been fully awakened. Seong Shihan questioned him directly, asking how he had managed to use that aura. Xenon Stride looked completely confused and admitted that he had not even realized he was doing anything, and that answer confirmed Seong Shihan's suspicion. Xenon Stride's ability was surfacing naturally, not through deliberate control or trained technique. Realizing exactly what he had discovered, Seong Shihan reached into his satchel and took out a small object. The moment Xenon Stride looked down at Seong Shihan's open palm, his gaze sharpened with startling precision. When Seong Shihan asked how many grains of salt were resting there, Xenon answered without the slightest hesitation, 136. Even after giving the answer, Xenon Stride still looked baffled, as if he could not understand why Seong Shihan had asked him such a strangely specific question in the first place. But that reaction was enough for Shihan, because now he finally understood his disciple far more clearly. Xenon Stride was not suited for Jackson Guard's explosive eruption aura after all. His talent was pointing in a completely different direction, toward the Emperor's skill instead. The moment Xenon Stride heard that, the words struck him like a bolt of lightning. He stared at Seong Shihan in alarm, and asked why his master would even think of teaching him something so grand, so rare, and so far beyond what ordinary people could ever touch. Seong Shihan understood exactly how extraordinary that technique was. It was not the sort of power a person could reach with ordinary talent or simple hard work alone. But after seeing Xenon Stride's monstrous natural gifts with his own eyes, Seong Shihan was now convinced of something. The young man's potential was great enough to stand beside even the legendary heroes of the revolution. Until now, Seong Shihan had assumed most of Xenon Stride's strength came from his large frame and raw physical power. But now he knew better. Hidden beneath that obvious brute force were incredibly refined instincts and gifts that Xenon himself had never even noticed. The thought almost irritated Seong Shihan. A talent that absurd had been sitting right in front of him, wasted on camp chores and disastrous cooking. Still, there was no point regretting what had already passed. What mattered now was that Seong Shihan had finally seen the truth for himself. By the time morning arrived, the delegation had packed up and resumed its journey. This time, Seong Shihan chose to ride inside the carriage after the brutal exhaustion from the previous night's training. Even he needed to rest his body. Dina Crumble, who had not been part of the late-night training, looked at him in confusion, clearly trying to figure out what he could possibly have done to leave himself that drained. Then her gaze drifted toward the road ahead, and she finally saw it rising in the distance. The towering spires of Lysoterium pierced the horizon. Even from far away, the holy capital made its presence impossible to ignore. And once the delegation reached the city, the high priest himself came forward to welcome them. Formal greetings were exchanged on behalf of the delegation, but while the others focused on courtesy and ceremony, Seong Shihan quietly studied the faces gathered around them. Several of those faces were familiar to him. He remembered more than a few of these people from the early days of the Revolutionary Army, back when they had served Karen Ignatius directly. Even so, Seong Shihan reassured himself that no one had recognized him. His magical disguise was still holding firm. Then, at last, the moment he had been waiting for arrived. The priests announced the arrival of the Queen of Ignatius. A ripple of awe spread through the delegation almost instantly, and many of the guests were captivated by her beauty before they could even think about anything else. Alita, however, was shaken for a different reason. She was standing before one of the 7 legendary heroes of the revolution, Karen Ignatius herself, and the reality of it felt almost unreal. What unsettled Alita even more was Karen Ignatius's appearance. She had heard rumors placing the woman somewhere in her early 30s, yet the figure before them looked impossibly young. But Alita's attention did not remain on Karen Ignatius for long. Her gaze shifted instead to Seong Shihan because something about the way he was staring at Karen Ignatius felt deeply strange. Seong Shihan suddenly muttered under his breath, his eyes narrowing as he asked what exactly was going on. Later, when they were finally alone again, Alita asked him what he had meant by those words. Seong Shihan answered without hesitation. The woman they had just seen was not the real Karen Ignatius. Her face looked exactly the same, yes, but the presence around her was wrong. There was an intensity in her that felt completely different from the Karen he remembered. To him, that could only mean one thing. Whoever sat on that throne was an imposter. The problem was that he had no proof. Alita offered the simplest explanation she could think of, saying that perhaps 10 years and a crown had changed her. After all, a decade could alter anyone. Xenon's stride then reminded them that they would see the queen again tomorrow at the grand welcoming feast. If Seong Shihan needed a closer look, that would be his chance. Not long after that, Dina Crumble arrived with news that formal clothing had been specially prepared for the entire delegation. A meeting with the queen required elegance and nothing less would be acceptable. Alita was the first to change. And when she stepped out in her gown, Dina Crumble reacted as if she had been struck by sunlight, openly praising how radiant Alita looked. Seong Shihan, meanwhile, looked utterly miserable. He immediately complained that never once in his life had he been forced into clothing this ridiculous. Xenon's stride calmly reminded him that this was simply what royal settings demanded. Alita noticed Seong Shihan looking at her, and asked, almost cautiously, whether the dress did not suit her. Seong Shihan answered honestly that it suited her very well. Dina Crumble, clearly dissatisfied with such a plain response, demanded to know if that was seriously all he had to say. Seong Shihan dodged the pressure by pointing out that Dina Crumble had already taken his measurements, so he would much rather remove the uncomfortable clothes before they strangled him. Dina Crumble refused at once. He needed to wear them long enough to get used to the feeling. The celebration was not merely a feast, she explained. There would be dancing as well, and if he froze up because of the clothes, he would embarrass everyone. That, unfortunately, opened up an entirely new problem. Lita mentioned that it had been quite a long time since she had last attended a ball. Dina Crumble said the same thing, though in her case, a long time apparently meant only 6 months. Xenon's stride admitted that it had been a while for him too, but unlike Seong Shihan, he actually looked genuinely excited about the whole affair. Dina Crumble then declared that dancing was one of the proper virtues of a true knight, before turning directly to Seong Shihan and asking whether he knew how to dance. Seong Shihan's answer came out smooth and confident. To him, he said, a fencing match was simply a more violent kind of dance. Inside, however, Seong Shihan was panicking completely. If he wanted to approach Karin Ignatius naturally, he had to look like he belonged in that ballroom, and he knew absolutely nothing about proper dancing. Lita saw straight through his confident act and calmly offered to teach him. She took her position in front of him and began guiding him through the basic steps, moving slowly enough for him to follow. For a brief moment, it almost looked as though Seong Shihan was actually starting to understand the rhythm. Then his body betrayed him. Right in the middle of practice, he suddenly twisted, caught Alita's arm, and locked it in a practiced hold as if he were disarming an enemy. Dina Crumble nearly shouted in disbelief, demanding to know what in the world he thought he was doing. Seong Shihan sheepishly admitted that it had been pure instinct, because his body was far too used to combat. The others could only sink into collective despair at how hopeless that explanation sounded. The next evening, the grand hall was overflowing with life and celebration. Music drifted through the room. Long tables were packed with extravagant dishes, and noble guests moved everywhere beneath the warm glow of the feast. Xenon's stride looked around with wide eyes and declared that he had never seen anything so lavish in his entire life. The leader of the delegation explained that the feast had been prepared to showcase the local cuisine, especially a famous dish known as grass. Seong Shihan took a bite, and the taste immediately struck him as strangely familiar. It was basically a mixture of noodles and vegetables, so close to japchae that he almost laughed from the surprise. He truly had not expected to find a dish in Terranor that reminded him so strongly of home. When Xenon's stride noticed that Seong Shihan seemed to enjoy it, he brightened at once, and happily offered to make something similar at their next campsite. That promise did not exactly inspire confidence in anyone nearby. Seong Shihan, however, was not really thinking about the food anymore. Karin Ignatius still had not appeared, and his eyes kept searching through the crowd. Dina Crumble mentioned how crowded the hall had become, and while speaking with Alita, she noticed that her mentor looked unusually tense. Alita felt the pressure of the room as well. Everywhere she looked, unfamiliar faces filled the grand hall, with far too many strangers standing far too close. That was when a young man approached them with a polite smile and a careful, noble bearing. He spoke to Dina Crumble first, asking whether she was indeed Lady Dina Crumble. Dina Crumble apologized at once and admitted that she did not recognize him. The young man explained that he had heard she would be arriving, and he had recognized her immediately because she strongly resembled her mother. Then he introduced himself as Bright of the Amuth family, and the name quickly clicked in Dina Crumble's mind. Her mother's older sister had married into the Amuth family in Ignatius, which meant the young man standing before her was actually her cousin. A second young man approached soon after, and Bright introduced him as Duran Grant, the guardian knight of the Amuth family. By then, Seong Shihan had already sensed that something was happening nearby, so he moved closer to understand the situation for himself. Dina Crumble explained that she had just met her cousin Bright, then introduced her companions one after another. Sean Stein, Xenon Stride, and finally Alita. The moment Bright heard Alita's name, his tone changed noticeably. He called it a beautiful name, one perfectly suited to an equally beautiful woman, and then immediately asked Alita for the honor of a dance. Dina Crumble's mood shifted at once. The difference between the way Bright had spoken to her and the way he was now looking at Alita was impossible to ignore. Had he only approached Dina as a convenient path to reach her mentor? Before that irritation could show too clearly, Duran Grant stepped in with perfect timing and offered Dina Crumble a dance instead, smoothing over the awkward moment. Flattered by the invitation and relieved by the gesture, Dina Crumble accepted. Seeing Dina Crumble regain her composure, Seong Shihan felt quietly grateful that the situation had not turned into something uglier. But Seong Shihan's attention shifted completely the instant a new figure entered the grand hall. The queen had finally arrived. His pulse sharpened at once, because more than the feast, more than diplomacy, and more than all the polished smiles around him, Seong Shihan's true purpose here was painfully simple. He needed a private opening with Karen Ignatius. As she moved through the crowd, the atmosphere in the room visibly changed around her. A wave of awe swept across the gathered guests, and more than a few young nobles clearly wanted to ask the queen for a dance. Yet not one of them dared to step forward. The fear of being rejected by royalty strangled their courage before a single word could leave their mouths. Seong Shihan had no such hesitation. He stepped forward, bowed with clean precision, introduced himself as Marquis Sean Stein of Kelteron, and asked whether Her Majesty would grant him the honor of a dance. The reaction was immediate. Murmurs spread through the hall as people stared in shock, stunned that anyone had dared cross that invisible line and approach the queen so directly. Seong Shihan himself disliked how bold the move was, but he had already decided there was no better way to get close to her without making his intentions look suspicious. The queen accepted, and moments later, the two of them stood together on the dance floor, instantly becoming the center of attention for nearly everyone in the hall. To Seong Shihan, this was the moment that mattered. The test had begun. Sometime earlier, Alita had pointed out that Seong Shihan's body was trained too deeply for combat to understand ballroom movement naturally, so she had given him the only explanation he could actually use. Think of dance as another form of battle, a graceful way of trapping the other person, drawing them in step by step until escape became impossible. That advice worked almost disturbingly well. The moment Seong Shihan and the queen began to move, the entire hall seemed to hold its breath, and their dance appeared effortless, elegant, and almost unreal. Even Dina Crumble trembled as she watched them, not from nerves but from pure excitement at how perfectly everything was going. The queen herself seemed surprised and quietly remarked that Sean Stein moved like a true master. Not only of dance, but like a man whose body had already mastered the art of dueling. Seong Shihan used that opening immediately. He praised her beauty, saying it was an unparalleled honor to dance with her, as if he were waltzing beside a princess from the Moon Palace itself, so radiant that even the rabbits said to live upon the moon would be blinded by her light. That comparison was not something Seong Shihan had chosen by accident. A flicker of surprise crossed the queen's face because years ago, Seong Shihan had once told Karen Ignatius that same strange story, the tale of a rabbit living on the moon, born from the shape people imagined on its surface. Karen Ignatius had found that story amusing back then. And after that, Seong Shihan had spent quite some time telling her other legends about the moon. So when the woman in his arms asked where he had heard such an unusual tale, the answer became clear. She did not remember. Seong Shihan gave her no reply. Instead, he ended the dance smoothly and thanked her with perfect courtesy. The queen answered politely that she had enjoyed the dance as well, then withdrew from the center of the floor. That was enough. Seong Shihan's suspicion hardened into certainty. This woman was not Karen Ignatius. The real Karen would have remembered the moon rabbit story the instant she heard it. Elsewhere, far from the festival's music and glittering lights, another scheme was already moving in the shadows. On the outskirts of the devout kingdom of Ignatius, atop the remote Abrielangel Plateau, a secret meeting was underway within the dark halls of the Black Ivory Tower. A subordinate reported that they had finally found someone who carried the ancestral blood of Rusklin. The woman receiving the report praised the work, though she asked why the search had taken so long. The answer came quickly. Their target had hidden herself cleverly, disguising her existence by living as a sword hire and serving as a noble knight. That explained the difficulty. The mage in charge noted that it was surprising their target had chosen the path of swordsmanship at all, especially when her bloodline carried the Emperor's powerful summoning magic. Then she gave the next order without delay. A message had to be sent to the Moon Temple. Priest Lumet would be needed for what came next. Their target possessed the terrifying ability to summon magical beings from other worlds, creatures against which ordinary magic meant almost nothing. They had already spent far too much effort locating someone of that bloodline, and they could not afford to lose her now. Every possible precaution had to be taken before they made their move. Back with Seong Shihan, the matter was already settled in his mind. The queen he had danced with was a fraud. The real question now was who exactly that imposter was, and what had happened to the true Karen Ignatius. That truth would not be easy to dig up. Xenon's stride stated what everyone was already thinking. They could not simply stroll through the palace corridors and start asking people where the real queen had disappeared to. So Seong Shihan shifted his thinking into a more practical direction. Since they were currently moving as knight escorts attached to Kelteron's delegation, They had just enough freedom to approach powerful figures without looking too suspicious. But now that the situation had become this tangled, even ordinary information gathering was going to be far more difficult than before. If Seong Shihan wanted any real chance of tracking down Karan and Ashius, he needed a way into noble society, especially the circles that stood close to the royal court. Then one useful detail suddenly came back to him. During the festivities, Dina Crumble had introduced them to a certain noble, and that single connection might be enough to crack open the door he needed. By the next day, Duran Grant was already there, waiting for them as though everything had been arranged in advance. He greeted Dina Crumble with open warmth, then explained that the Amos family was honored to welcome relatives and guests who had traveled from such a distant place. And more importantly, the invitation had arrived before Seong Shihan even had to create an excuse or carefully engineer one himself. That alone made the Amath family valuable. Their position among the nobles meant they had a strong chance of knowing something about the court, the priesthood, or even the queen's private circle. To Seong Shihan, this visit looked like the cleanest path he had found so far toward Karen and Ashius' whereabouts. On the way to the estate, Duran Grant spoke a little about his own history. He had become a magic swordsman at 18 and had spent the next 6 years serving the Amath family with loyalty. He had also heard that Seong Shihan and Zenon Stride were exceptional swordsmen, and that knowledge seemed to put him at ease, as if Dina Crumble was truly in safe hands. Dina Crumble, however, lowered her gaze modestly and downplayed her own abilities, admitting that she still struggled with something as fundamental as properly reinforcing her body with aura. Duran Grant answered, with the kind of principle a true knight would be proud of. A sword, he told her, was not meant only for empty displays of strength. Its real purpose was to protect what mattered. Then he smiled gently and said that although her path was still long, he had no doubt she would grow stronger one day. Zenon Stride immediately remarked that Duran Grant seemed like the sort of knight who genuinely deserved respect. Alida, however, felt something faintly unsettling beneath that polished surface, and the strange feeling only grew stronger once they finally reached the Amath estate. Bright personally came out to welcome them. He was polite, charming, and flawlessly practiced, the kind of nobleman who could make even formal greetings sound effortless. He began by exchanging pleasantries with Dina Crumble, speaking smoothly about their mothers and the ties between their families. Seong Shihan listened closely to every word, but none of the conversation brought him any nearer to Karen and Ashius. That meant he needed to find another angle. He knew better than to force the matter too soon. If he pushed the topic carelessly, suspicion would ruin the opening before he could use it. So he stayed patient and waited for a natural chance. Bright handed him that chance without even realizing it. With a graceful flourish, Bright presented Alida with a bouquet of flowers. Then, without making much effort to hide his intentions, he confessed that he had been captivated by her ever since their previous meeting and wished for the opportunity to know her better. The reaction around him was instant. Her companions stared in stunned silence at his boldness, while Alida herself looked completely caught off guard, as if the flowers had been thrust into her hands before she could even process what was happening. Duran Grant, still composed, explained that his lord had a habit of expressing affection the moment he laid eyes on a beautiful woman. And then Bright somehow pushed even further. He looked straight at Alida and asked whether she would consider becoming his beloved. For a brief moment, she froze where she stood. Then Alida apologized with careful politeness, saying that if anything about her behavior had given him the wrong impression, she truly regretted it. But her heart, she said, had already been given to someone else. Then she quietly gestured towards Seong Shihan. That single movement sent shock through everyone in the room. Seong Shihan himself nearly failed to hide his surprise. And judging from the stunned faces around him, the rest of the room felt exactly the same. Even so, Alida did not retreat from what she had said. She calmly added that her choice for life had already been made. And because of that, she had no choice but to reject Bright's feelings. Bright looked as if the refusal had struck him straight in the chest. Clearly wounded, he apologized for creating such an awkward moment and excused himself for a while so he could regain his composure. Duran Grant maintained his courtesy and apologized on his master's behalf. Then he suggested that everyone stay the night, so their conversation could continue more comfortably the following day. Later on, Seong Shihan stepped into the room that had been prepared for him, and despite himself, he was honestly impressed. The chamber was beautifully arranged, every corner polished with the careful elegance expected of a noble household. For a brief moment, even Seong Shihan had to admit that the Amath family truly knew how to treat guests properly. The maid then explained with a perfectly straight face that the room had been prepared specifically for the comfort of a couple. Apparently, this had all been ordered directly by Master Bright himself, who had been deeply embarrassed by the awkward scene from earlier. Once the maid withdrew, and the door closed behind her, a heavy silence settled over the room. Seong Shihan looked toward Alida, then finally asked the question that neither of them could avoid. What were they supposed to do now? Alida only gave a small shrug, as if the answer was obvious. There was nothing to do. It was late. She was tired, and as far as she was concerned, this was hardly some grand disaster. Compared to the time she had seen him completely naked, sharing a room like this barely even counted as a problem. Seong Shihan had no choice but to admit that she had a point. They had already shared a room once before in Karin Inasius's city, so making a dramatic fuss about it now would only make the situation more ridiculous. Even so, Alita immediately grabbed a blanket and pillow, clearly preparing to sleep as far away from him as possible, while leaving the oversized bed entirely to Seong Shihan. It took Seong Shihan real effort to convince her not to sleep on the floor. The bed was more than large enough for both of them, and after some hesitation, she finally agreed. Still, the air between them remained painfully awkward, especially after the declaration she had made in front of everyone earlier. Then Alita was the one who broke the silence. She asked whether her public statement had caused trouble for his plans. After all, they had come to this kingdom for one reason, to investigate Queen Karin Inasius, so she wanted to know whether what she said had made that mission harder. Seong Shihan answered that it had not. He doubted Bright would hold the rejection against them for very long. If anything, the absurd amount of care put into preparing this room suggested that Bright was already trying to recover from the embarrassment in his own strange way. Even then, neither of them could settle down easily. After lying there for a while, Alita finally admitted that she could not sleep, so she decided to read instead. Seong Shihan pointed out that reading in the dark would only strain her eyes. Then, as casually as breathing, he summoned a small orb of light into the room. A soft glow spread through the chamber, gently pushing back the darkness. Alita gazed at the floating light with quiet appreciation and remarked that magic really was convenient. Seong Shihan told her she could read as long as she liked, since the light would not bother him. Unfortunately, that turned out to be a mistake. Alita became completely absorbed in the book. Before long, she started reading certain passages aloud and reacting to the story with genuine excitement. She declared that the plot was brilliant, clearly far more invested in the book than in the awkwardness of sharing the room. With irritation slowly rising in his voice, Seong Shihan asked whether she really had to read it out loud as well. Apparently in Alita's mind she absolutely did. Still, as annoying as the constant reading was, Seong Shihan felt an unexpected sense of relief. The tense atmosphere from earlier had finally faded, replaced by something far more familiar and strangely peaceful. Alita had slipped right back into the world she knew best, sitting quietly with her attention buried deep in a book, just like she had been from the very first day. Seong Shihan met her. Seeing Alita like that, so absorbed and natural, brought Seong Shihan a strange kind of comfort, as if the awkwardness from earlier had finally settled into something familiar. At one point, Alita seemed to feel his gaze on her. She lifted her eyes from the page and asked whether there was something he wanted to know. Seong Shihan answered simply that there was nothing. Then he turned away, lay himself down, and tried to let sleep take him. But in the quiet, a bitter thought drifted through his mind. Whatever dramatic tale Alita was enjoying in that book was probably far kinder and easier to bear than the truth of his own life. That single thought dragged Seong Shihan backward, pulling him down into memories he had never truly escaped. Back then, Seong Shihan had been nothing more than a prisoner in a cage, locked inside a laboratory where the researchers treated him like a test subject and pushed him through one merciless experiment after another. Eventually, one of the researchers declared the entire project a failure, coldly saying that the outsider had turned out to be useless. Their conclusion was cruelly simple. People from other worlds shared certain traits with magical beings. Divine techniques could affect them, but ordinary magic seemed completely unable to touch them. Aside from that strange trait, Seong Shihan appeared no different from any other normal human being. Sparkant, the chief researcher overseeing the experiments, refused to accept such a disappointing result. He insisted that such complete uselessness had to be impossible. In his eyes, the boy had to be hiding some special ability, some undiscovered power that had not yet been forced out. Driven deeper by obsession, Sparkant decided to intensify the experiments, brushing aside every concern from those around him. Then he summoned Rilstein and placed full responsibility for the subject in his hands. Rilstein had become Sparkant's disciple when he was only 12 years old, chosen because that old monster had recognized just how gifted the boy was. But even by the age of 20, Rilstein remained stuck at the second tier of magic. It was not because his talent had failed him, but because Sparkant had deliberately refused to teach him properly. Rilstein had learned second-tier magic almost entirely on his own. With a proper mentor, he could have climbed far higher, but Sparkant had never looked at him as a true student, only as another convenient experiment. Instead of real lessons, Sparkant forced strange chemicals into him, subjected him to bizarre treatments, and left him with nothing but endless pain. So when Rilstein first saw Seong Shihan, he understood the truth immediately. This newcomer was not just another specimen to be studied. Seong Shihan was another victim, trapped under the same cruelty. Rilstein introduced himself and made it clear that from that point on, he would be responsible for Seong Shihan. At the time, however, Seong Shihan could not understand even a single word of the local language. Even without understanding the words, Seong Shihan could feel that this man was different. For the first time since being dragged into this world, someone was looking at him with something that almost resembled kindness. Rilstein quickly realized that communication had to come before anything else, so he began with the simplest thing he could offer, his own name, repeating it again and again, until the meaning finally reached Seong Shihan. Little by little, Seong Shihan finally understood. The person standing before him was Rilstein. In return, Seong Shihan introduced himself with a name he knew, giving Rilstein his own identity in the only way he could. From there, Rilstein patiently began teaching him the language and customs of Terranor, one word and one habit at a time. Bit by bit, the suffering they shared became something deeper than mere sympathy. It became a real friendship. And once they could finally speak to each other properly, Seong Shihan came to understand something else as well. In his own way, Rilstein was just as trapped as Seong Shihan was. That was when Rilstein said something that remained carved into Seong Shihan's memory. The weak suffer the same, no matter where they are. Together, the two of them made a single promise in that cruel place. No matter what happened, neither of them would die there. 3 months after Seong Shihan arrived in that world, everything changed. A massive surge of magic suddenly erupted from within him, swelling with enough force to alarm even the mages who had been running the experiments. Sparkant was ecstatic. He immediately formed a theory that a being from another world might naturally gather magic at a speed far beyond ordinary people. Sparkant, this was the breakthrough he had been waiting for, the first result from the subject that truly satisfied him. There was only one problem. The magic rising inside Seong Shihan had become dangerously unstable, and if they did not control it quickly, it could spiral completely out of hand. Sparkant claimed he had a solution, but he made one condition perfectly clear. The subject had to remain alive. After all, Sparkant still wanted to continue experimenting on him afterward. Then he called Rilstein over and handed him a sword. When Rilstein asked whether this was truly meant to save Seong Shihan, Sparkant answered without the slightest shame. A sword would simply be used for its natural purpose, to cut. If they severed the subject's limbs, Sparkant believed the growth of the magic might be interrupted, making Seong Shihan easier to restrain. Even if he was dismembered, he would still be alive enough for the experiments to continue. That was the moment Rilstein finally rebelled. For the first time, Rilstein openly defied his master. He could not simply stand there and watch his only friend be carved apart like an object on an operating table. Rilstein knew exactly how dangerous that choice was, but he chose it anyway. The moment Sparkant's attention slipped, Rilstein gripped the sword and drove it straight into his back. Mad researcher collapsed, filled with rage, yet powerless to stop what was happening. And with Sparkant finally down, Rilstein was free to do the only thing that mattered, save Seong Shihan. He told him to stop trying to hold the magic back and release it instead. Let all of it out. And Seong Shihan obeyed. The explosion that followed ripped through the area with devastating force, swallowing everything around them in a catastrophic burst of magic. That was the memory unfolding inside Seong Shihan's sleep. Across the room, Alita looked at him and understood a little more than before. His past had been far crueler than she had imagined, and Rilstein's friendship had clearly been one of the only lights he had found in that darkness. That made the pain of Rilstein's betrayal feel even sharper, and far easier for Alita to understand. At the same time, one small thought still left Alita puzzled. Somehow, despite everything, Seong Shihan had fallen asleep almost absurdly fast. It honestly amazed her that he could sleep so soundly with a woman lying in the very same room. In the end, Alita forced that strange thought out of her mind and tried to settle down as well. But just as the room began to fall quiet, Seong Shihan's eyes snapped open, suddenly sharp and wide awake. Sleep was over. Alita looked at him in confusion, still half caught between exhaustion and surprise, and asked what he meant by that. Seong Shihan answered without even a moment's hesitation. Nearby he could sense one nun, 2 superior swordsmen, and 4 mages positioned close enough to become a serious threat. And worse than that, this was not just a few people sneaking around. The entire mansion had already been surrounded. Seong Shihan moved straight to the window and confirmed what his senses had already told him. Soldiers had taken positions all around the estate, forming a tight net and preparing to strike at any moment. Alita understood the danger instantly. Without wasting a breath, she said they needed to prepare for battle right away. Then, with no hesitation at all, Alita immediately began changing her clothes. The suddenness of it caught Seong Shihan completely off guard. Only moments earlier, Alita had been awkward, careful, and visibly reserved around him. Now she was undressing in front of Seong Shihan, as if embarrassment no longer mattered in the slightest. Her answer was perfectly simple. Of course she was changing. No one could fight properly in sleepwear, and Seong Shihan needed to do the same. The reason for Alita's sudden indifference was painfully clear. Alita had already grasped just how serious the threat outside really was. Among the attackers, the mage Helan questioned whether they truly needed to bring such an overwhelming force. In his view, the Rusklan bloodline had weakened so much over time that this level of preparation felt excessive. Priest Lument immediately cut off that line of thought. What if the target managed to summon a being from another world? There was no harm in preparing too much against an enemy tied to that kind of danger. Caution was not wasteful at all. It was necessary. Halan still could not hide his unease. Deploying a force this large would cost an enormous amount of money, and in the end, that burden would fall on the towers. But Halan was only a subordinate. No matter how many doubts he had no authority to challenge the order. Still, Halan tried to comfort himself with one thought. If a creature from another world really did appear, at least their side had come prepared. Then Bright stepped out through the gates of the Amoth estate, his face tightening in disbelief as he saw the armed force surrounding his home. Bright reminded them that this was the ancestral estate of the Amoth family, a household that had always remained loyal to the Temple of the Moon and the venerable Crone Lysate. Then, staring at the soldiers gathered under the night sky, Bright demanded to know why such a force had laid siege to his residence in the middle of the night. Lumen answered with open contempt. How could Bright dare invoke the Temple of the Moon while sheltering a descendant of the Rusklin line under this very roof? The accusation cut through the gathered crowd like a blade. Shock spread through everyone in an instant, and fear followed right behind it, chilling the air around the estate. Dina Crumble's voice nearly disappeared when she asked who Lument was talking about. For one terrifying second, Alita felt her heart drop. She thought the soldiers had come for her, but Lument's gaze swept past Alita and locked onto someone else instead. He declared that the unmistakable platinum blonde hair was more than enough to expose the truth, and that sinful blood like that would never escape them. Then Lument raised his hand and pointed. Every eye followed the direction of his finger, and the truth crashed over the gathering all at once. Lument was not accusing Alita at all. The person he was pointing at was Duran Grant. The full name that had remained hidden until now was finally exposed before everyone. Duran Grant Rusklan. Alita's fear instantly shifted into stunned disbelief. She had never once imagined that Duran Grant, of all people, also carried the dreaded Rusklin bloodline. Duran Grant, however, did not crumble under the accusation. He immediately argued back, insisting that he was a Bariano like the Emperor, not a descendant of the Rusklin line. Bright supported him at once, saying that platinum blonde hair alone proved nothing. Rusklin descendants often had that trait, yes, but not everyone with that hair color belonged to the cursed bloodline. By that same logic, Bright argued, even Alita could be falsely branded as one of them. Lumen did not care in the slightest. He ordered everyone to surrender and promised that the truth would be dragged out by the heretic inquisitors. Dina Crumble went pale and whispered what would happen to Duran Grant if they took him away. That fear was enough to make everything snap. Duran Grant moved in one desperate motion. He seized Bright and pressed the edge of a blade against his throat. He warned the soldiers not to take another step unless they wanted the heir of the Amoth family to die because of their own advance. Duran Grant muttered bitterly that he had almost managed to deceive this foolish noble, and he could not afford to be captured now. To Lument, that desperate act only confirmed everything. The priest declared that the enemy had finally revealed his filthy nature, just as expected of a cursed descendant of the Emperor. With his voice tight from despair, Duran Grant offered Bright a brief apology. There was no reason for him to remain here any longer. Then he shoved Bright away and thanked him for everything in one rough, breathless moment. Lument immediately ordered the attack, but Duran Grant was already moving. Duran Grant vaulted over the estate wall in a desperate attempt to escape, while Lument roared for the soldiers to cut off his path. Back in the courtyard, Dina Crumble stood frozen, completely shaken by what she had just witnessed. Dina Crumble could not reconcile the gentle, kind Duran Grant she had known with the desperate fugitive now fighting for his life. Alita ran after Duran Grant without hesitation. Dina Crumble tried to follow as well, but Seong Shihan stopped her immediately and told Zenon Stride to hold her back. Bright, still reeling from the revelation, could only stare in stunned silence. But beneath that shock was real fear for Duran Grant's fate. Outside the estate, Duran Grant was already clashing with the guards, his platinum hair flashing through the chaos as he fought. The strain showed in every movement Duran Grant made. Lument declared with triumph in his voice that Duran Grant could not escape now, not after his identity had been fully exposed. Duran Grant answered with fierce resolve. At this point, he had nothing left to lose. Then Duran Grant threw himself forward. It was a desperate all-or-nothing charge, but it failed almost the instant it began, against an opponent far stronger than himself. Duran Grant was struck down almost immediately, dropped by a single brutal blow. Lument then declared that this heretic would be handed over to the Inquisitors and that the commandments of the goddess would decide his guilt. Duran Grant already understood exactly what that judgment meant. Once the Inquisitors took him, there would be no mercy waiting at the end. He spat the truth out himself, his voice rough with anger and fear, saying that it meant death, and he had no intention of quietly accepting an end like that. Duran Grant had never wanted to push things this far. But now that they had cornered him with nowhere left to run, they had stripped away every other choice. And in that instant, everyone's attention shifted. Seong Shihan turned toward Alita and demanded to know why she had chased after Duran Grant with such fierce urgency. Alita admitted that she could not fully explain it. Something about him gave her a strange, heavy feeling, like a memory brushing against the edge of her mind. The name Duran Grant Rusklin felt familiar to her somehow, as if she had heard it long ago when she was still a child. Then the air around the battlefield suddenly changed, and a foreign pressure rolled over everyone, so unnatural that even the mages instinctively stepped back in alarm. Cornered and desperate, Duran Grant reached for the final option left to him. He summoned a creature from another world, and above the city, a portal tore open like a wound in the sky. A monstrous vortex bloomed overhead, dark, violent, and twisting with impossible force. Terror spread through the soldiers beneath it, and even Duran Grant looked stunned by what emerged, protesting that this was not what he had meant to call forth. But by then, he had already run out of choices. Even so, Duran Grant forced himself to give the order, commanding the summoned monster to attack. The soldiers standing at the front were struck almost immediately. Still, Lument shouted for the soldiers not to lose formation or break under fear. They were the blades of the goddess, he reminded them. Warriors protected by sacred power. His unshaken conviction pulled the others along with him, forcing panic back just enough for them to keep moving. The soldiers pushed forward again, and Lument himself stood at the front, leading the advance against the creature. The monster was enormous. Its presence alone enough to make ordinary men freeze, but the priest refused to let fear show on his face. That confidence began spreading through the ranks, giving the others something to cling to. Some of the soldiers even shouted that with 3 knights present, there was no way a single monster could hold out for long. Halan, watching the chaos unfold, silently admitted that he had misjudged the situation. He had never expected to face a creature like this, and now he regretted not calling for even more reinforcements. Another mage snapped that regret was useless now. Even if ordinary magic could not truly wound the thing, he could at least interfere with its movements and disrupt its momentum. He launched a spell, and for a brief moment, the magic struck hard enough to make the creature stagger. Lumen seized that opening immediately and shouted that this was their chance to press the attack. From a distance, Xiang Shihan and Alita watched the entire battle unfold before them. Alita quickly measured the battlefield in her head, taking in the strength, numbers, and positions of everyone involved. There was a priest on the level of a superior swordsman, knights and warrior-class fighters, around 100 elite soldiers, and even a mage from the Black Ivory Tower. Yet, with all of that power gathered together, they were barely doing more than slowing the creature down. For the first time, Alita truly understood how terrifying it was to fight a being from another world. Xiang Shihan answered with cold, brutal clarity. Alita was overlooking one important thing. It looked desperate not because the monster was truly invincible, but because the people fighting it were simply too weak. Someone like Jacksongard, Xiang Shihan said, could have killed that thing alone. That way of looking at it had not even occurred to Alita until he said it. Then another problem arrived on the scene. Xenon Stride and Dina Crumble had followed after them. The moment Xiang Shihan saw the two of them, his expression darkened because he had specifically ordered them to stay away from this. Dina Crumble stepped forward anyway, convinced that if she could just speak to Duran Grant directly, she might be able to make him stop. But Duran Grant only begged her to stay back. He did not want to hurt Dina Crumble. Duran Grant's control over the creature was already slipping, and anyone who stayed close now could be killed. Xiang Shihan noticed something incredible, though. Somehow, no one had died yet. To him, that was proof that Duran Grant still did not truly want bloodshed. But that fragile restraint would not hold much longer. Alita could not accept the sight unfolding in front of her. She said they should not be fighting like this at all, not over something like bloodline and birth. Even if Duran Grant's father had been the emperor, Alita could not understand how that alone could be treated as such an unforgivable sin. But the soldiers around them were already starting to unravel under the weight of fear, and Duran Grant was losing the last bit of control he still had. Then the situation turned even worse. One soldier turned at exactly the wrong moment, and was struck from behind, sent flying by the creature's brutal blow. His comrade screamed in fury and charged forward, desperate to avenge him, driving his blade straight toward the monster's body. That was when the creature's tentacles shifted, and a strange substance began oozing from them. The monster's blood turned out to be a nightmare all on its own. The moment it splashed across a soldier's face, it burned like acid, eating into his flesh with horrifying speed. He barely had time to scream before his body gave out, and he collapsed dead on the spot. That single sight struck the rest of the soldiers harder than any warning could have. Now they understood the trap they had walked into. They could not defeat the monster without injuring it, but injuring it meant covering themselves in the same lethal blood. Lument saw the danger immediately. For the first time, even Lument hesitated. He ordered a temporary withdrawal, but by then several soldiers were already caught too deeply in the creature's relentless attacks to retreat cleanly. In that moment, Lument understood the truth he did not want to admit. This disaster had grown worse because he had committed too much force too quickly. He had brought overwhelming numbers to crush the target, only to realize far too late that he had completely misjudged how fiercely the enemy would resist. Even after realizing how badly he had misjudged the situation, Lument's first instinct was still to push the blame away from himself. Duran Grant cut straight through that at once. He shouted at Lument to stop provoking him with more accusations, warning that every cruel word only made his fragile control over the summoned beast slip even further. Then, before anyone could answer, the monster attacked again. One of its enormous tentacles reared up above Lument, descending with enough force to crush him on the spot. And this time, the priest had no answer left. That was the moment Seong Shihan stepped in. With one clean, shocking motion, Seong Shihan sliced through the tentacle before it could land, cutting the massive limb apart and saving Lument from being crushed. Everyone nearby froze at the sight of that overwhelming power. Then Seong Shihan calmly announced that he would take over from here, but only on one condition. Lument and his soldiers had to withdraw from the area immediately. Zenon Stride immediately said that he would fall back with Dina Crumble first and make sure she was secured. Seong Shihan agreed and ordered Zenon Stride to get Dina Crumble somewhere safe. Then only return if the situation truly required it. But before he could move on, Alita stopped Seong Shihan with a different question. Could they not simply let Duran Grant escape? Seong Shihan understood the feeling behind her words, but he pointed out the problem immediately. There were far too many eyes on them. If they deliberately allowed Duran Grant to flee in front of everyone, it would create an even more dangerous problem than fighting the monster. Alita pressed him further. What if no one could see it happen? She believed she might be able to create enough darkness to blind everyone, even if only for a moment. Seong Shihan actually paused and considered the possibility. Before Seong Shihan could answer, Lument narrowed his eyes. Something about Seong Shihan's aura felt disturbingly familiar, far too close to the otherworldly warrior who had once fought beside the heroes. Seong Shihan shut that suspicion down without hesitation. He introduced himself as Sean Stein, successor to the mercenary King Barak, not a hero, and once again ordered Lument to withdraw his men and leave the immediate battlefield to him. Lument bristled at the command. To him, this was still a battlefield belonging to the goddess, and the soldiers who served her were not supposed to cower and retreat. Seong Shihan answered sharply that this was no time for pride. If Lument truly valued the lives of his men, then he needed to pull them back now and stop making the situation worse. Reluctantly, Lument finally gave in. He began withdrawing with his soldiers, though not before shouting for Seong Shihan to buy them as much time as possible. Once the others started pulling back, Seong Shihan remarked that it had been 10 years since he last faced a creature summoned through Rusklen blood. Duran Grant, meanwhile, had stopped trying to run. At this point, escape was no longer what mattered most to him. Instead, Duran Grant moved to help Seong Shihan, warning him that the creature had already broken free from any real control. If they wanted to end this, it had to be destroyed completely. The monster lunged again, its writhing body surging toward them with terrifying force. Seong Shihan avoided the attack with practiced ease, slipping past it as if he had already read its movement, then cut away one of its twisting tentacles in a smooth counterattack. Watching that kind of strength from so close left Duran Grant shaken. He had no idea where a man like Seong Shihan had even come from. Seong Shihan, however, had already figured out the real problem. Cutting off tentacles would not be enough. They regenerated far too quickly. The only way to win was to destroy the source, the root of the creature itself, but doing that was much easier said than done. Seong Shihan's Emperor's ability alone would not be enough to finish it decisively, and the need to keep his true identity hidden made the battle even more complicated. Then, at exactly the right moment, Zenon Stride returned and announced that Dina Crumble had been hidden somewhere safe. He was ready to fight. Seong Shihan seized that chance immediately. He told Zenon Stride to keep the creature's tentacles occupied and leave everything else to him. Zenon Stride looked almost thrilled by the order. This was his first real opportunity to test the abilities Seong Shihan had recently given him in an actual battle. Without the slightest hesitation, Zenon Stride rushed in. What happened next was enough to surprise even Seong Shihan. Zenon Stride used the Emperor's ability with remarkable precision, moving exactly as instructed, and forcing the monster's countless appendages into constant conflict with one another. The opening he created was almost perfect. Seong Shihan could not help thinking that Zenon Stride's explosive aura would probably suit him even better one day. But for now, effectiveness was the only thing that mattered. And right now, Zenon Stride was proving more than effective. With the creature fully distracted, Seong Shihan slipped beneath it. The first thing he did was make sure it could not escape. A surge of freezing power erupted upward, spreading over the monster and locking its massive body in solid ice. Then Seong Shihan turned that same ice into a weapon, launching sharp frozen projectiles straight into the creature's body. Duran Grant could barely even follow Seong Shihan's movement with his eyes. One moment Seong Shihan had been somewhere else, and the next, he was already beneath the creature, striking with terrifying accuracy. For the first time since the disaster began, real hope surged through Duran Grant. Maybe this monster could actually be brought down. Then, in the next instant, everything exploded. Seong Shihan had found the core and struck it dead on. The blast that followed tore apart a huge stretch of ground, and even the soldiers watching from a safer distance could not fully comprehend what they had just witnessed. But when the dust finally began to clear, and the monster's ruined body lay collapsed before them, cheers broke out almost on instinct. The otherworldly creature was finally dead. But Seong Shihan's first thought was not triumph. It was Duran Grant. Somehow, against all odds, he had managed to break free, and the answer to whether he had escaped became clear almost immediately. Alita was already at his side, pushing herself to help him get away as fast as possible, but even she had to admit that she could not keep forcing this escape for much longer. The strain was showing in her body, and her mana was dropping to a dangerous level, leaving her with less and less power to rely on. Even as they kept running, Duran Grant turned to her with a troubled look and asked why she would go this far for him. If anyone discovered that she had helped someone carrying Rusklan blood, it could bring disaster down on her. Alita did not waste time giving him a proper answer. With urgency in her voice, she simply told him to keep moving and not stop. That was the moment something suddenly connected in Duran Grant's mind. He looked at Alita more carefully, studying her face as if he had only just truly seen her. The more he stared, the more she reminded him of someone from a distant past, and the old memory rose so sharply that he could no longer push it away. With his voice tight and shaken, Duran Grant finally asked whether she was Serafina's daughter. Alita gave him no spoken answer, but she did not have to say a single word. The silence on her face was enough to confirm everything. In that instant, both relief and grief crashed over Duran Grant at once. He was relieved beyond words to know that she had survived, but that relief was mixed with a heavy sorrow, because this was the way they had met again, running for their lives, hiding in secrecy, surrounded by the wreckage of everything that had gone wrong. Before they had to separate, Duran Grant leaned closer and quietly revealed something crucial to her. A hidden truth so important that Alita's expression changed, leaving her visibly shaken. Alita looked at him in disbelief and asked whether what he had just told her was really true. Duran Grant swore that it was the truth, then desperately begged her to guard that secret, no matter what happened. And then, without the slightest warning, a sudden strike came crashing in. The attack landed so fast and so violently that Duran Grant never even had a chance to see it coming. It happened right before Alita's eyes, leaving her to witness the blow at the very moment it struck.